to the spot where the real ones breathe. Knowledge in the forefront, wisdom underneath. Bro, you carrying life, sit down, decompress. This room built for men who survive every test. We talk purpose, pressure, peace and the grind. How to stay solid when the world wants your mind. Young cats listen cause the wisdom hit different. OGs nod cause the message stay consistent. No ego in a room, just truth, no flex. Real brotherhood, grown talk, nothing less. We sharpen each other, iron cut through the noise. A space for grown men, not grown boys. Real men, real talk, step inside, unwind. Barbershop talk, sharp lines for the mind. Brothers link up cause the space feel right. Blizzard Abroad, giving real men a mic. Strength in the circle, that's respect in motion. Exhale today, tomorrow we move with devotion. This is Blizzard Abroad. Barbershop talk, real man, real talk. Real man, real talk, step inside, unwind. Barbershop talk, sharp lines for the mind. Brothers link up cause the space feel right. Blizzard Abroad, giving real men the mic. Strength in the circle, that's respect in motion. Exhale today, tomorrow we move with devotion. This is Blizzard Abroad. Barbershop talk.
Salute. How y'all doing out there, man? It's good to see y'all in the building. Salute to Michael Alexander, man. Good to see you here, brother. How you doing, man? It's good to see you in here. PH Expat Prepper. My bad, I spelled your name wrong, man. But salute to you, man. How y'all doing, man? It's Barbershop Talk. Y'all know what we do, man. I got a topic. Peace isn't passive, and that's why most men don't have it, right? What do I mean by that, man? Like, honestly, most men don't even know what peace really means to them, right? Because we all make our own definition of what peace is, you know. But how do you achieve it? That's where most men go wrong, right? I don't know everything, and I'm not trying to say I do know everything, right? But I'm on this journey, and I need y'all feedback. There's other men out there, there's women out there who need our input, who need our knowledge and wisdom to be passed down to them. That's what this is all about, you know? I'll read you the description. I know a lot of people don't read the descriptions on these videos, on these live streams. So let me read it to you, man. And I'll tell you, BIY, salute, brother. How you doing, man? It's good to see you in here, man. I'll read the description to you because I know a lot of people don't read the description. So I'll just read it, right? Most men don't actually know what peace is. They just know they're tired, right? It's not that men are wrong for wanting peace, right? It's that we've been steered wrong on what peace actually is, right? Hold on, fix my mic. That camera look up like it's up too high, man. So tonight, man, I want to break down why peace isn't passive, right? Why it doesn't just show up on its own. And y'all can read along. This is in the description, you know what I mean? And why you can't pursue peace while actively chasing things that destroy you, because that's what a lot of us are doing, right? Yes, expat, salute. Wishy's in the building. Hey, beautiful, how you doing? It's good to see you in here. Nice live you had earlier. She just ended her live. Go check her out, man. Miss you, Wish. Go check her out, man. Good energy, man. Good energy, a good woman. All right, PH Expat Prepper. You can have peace and yet not content, right? I think, what's the definition of it? And that's what I want. That's what I want to discuss with y'all tonight, because this is definitely an open panel. I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm not gonna go an hour and a half or 2 hours, just me. I want y'all feedback and I want y'all input. Even if it is just in the chat, right? That's what barbershop talk is about, man. We meet, we chop it up, we grow, we learn. We come away stronger, right? Expat says, achieving peace is earned. It's not given. It's not given, man. We need to actively pursue peace, man. Right? Peace requires subtraction, not addition. Right? Emotional discipline, emotional suppression sometimes. Right? Peace can feel lonely at first. Peace can feel lonely, And a lot of men, we know we're tired. We know we're frustrated. We know we're fed up, right? But we don't know what we want. I experienced this myself, right? When, my kids finally grew up and my son started college, right? And I had a woman I was dealing with, at that time. And she said, well, now that, your youngest is getting ready to leave, he's growing up. What do you want for yourself? And to be honest, it seems so simple. That was one of the hardest questions that anyone had ever asked me in my life. Because my whole life had been lived for other people. And this is the things that we don't take the time to think about, to really think deeply about. What do we really want? One of the most frustrating things that I hear when we ask men, what do you want? They dumb themselves down, right? The 3 P's, right? You hear when you ask men what they want, a lot of times you hear the 3 P's. Oh, I want the 3 P's. Peace of mind, a piece of chicken, and a piece of ass, right? Have y'all heard that before? It's so frustrating. Because, if that's all you want, fine. That's all you're going to get. So don't get frustrated when you get no conversation, you get no understanding, right? You get no respect, right? You get no gratitude. Those things should be at the top of the list. If you're truly seeking out peace, we need to define what it is for ourselves. I'm not telling you what you should be pursuing, but at least be realistic. Stop dumbing yourself down. Most of us grew up in the era where men were portrayed, honestly, as buffoons in the media. The Al Bundys, you can name how many of this is what was portrayed to us. Either Neanderthal, cavemen, or wimps. Let's be real. This is what we were fed subconsciously through what we were showed in the media. That doesn't reflect the person I am, the person I want to be. It absolutely doesn't, man. And don't get me wrong, man. We're not people. We're not wrong for wanting peace, to pursue peace. But I think we've been taught the wrong definition, right? Peace nowadays it's like just a buzzword. It's a buzzword, man. Oh, I want peace. I want peace of mind. Like it's something easily achieved. Like it's not something that you actually have to go out and get. Some people are willing to go to war to maintain their peace. They're willing to cut people off, family, friends, to maintain their peace. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to really pursue peace. Because it doesn't just show up on your doorstep. It doesn't, right? And a lot of us think that, oh, once things slow down, peace is going to be waiting at the end of that rainbow. But if you don't know what it is, you don't really know what it looks like, and you never took the time to really look yourself in the mirror, how can you find something that you don't know what it looks like? You don't really know what you want. Peace doesn't just arrive on your doorstep, man. It doesn't work that way. Well, Expat Prepper saying hi to Wishy, to the chat. Adam says achieving peace starts with self-control. Peace takes time to grow before you can reap the rewards. Achieving peace requires consistent effort. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Michael Alexander saying hi to Expat. Salute, Ryan. It's good to see you in here too, man. I just seen you on Wishy Stream. It's good to see you in here. Juice, what up, brother? Good to see you, man. He says, what up, Blizz in chat. How I sound tonight, man? I changed one little setting I forgot to put on my mic. And just let me know how it sounds, because I know the last time it was kind of janky. It sounded a little messed up. Expat says different paths can lead to the same destination. Choose the right one for you, even if it's carving your own path in life. That's the road I'm on nowadays, man. And sometimes it comes late in life. Sometimes it comes early. Salute to all of y'all for showing up tonight, man. I appreciate y'all. Barbershop Talk. Alright, so peace is not passive. And the reason why I titled it that way is because a lot of us, and I've done it in my life, man, a lot of us go the extra mile to keep the peace, right? To keep the peace. Avoiding tough conversations, avoiding holding other people accountable, sucking up things that, that really offend us, but we don't want to say nothing because we don't want to go through it, man. We don't want no drama, Keeping the peace, accepting things that don't align with you, right? Not confronting people, not letting people know when they cross our boundaries. That's also peace, man. Boundaries, standards, right? It's all included. So keeping the peace is actually a destroyer of peace. Being at peace is something that's internal, right? Adam said it earlier. Self-control, internal stability, being okay with yourself. Because a lot of us aren't okay with ourselves, man. And that's the reason why we put up with a lot of shit from other people, from things that go on around us. Whether it's at work, in a relationship, friends, family. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes we put up with shit, man. I had a conversation with somebody, and I had to really, just let it all out. I said, every time you bring me your unnecessary bullshit, imagine you taking 20 minutes off of my life. You know what I'm saying? And I really had to break it down. I won't get into the whole conversation, but I really had to break it down because this person is constantly just bringing me drama. Their drama. Nothing to do with me. you know, nothing to do with me, and it's always like way over the top type of stuff, man, you know. And I'm sitting, you know, after having the same conversation with somebody multiple times, you know, you really got to just tell them, like, yo, you're taking you're taking time off of my life, man. And I don't mean that figuratively. I mean literally. Every time you let somebody bring some bullshit into your life, get your cortisol levels up, get you all stressed out, that's killing you. You may not feel it, may not feel like it at the time, but it is. So how do you set those boundaries and let that person know? To let people know, like, this is a boundary. You don't bring me your BS. You got some real issues. Okay, I'll help you out, right? But if it's just BS, regular, everyday BS drama, ratchet shit, I don't got time for it. That's a boundary, man. That's a boundary that I will no longer let people cross because it destroys my peace. See this, Juice saying what up to Wishy, BIY. Super Triz, what up, bro, man? Appreciate you, man, for coming on the last time when you came up, man. I really do appreciate you, brother. You gotta chop it up more. You got interesting stories, bro. For real. Ryan saying what up to BIY. I like this right here, man. I like when y'all interact in the chat, man. The sound is good. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, man. Sound is fine. Thank you, bro. Absolutely. Thank you, man. Peace takes a lifetime to build. Jesus said that he didn't come to bring peace. And expat says life was never meant to be easy. It wasn't, man. It wasn't. But and that's why we can't sit and just accept life doing to us what it wants to, or people around us, or society, man. We have to actively pursue the things that we need, man. And just because it gets quiet, and just because you're alone, you know, just because you're alone doesn't mean you're at peace, right? Some of us are at war with our own damn selves. Some of us are so, like, some of us don't want to be alone, for one, you know. Like, we need that human connection no matter what. You know, that's another reason why we put up with things that, you know, that are killing us, that destroy our peace, that destroy our happiness. We can't stand the fact of being alone, you know. But sometimes, you know, you need to be alone. And you need to be real with yourself. You need to look in the mirror. Like me, I'm good being alone. Most people say that, you know, but then you see them still doing, you know, still doing harmful things, you know, harmful things to themselves, man. But for the most part, I'm good being alone. I'm comfortable with myself. I enjoy being alone. I actually enjoy being alone. So, like I said, I'm gonna chop it up with y'all. Then I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm gonna drop the link now, but I got, you know, I'm gonna keep going, but I'm gonna drop the link now, just in case anybody want to come up. There's a link. Michael Alexander says, correct. Expat, correct, for sure. It's a training ground. It is, man. Time is precious gift. Don't waste it. TJ is in the building. Salute, bro. Juice says true, but it's extra difficult to navigate life because of others' BS sometimes. I know. And some of it, you don't have a choice but to put up with it. You know, kids, significant other. I mean, you got a choice in that, I guess, but you know, it just depends on you. But kids, you got young kids, teenagers, you gotta put up with their shit, man. Some things you have to put up with, and that's fine, you know. But the unnecessary shit, like I see people, for example, all right, I see people saying they want peace, but they constantly chasing behind some ratchet shit. They constantly showing up to the BS. Like, here we go. Kurt Franklin. Salute, bro. You about to get kicked anyway. Like, that's funny though. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Kurt Franklin looking at. True, but it's actually difficult to navigate. Yeah, it is. It is difficult to navigate other people's bullshit, you know, especially if you're going to keep letting them bring it to you and drop it at your feet. You know, it's one thing to be a man, to provide, protect, to care for others. It's another thing to be constantly trying to solve everybody else's problems. You know what I mean? To take on more than what you could take on, man. To enable other people's bullshit. Expat said there's no perfect formula that suits everyone. Nope. You gotta figure exactly what you want for yourself. You know, so like I said, I'm not trying to tell nobody how to live. I don't got it all figured out. I'm trying to navigate this shit myself. I'm going through it. So it's nice when I could come up here, open it up, and get some knowledge. Like every time somebody comes on my panel, I learn something. Trey says, what's good to DIY? TJ, Ola again. Here's the link if y'all guys want to. DIY. So I used to think I was too indecisive. Now I'm not sure. Yeah, I be trying to do a lot of things at once. Not that I'm indecisive. I try to do a lot of things at once. You know, most of it gets done just on its own timeline, right? But I was talking about keeping the peace versus being at peace, man. Accepting things that, taking on shit that isn't yours to carry, man. Like, you got enough on your back. Stop taking on unnecessary shit, man. Stop letting people cross your boundaries, man. Stop ignoring red flags, right? Subtraction. Sometimes you gotta subtract to add or something like that. Who know that saying, man? How's that saying go? You gotta subtract to multiply or something like that. It's true. It's true, man. You have to actively pursue peace, but how many of us are doing it? How many men have you heard say that 3 P's thing? That's all they wanted in life, man. The 3 P's. Peace of mind, piece of chicken, and a piece of ass. Like, I keep saying, I always go back to that, man. I always go back to it. Like I said, I'm not shaming nobody. That's all you want out of life, But we're not that simple. We're not that simple, man. We're very complicated, complex beings, man. Stop dumbing yourself down. Do you want clarity? Do you want calmness in your life? And I don't mean like just outside anything, the outside atmosphere. I mean internally. Do you want an internal calmness? That should be your focus. That's peace. But how can you have that when you're constantly inviting bullshit into your life? You're constantly seeking out negativity, right? If you know the news, like, all right, if you know the news is going to upset you, why the hell you got the news on 24/7? Little shit like that, man. It's little things like that. Yo, my chat is acting up, man. It's like I thought I was at the bottom of the chat, then it just loaded like 10 messages. Am I lagging? Let me know if I'm lagging, y'all. Y'all gotta help a brother out, man. I think I'm lagging. It's hard to find peace in a world of chaos. Stop looking at the outside world for peace. That's what I'm talking about. I look back and wish I understood the advice my grandfather tried to give me. Me too, man. Me too. I held on to a lot of the things that they said because I always listened. I never disregarded it. Like, I'm not gonna say I didn't follow the shit, but I didn't like just shut them out. I always listened. I always internalized it. Whether I used it or not, that's a different story. BIY, what are you multi watching? I'm multi streaming, you multi watching, because I see you in both. Thank you if you are, man. Chaos. Michael Alexander says chaos means we are at war. Let me straight on it. Okay. You can't save no one while drying on yourself. Absolutely. That's why they say put your own life preserver on first. All you gonna do is latch on to somebody else. You gonna drown them, they drowning you at the same time, man. Chu says, I'm a true loner. I travel, go to movies, and dined out alone. But as I age, I do desire human connection, which is difficult to achieve without dealing with another's idiosyncrasies. That's true. But we have to be very selective, man. And I think what happens is that we get to that part with that loneliness, man. We get to that loneliness part, man. And that overrules a lot of other things in our life. I see it. I see it all the time. I see men in the West, you know, they're tired. They've dealt with a lot of shit in their life. You know, it's frustrated with women. You know, then they go other places, and the first thing they do is get up under a woman. Get tied to some woman, yo, that they don't even know. You know, so don't let that loneliness, don't let that hunger, that thirst, you know, put you in the same situation that you were trying to get away from. You know, you're setting yourself up for failure. I am happy with my life. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. Yeah, I'm happy with my life, and it doesn't mean my life is perfect. It doesn't mean I've got everything I want in my life either, you know. Or I think I'm at the end of the road. I'm not. Just because I haven't achieved every single thing I want in my life doesn't mean I have to be miserable, you know. Doesn't mean that I'm not happy. Just like I say it all the time, I'm a future expat. But just because I want to leave here doesn't mean I hate it here. I don't. I got frustrated for a little while there, but I never hated it. I've never hated my life. Some people do. Move. Hassan, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. Move one step back to move 2 steps forward. Yep. Yep. I agree, bro. That's a good comment, man. Juice says, I also realize that others have to deal with my undesirable characteristics too. Yep. Absolutely, man. We need to be even seeking that out, being patient, putting those boundaries up, man. Like sticking by them, especially as men. Like we need to really be thinking about standards. I know over here in the West, man, when you say you got standards, you kind of get clowned a little bit for it, but who gives a damn? Who gives a damn, bro? We need to have standards, man. For real. We need to stick by our boundaries more. We be putting up with some shit. Women got shit to deal with us. I'm not saying perfect, but we be letting some shit slide. A lot of shit slide. You know. Then when it doesn't go our way, you know, we up here complaining just as much as they are. The book is because, and I've done it myself. Like I said, I'm not talking about shit I haven't done, shit I haven't learned from. I put up with some bullshit in my life, man. Dealing with women in relationships, I absolutely did. That's why how I learned what I don't want no more and what I won't put up with no more. I'm not sucking it up no more. Just for the 3 P's. No, I'm not. I'm not. That's why I talk the way I talk. That's why I move the way I move. That's why I say I don't put P over everything, because that'll land you in some motherfucking. If that's all you want in the world is sex and pussy, you could get that from every woman on the planet has one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like every woman on the planet has one of those. I mean, don't mean you entitled to it, but I don't allow others to ruin my day. I try not to. We should try not to. Sometimes, people could put us off. I'm not gonna sit like I'm a stone, like I'm a statue. You know what I mean? Try not to, but it happens sometimes. It absolutely does happen. Truth will set you free. Yep. Okay, I had a minor glitch. Yeah, I'm trying to keep some windows open, especially Nightbot, because I never be doing the commands in Nightbot. I gotta get better at that. Dropping links and dropping other stuff I got in there. Yeah, I just pop out the comments from the other stream. Alright. Salute. Stop believing the lie. Hassan says, my motto, born into this world by myself and will see my way out the same. We are all passing each other by on our journey. Some we hold close and some are in the distance. Han Solo. I agree with that, man. Some of you want to take that journey with, and the others I don't. It is what it is. But it's nice. It is nice when you have someone to walk on that journey with right by your side. I'm not gonna lie, man. But I'm not willing to give up my peace to have somebody walk by my side. I'm not willing to do that anymore. So that means that I gotta walk alone for a little bit longer until I find that. That's just what I have to do. I'm on that path now. Many people don't like me because I'm allergic to bull crap. Salute, we are one. Alright, yes we are. Salute, yes, same shit, different toilet. Salute. Not that I mind terribly. My mom always says no news is good news, and I get that now that I'm older. Life is another never-ending learning process. Here we go. I think I had asked you for a book recommendation. Screenshot that. All right. Oh, what are the 3 P's? Wait, hold on. Let me read this one first. Michael Alexander says, Blizz, please read the document called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. All right, I got to read that. I got to read that. I think you had told me that before, and I forgot, but my bad. I screenshotted it now so I could have it. Juice says, what are the 3 P's? Is it peace, pussy, and piece of chicken? That's how they say it. That's how they say it. They say peace of mind, piece of chicken, and a piece of ass. Then that's supposed to make a man happy. And it may make a man happy for a night. You know. It may make a man happy for life. You know, to each his own. You know. But it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me. And I don't think it's enough for most of our brothers out there. You know what I'm saying? We require more than that. Some men don't. Some men act like they don't. But at the end of the day, you know, I want to leave a legacy behind. I want to be understood. You know what I mean? Like, who doesn't want to be understood, man? Who doesn't want to be appreciated for the hard work that they do? Like, is that too much? To, you know, I think some of that comes over some other things that we place first in life, man. Maybe I'm getting older. Man. I don't know. Making a mistake is a choice and not an accident. No pain, no gain. Thank you, guys. Thank y'all for commenting, bro. I appreciate it, man. This can be a blessing or a curse. Choose the one you feed. Drew says, it's so disheartening when you go to your spouse to share something they may have tickled or fascinated me, and then she shows no interest, whatever. Yeah, I guess you gotta have that connection, man. Like, I was married. I've been married. I'll talk about it. You know, I was married before. Good woman. Just the wrong time in my life. You know. But I know I've been there where my significant other would be talking about some shit that I have no interest in at all, man. I'll listen, though. You know, I'll listen and act like, you know, he's talking about what happened in the office with the girls and all that stuff at work, you know, and you just sitting there like, really, honey? That's been there, done that too. Yeah, probably all been there, man. I'll be talking about football or talking about, you know, how to draw a play up or talk about, she don't want to hear that. I know she don't want to hear it, but she act like it, so it is what it is, man. Oh, making the same mistake is a choice. Okay. Absolutely is, man. Let me ask y'all something, man. What are you willing to give up to attain peace? Are you willing to stop chasing the BS, to stop engaging in the chaos, you know, to walk away? Can you walk away from an argument? Can you walk away from a woman in your life that, you know, that just brings you drama? She might got some good. She might could cook. You know what I mean? Like, but she ratchet. Are you willing to walk away from her, man? You know, she got a big butt and a smile. Can you walk away from that? You know? Can you walk away from a family member who's constantly, you know, dragging you down, man, and toxic? Can you walk away from a good paying job that's killing you slowly? You know? Can you do it? Are you willing to do it for your peace? Can you put the cigarette down Because it's killing you. Can you do it? Can you put the drink down? Because you know later in life, maybe not right now, but later in life, it's going to cause you harm. You know? Can you tell someone that you're not going to keep explaining yourself every time you make a statement? Can you do that? Can you tell somebody that, no, I'm not hearing your shit today? I'm not letting you trauma dump on me today. I don't want to hear about the petty ass argument you had with the same person over and over and over again. I don't care what Tyrone and Aisha is arguing about. Their drama that has nothing to do with us. I don't want to hear it. That's disturbing my peace. Can you stop being triggered by petty bullshit? Can you stop? Can you turn off the politics for one night just so you could mentally reset? Yeah, man, I mean, damn. I'm happily married, debt-free, saving more money than I spent. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. We need men to do what their fathers did. Create. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. But do it responsibly, man. Please. Please do it responsibly, man. I done been a father figure to some of these kids that don't have their fathers in their life, man. Do it responsibly, please. Adam said, I like my cancer sticks. Ron Lawson, salute, brother. It's good to see you in here, man. It's good to see you in here, man. And I'm not, when I talk about, seeking peace, I'm not talking about suppressing everything, sucking everything down. That's counterproductive. I've also done that. I've been the person that done that. Believe me, that shit's gonna come out. One way or the other, it's either gonna come out with you doing self-harming things, or you blowing up, blowing up. So I'm not talking about just suppressing emotions and just sucking everything down, man. Acting like nothing affects you, because we're all humans. We all have emotions. That's why I don't deal with the red pill alpha male crap. I don't deal with that. Usually when people say they alpha males, I kind of like, it just says something in my mind about what type of person that is, man. You can say you are alpha male all you want, man, but are you really? Are you really, man? Half of the people that say they alpha males, they can't walk away. They don't have, they're not in control of their emotions enough to even walk away from an argument. An argument that they don't need to win. An argument that does nothing to further their life, the people around them. Real solutions instead of band-aid fixes. Absolutely. Ray, what up, nephew? How you doing, man? He says, Blizz, do you drink? Anyway, I'm having a drink, so cheers. I don't drink a lot. Over the last 4 years, I probably drank 12 beers. and it's usually on vacation or special occasions. I just had a couple beers with my brother's birthday was the other night. I had a couple beers with him. Then in August, damn, that's kind of far. In August, my nephew got married, so I had a couple beers then. Philippines, I had like 2 beers when I went to the Philippines in March. So yeah, it's very sparingly. Now I used to drink. 4 years ago, I stopped drinking that way. Not every once in a while. Special occasion, I have a couple beers. When I travel, I have a couple beers. Some say I think I'm better than everyone else. I say that I don't lower my standards to fit into a crowd. Who? Who says that, man? Why? Fuck them. You know what I mean? You may consider making barbershop talk while having a beer or something. It could be your niche or gimmick on Friday night streams. Nah, it's not something I want to. Like I said, if I'm out and I do like an IRL, if I'm out somewhere like that and I'm, it's a special occasion, I'll have a beer, I drink occasional beer to be friendly. I'll usually especially if I'm traveling, I'll usually just drink whatever the local beer is. Yeah, man. What y'all think about the topic? And I dropped the link. Y'all want to come up, man? I got bullet points that I'm going off of, so that's why I keep looking over there. So I can stay on topic. There you go. Are you willing to shut down social media if you need to? That's another thing that gets us, man. We be all we really be too involved in what's going on in social media, man. We get caught up in the emotions, man. I see people arguing over other people's lives. Ready to go to war over other people's lives that's happening on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy when you think about it, man. How much focus we pay on other people that we don't know, we're never gonna meet, and how we really do let this shit affect our lives. Even when you don't know it. You could say, oh, it's just YouTube. But when you really look around, you see how people act on YouTube. It's yeah, this is mimicking life, man. It really is. Much as they say it's fake and it don't mean nothing, it really does mimic life, man. People are petty in real life. So you expect them not to be petty on social media? I think it just goes over the top sometimes, Expat says, I don't worry what others think of me. That's good. Stay true to yourself no matter who's around. Yeah. We have some brothers and sisters catching hell right now all around the world. Yeah, we do. It's rough, man. All around the world catching hell. It's been like that for a long time. Let me ask y'all this. So I'm asking y'all questions. Y'all don't have to answer them, but I'm asking. Are you willing to be lonely I don't mean by yourself, just by yourself. I mean really be lonely, man. If it means that you can achieve what you consider peace or peace of mind. Are you willing, you know, some of you guys, are you willing to stay single? Are you willing to shut the phone down? Put the phone on silent. Put the phone down for a second. To be less stimulated. Because we're constantly stimulated. We're constantly being fed, what to think, how to act, what to listen to, like what to buy. Constantly, man. Over and over again. Are you willing to just sit by yourself, do some self-evaluation, do some serious, in-depth self-evaluation, man, to look in that mirror, because silence, like, it's nice when it's silent. He says, TJ says, can you have peace of mind while being lonely? I can see if you're fine with being by yourself, but if that makes you feel lonely, is that really peace? Expats in the back. It depends, but it may be the path to peace, and that's what I'm saying. It may be the path to peace, because a lot of us, we stay in relationships. And I mentioned this before. We stay in relationships way longer. Men are more likely to stay in a relationship, after it's over, after they know it's over. I don't remember the exact fact, the exact, survey they did. I think it was like 30% more to stay in a relationship after it's over, after we know it's over. I see you, Adam. I'm gonna let you up, bro. Because we don't, for various reasons, for the kids, for not want to look like a failure, not want to make marriage or relationships fail, But yes, that's what I mean, bro. But a lot of us skip that step. A lot of us skip it, or we go about it the wrong way. I was talking about that the other night with Trez. Like, oh, you gotta go away. But what are you doing while you're away? You know what I mean? It's not. I'm not saying it's one or the other. We have to find a way through this. We have to know what we want, and we sometimes you can't do that if you're constantly jumping from this to that to this to that. We don't want that. We don't want that time alone to think. That's why some people smoke weed all day. Some people drink a lot. Some people smoke cigarettes. And I've done all those, so I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to say any of those are wrong. Whatever, you guys do what you want to do. But that's why, like I said, some people smoke weed all day because they don't want their mind to be silent. You know what I mean? They don't want that regular feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want to be constantly stimulated, man. Because that silence could be uncomfortable, man. Here you go, Adam. I'm gonna let you up, brother. You ready? Salute, Adam.
Hey, Blizzard, how you been doing?
You a little low, man. I hear it tonight. Yeah. Let me see if I can turn you up. Hold on.
Oh, I can turn my.
There you go. Yeah, turn it up some more.
How's that?
That's better. That's better, man.
I can go louder.
Chat, how he sound? Put a 1 for louder. For him to go louder, put a 2 if he okay. 'Cause sometimes these earbuds, I can't hear what they hear. You know.
Well, it also can be the connection. You're in America, I'm in Thailand. That can interfere also.
He said too. He said you good. Mike Alexander said you good, man. Let me read this comment. Um, oh, you got anything on TJ's comment?
Who, me?
Yeah, about can you have peace? Can you have peace of mind while being lonely? If I can see if you're fine with being by yourself, but if it makes you feel lonely, is that really peace?
That depends on the individual, the person. Each person has a different mindset how they live their lives.
Yeah,
Me, I enjoy my connection with my wife. If something change or happens to change that, I'll be lonely at first, but I'll probably sooner or later try to seek another connection that adds value to my life. And if it don't, if I can't find one, then I'll remain alone.
yeah. So the protests around the world. Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm not saying about just being by yourself and being lonely for the rest of your life. But some people need. I think you need to be willing to be by yourself at times. Like I've done it before, man. I've jumped from one thing to the other, the other, the other, the other. You know, I've done it, man. Instead of being like, and obviously, some of them didn't work out. Because once I got the chance to, once things slowed down, I'm like, I didn't really want this. You know what I mean? I kind of rushed this shit. It's not really what I want. Because I didn't take the time to sit by myself. You know?
Well, everybody makes mistakes, do things that they didn't really want to do. Some things pop up in life that you don't want to do, but you need to do to help out family or help out friends, or some people that are in circumstances beyond their control. But at the end of the day, you are in control of all of that. You just try to do your best and learn from your mistakes. What gets me is the people that keep making the same mistakes, expecting a different outcome.
There you go. I tried to turn your mic up in the back. Drew says, I'm torn if I'd rather be single. I remember as a man longing for a permanent woman. Now I'll never leave unless something truly egregious happens. But if my marriage ended, I'll remain single. Yeah, you married, man, so
Um,
oh single man talking about.
I turn my mic up as loud as it will go. Is that better now?
You sound good to me. Yeah, you sound good to me, man. That's why I need them to say it, cause I can hear you. I just don't know how it's coming through on the other end. But I
Yeah.
also turned you up on my end too.
So let me ask you, Blizzard, what does peace mean to you?
Peace to me means being able to pursue the things that I want in life. Like me personally, you know, that's one of the biggest things that I was missing out on my life. And I think a lot of us do that. Some of us are fathers, mothers. You can't get around that putting other people before you. But it's the unnecessary things that I put before myself. You know, the biggest thing in my life right now is being able to pursue what I want out of life because I've put it off for so long. And I'm not saying I'm alone in that. A lot of us are are that way. Some of us don't. You're raising kids. Yeah, you don't have a choice. I'm not talking about that part of it though. I'm talking about every other thing constantly,
I get you. You want to create the
constantly.
you want to create the life you deserve without unnecessary drama in your life.
Yeah, And that's whether I'm here. That's whether I'm doing it now. I'm not waiting until I go overseas or anything like that. I'm starting this journey right here. You know, and
It's
that's why at first I'll be honest. At first I thought about changing the name of my channel once I started like live live streaming because I really don't talk about being abroad. You know what I mean? So I was like, I should change that name, but I'm not gonna change that name because that's the fucking destination. That's the destination for me, you know. And if I gotta do it from here, you guys are coming along with me. You know what I mean? But I'm pursuing my happiness without constantly putting it off. You know,
what well in the
over
mean
and over in my life.
in the meantime, before you decide to move overseas permanently, if that's what you plan on doing, work on yourself, do your research, and find a place that makes you happy. And do a little
Absolutely,
traveling when you can.
absolutely.
If you can stay for, you know, if possible, try to stay for a month or more to get a better idea. And I know that's hard when you're working and you're trying to survive in life. You know, not everybody can just take off for a whole month or more. Not everybody can do that. Some people today are just living paycheck to paycheck, just one paycheck away from being homeless.
Yeah,
And that's the sad reality of the world.
I'm glad that I don't. I'm grateful that I'm in the position that I'm in. You know, that's why you really don't hear me complain. Because I know I got it better than a lot of people in other parts of the world. I mean,
Ron
he
says
should be
hi.
good
Say
right now.
hello, Ron.
Um, Ron Lawson says there is peace in being alone, even in a relationship at times. I agree. I agree. You need that space for yourself. You need that. You need time for yourself. You know, even when you're in a relationship. I think that's my opinion. Um, Probably need your own hobby at times. I
How
mean, unless you're just in some perfect relationship, I know it does happen. You know, but even a fucking walk at times. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to go take a walk, get away. You know, and just do something for yourself, man. It's one thing, like I swear, and I'm not gassing it when I say that, like to not take any time for yourself. You know, one of the biggest regrets I still have in my life um, was not doing that from time to time at a younger age. Because I think not only would I have been happier, I think I would have been a better man um, for even my kids. You know what I mean?
every everybody needs a personal space where they can, relax and reflect on themselves. But if your partner in life is making you feel alone, then you might want to reconsider that relationship, making sure it's right for you. You know, your partners should be there facing the storms with you. If you feel like you're alone and you're doing everything without getting anything in return, no value, then you have to decide whether that's right for you or not. Some people are perfectly fine with it.
Yeah. Is your mic directional?
I have no. It's facing my mouth. I don't want to. It's facing mouth. Only other thing I can do is hear. Ah,
No, you're good. That's a good one, bro.
not the only.
T
That's not
Marsh
the
is in the
only.
building. Salute, bro. Good to see you in here. I think this mic is like kind of like I don't know. It could do. It's dynamic. I think that's the part. That's the thing I was messing up the last stream. Is I didn't have it on that setting for directional. I got it on directional now.
Well, let
So
me let me see if it's anything I can do to fix it. I think it's mainly because I have a low tone voice, Echo cancellation, reduce mic background
Yeah,
noise.
I don't know about that. Oh man, I need a chair. This chair's killing me.
But the only other thing I can do is get a new mic.
You sound
And
fine now.
I
To
think
me, you
it's
sound
mainly,
fine right now. They said in the chat you sound fine right now.
I
'Cause
think
I
it's
know I
because I
got my
have
volume up too.
I think it's because I have a low tone voice.
Yeah, yeah, you good. You good now. Drew says, Blizz, your future is bright. You are doing the work and planning it out. Delayed gratification results and winning ultimately. Yeah, I'm taking my time. I'm gonna do it step by step. Not rushing. I'm not running. I'm not running from anything. I think that's the biggest part. Um, I'm not running. I'm not buying no damn dreams that some of these people selling either.
There's a lot of fantasy lifestyles and dreams for clicks and views on YouTube these days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that comment. TJ says, "Oh, definitely. Early in my relationship, my girlfriend had a hard time understanding that my not wanting to be with her didn't equate to not wanting to be with her. Sometimes I just need to hop on my scooter and drive down the coast, or to get a foot massage. Or yes, absolutely, man. And it's important, man. It's important that you get that time by yourself to just breathe. And it ain't even got to be about frustration. It's about maintenance. It's about maintenance, man. Like I haven't been taking my walks like I usually would, you know, because kind of like my day is stacked up. Right out of work, home, take care of my grandson. So I haven't been getting my walk in, but I realized it. Like man, I'm a little off. You know what I mean? And it was one of them days I was like going through some shit with my daughter. You know what I mean? Like just some stuff. And I was like, man, I gotta go take a walk. So it was like, and it wasn't even a long walk, probably like an hour. I usually be doing like 2 3 hour walks. Um, but I know I needed it. So it's something that kind of clicked, and I was like, yeah. Even though like my schedule was thrown off because the circumstances that I'm dealing with, you know, I need to do that as maintenance. You know, just like working out, just like eating. You know what I mean? Like it has to be a routine that I'm going to do this. Like just like I was before. Because I need that in my life. I need that walk. I don't care if it's cold outside. It doesn't matter. I've tried to make that a routine in my life. It works for me. So I need to find time for it. No matter how busy I am. I need to find time for it. It's like maintenance.
Yeah, it's most of life is just everyday routine. Most of the time it's boring. You just living life. Like, I'm sitting at my house, you sitting at yours. It's not like people portray online. They act like every day living overseas is like a holiday. It can be if you have want to spend that kind of money, but that's not. I don't consider that real life. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with StreamYard. It's StreamYard.
I
It's not
hear
showing
some.
the it's not showing the comments.
I I see Ron Lawson says, "Hey Thomas Marshall." That's the last one I see. Now it says, if you have a T. Marsh says, if you have
Yeah,
an Asian woman,
there we go.
um, um,
Something's going on with StreamYard because I can see, like, I got YouTube over here, right?
yeah,
And I
I
can
have
see the
to.
comments. I can see the comments on YouTube, but StreamYard is holding them for some reason, and then they all come at once.
Yeah, that's what just happened to me when I try to read T. Marsh's comment. It's
Yep.
like about 6 or 7 other ones popped
Yeah,
up.
that's what I was saying earlier. They all just hope it's not Nightbot because I did tweak Nightbot a little bit.
Timor says if
Absolutely.
you have an Asian woman, she wants to be with you all the time. Well,
I don't know.
yeah, there are women, there are Asian women like that, and there's some that like a little time to themselves. I like spending time with my wife, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I would
You
need
know,
unless she likes walking. Like we could walk together, but I still need that alone time. I just need it, man. Whether it's writing or whatever, I need it. It's important. It's important, you know. I'm not
well,
talking about days. I'm not talking about days. It could be a half an
no,
hour.
no.
You know, it could be an hour, 2 hours, whatever. Go work out, do something. You know.
It's like in the mornings when I get up, I get on my laptop, see what's going on. My wife's in the living room and she's on her phone and she's checking out things and taking care of the dogs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Juice
Teacher
asked,
says,
Juice, I'm living in Thailand.
"You asked, yep." See, I don't even see that one. Oh, there it goes. All right, all right. TJ says, I think the best part of your situation is that you're waiting it out of your own volition. I remember at the beginning of the pandemic not being able to wait to get back out to the world. Yeah, yeah. I just want the steps to be right. One. I'm not leaving my grandson, so it's like right now I'm not going nowhere. But doesn't mean I still. Well, I wasn't. It didn't fit into my plan anyway. You know what I mean? To be out in the next 5, 6, 7 months. I've always had a timeline on my plan, and the way I want to do it. So, kind of still fits in that timeline. Me having my grandkids and my grandson. The thing I won't do again is even when I first got them, I had to give something up. I had to give something up, something I was doing, um, to be able to get them at that time. It would not fit into the schedule. I started like missing assignments and shit. I just didn't have the time for it. That's not an excuse. It's just a reason.
Yeah, that's in essence, that's just life, you
It's
know.
life. It's life. It's the burden of masculinity. It's the burden of femininity, whatever you want to call it. It's just life. Um, this time, it's set. I think I have it set up just right that I don't have to give anything up. You know, to be able to do this, I don't have to. It's just how bad do I want it? How bad do I want to pursue it? And if I want it bad enough, I'll do the things that I need to. I'm not working fucking third shift anymore, which was one of the biggest hurdles that I had to get over. The universe took that out of my life. And that's why I always talk about um, seeing positivity in even bad things. Because I could be
Yeah,
out here pitying myself for some of the things that have happened over the last 5 years. But I'm not. Because I search for the positive thing, the positive side of everything. Every fucking thing, man. Sometimes there is none. Sometimes there is none.
the emotions you feed determines your mindset in life. So choose what you feed. I mean, whether it's positive, negative, you're going to still feel them. It's just I do my best to try to starve out any negativity that I feel, and that this it just don't simply go away. It takes time to go away.
Absolutely. See, TJ gets it, man. He says, right, it's almost never from a place of frustration. To the contrary, if I don't get that time to myself, I find that I get more easily frustrated with her and everyone else that runs into me. Yup. Even now, these few hours where I sit on the balcony while she's sleeping, chatting with you guys, have a bite to eat, or some coffee is important to me, part of my week. Yeah, absolutely, man. Mostly because until this week, it's been too chilly to try down the beach. I like the fact that expat PH expat prepper says, I like the fact that my life is mellow and very little disturbances, not boring but predictable. Yep. Some people need that. Some people need that bang 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 bang. You know.
I can
I like it.
honestly I can honestly say my life is fairly predictable, other than my ongoing health problems. Um, anything that any problems I usually face comes from outside sources, and it depends on the circumstances. Were they just being negative, just being purely negative, no positive outlook, or people that are in circumstances beyond their control? I try to help them out if I can, but it has to have some kind of positive outcome to it. If there's no positive outcome into it, I try to avoid it if possible. Some things you can't avoid. You have to
Mm-hmm.
face them.
Even the things you can avoid. I mean, I try to see positivity in it. I try, man. It's not fucking easy, man. It's not. Like honestly, like people think like when you talk about positivity, people assume that it's weak, that you're being
If
weak, but
li-
it's
if
not fucking
if
easy staying positive, man, or trying to seek out positivity. It's not easy, man.
if life was easy, everyone would be happy with no complaints.
Yeah, it's just like I say about peace. Everybody thinks peace just comes. It doesn't just come, man. You have to seek it out. You have to actively do things to set the set the mood for peace. You know what I mean? Like
Peace is like
you can't say you want peace, but you're out here surrounding yourself with people who love chaos, who love drama. Like you can't. It doesn't work that way. You
I
know,
do
if you're
my
not gonna go ahead. I'm sorry.
I do
Go
my
ahead.
best to try to avoid those type of people that create negativity and chaos. As
Me
much as
too.
possible. But happy peace is like happiness. It begins from within, and it starts by structuring your life and trying to discipline. And it's not easy. But I ask everybody, when has life ever been easy? You have to focus on
Never,
what's
man.
best for you, or
Never.
at least try.
Never. Read this one. Your situation in the pandemic. I remember a lot of the armchair expats saying, once this is all over, I'll be going to here or here doing X and still in the dead house years later. Yeah, that's when I first like got started watching um, YouTube. You know, after whenever Kevin Samuels died, I started like really because that was like the big thing. Kevin Samuels and they're clowning him and this and that. So I started watching and then somehow ended up um, watching Old Dog New Tricks. Then that led me to another, and then it led me to another, and it led me to Calvin. You know what I mean? That's how it happens. You know, that's how it happens, man. And I was
Mhm.
like, damn, that should look interesting. You know what I mean? They're living the dream. They're living until you start paying attention, and you start really paying attention, and you're like, nah. Most of them, like you said, y'all just living an everyday life over there. It's everyday life, man. There's
Well,
nothing wrong with
before
it.
before I moved overseas, I started traveling in 1993, so I got a lot of that out of my system. Now, with trouble with blood clots, I don't travel. I don't really travel anymore
Yeah.
unless needed.
Western men T. Marsh says, Western men are used to having me time. That's one of the cultural differences with Asian and Western couples.
Yeah, a lot of Asian culture is about family, and they tightly knit, and most of them know your business.
Yeah, You don't get time.
Oh yeah, I mean, where I'm living at now, most of my wife's family is not near us, except for her brother that lives across the street, and I do help him out. That's mainly because he's been drunk so much that I don't know, he's messed up in the head now. But just like basic stuff, he's got shelter, he has food, water, and stuff like that. Water, electricity, bathroom, stuff like that. But I don't give him any money because if I did, he'll take it straight and go buy something to drink to get drunk.
Yeah. PH Expat Prepper says, I've only seen my grandsons over Skype, and I am okay with that. I don't think I could do it, man. It's one of the, how I be saying, I don't know if y'all heard me say it, like, damn, I feel guilty, and I haven't even went anywhere yet. It's because of that. That's why I say that. Because I don't think I could do it. I think I'll have to find a way to come back often, even when I
Hey,
do move.
Blizzard, have you ever done the right thing and then feel guilty for doing it,
Yeah,
even though you know it was right? Because
yeah,
it it can it causes other people problems. Maybe it probably hurt the feelings, or like
yeah,
a lot of times, like disciplining a child. I've seen on like YouTube. Some of it's staged, but some of it's real. They get mad at the kids because they're online all the time, so they take the laptop or the gaming console and bust it up on the phone, and then they feel guilty about it 2 or 3 later. Step buy them a new one.
yeah,
It's just crazy.
yeah,
I would just take it away for a period of time and lock it up where they can't get it if that was my choice.
yeah. He says, and that doesn't mean you love them any less than if you saw them in the flesh every day. Yeah, it doesn't. Wasn't trying to say that. I was saying, for me, it's one of the things that, like I said, I feel guilty about, and I haven't even went anywhere. Um, it is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna do it.
I
It doesn't mean I
I
love them any less for doing it. So
I can say a lot of my family members that are left back home, except for a few of them, most of them taught me how not to be in life by their mistakes and their actions and repeating the same mistakes. I talked to my younger sister some, but usually when we talk, it's usually she want something from me, wants me to help her out or advice or something like that.
yeah, that was me. For me, I was the one, and I don't do it anymore. But I was the one that who always would drop everything for everybody. Everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm,
No matter
Yeah,
who it was, a cousin, a aunt, or a friend. Like definitely the kids. That goes without saying. But yeah, and I don't do it anymore. I can't
I
do it anymore.
I used to do that when I was younger. I help people out, and they keep making the same
Constantly,
mistakes or doing the same dumb stuff, and
constantly,
that
man.
and they start relying on you for a free handout. Um,
Like letting
one,
family members stay with me when I'm struggling to feed my own family. It's
been
just
there, done that.
yeah. We all have. We all have. So it comes a time when you say, "No, I can't do it,"
I
and
think
it may cause a fight. It may cause a family member. In the in some communities and families, it don't just cause a fight or a problem with the person that you say no to. It could be like the rest of the family. You know what I mean? Like it's just like
well,
it is what it is.
I can give a sample of that. My older sister, it was just right before Easter. She wanted me to give her money to get the gas cut back on, and I gave her. I know how my sister is, but I mainly gave her the money to get heat and cooking and stuff for her kids and stuff. I mainly did it for the kids. Well, here come Easter, and she comes in wearing all these nice clothes, bought these Easter eggs, get extra gifts, talking about going out. I forgot the restaurant they're going to, but it was pretty expensive. And then you know what she had enough nerve to do? She says, I spent the money on the kids Easter because the kids deserve it Easter. And I already give her a little extra money to help the kids with Easter. And she wanted to borrow more money so she can get a gas turned back on. And she left because I told her that I wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, the kids deserve Easter. You should say no. The kids deserve gas in the damn house. That's what they
They
deserve.
they deserve gas in the house, but I did give a little extra money where they could have had a decent Easter. But my sister is the type of person that just on her two kids when they're little, she's the type to spend $10,000 going in debt for their Christmas presents.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
that's crazy.
and back then they used to have like the rent a center and stuff like that. She'll buy from them, and then a month or two later they come back and repossess and take the stuff. It was just crazy.
Yep. T. Marsh says you got to find a peaceful space in your life. Sometimes I like to just go down to the pier and look out at the ocean and think about the things that are on my mind. Absolutely, man.
That's
Absolutely, man.
I believe that's why I like the village in Thailand right now. I'm pretty much away from most people's trauma. I don't have to deal with other people. It's fairly
Look,
peaceful here.
I done made that here. I done made, of course, we have things that we can't avoid. We said that. But I've made that part of my life right here. I'm not dealing with your bullshit or your drama. I don't care who you are, you know, unless you're mom, you know, like my siblings, even some of them, I ain't dealing with their drama. But friends, work shit, certain shit, I'm just not dealing with it at all.
Well,
At all. I
like
don't care. I'll hang up on you and I won't answer the phone. Like, that's to the point where it's at when I talk about boundaries. Like, I'm not dealing with it.
I had a good relationship with my parents, and I was back there for both of them until they passed away. My sisters have been kind of like up and down. They had their own problems in life. You know, you help them as best as you can, but I think the last cutoff point for my older sister was when she started writing bad checks. I was paying, basically, I paid to keep her from going to jail. And I told her, I said, that's the last time I'm helping you when it comes to money. My younger sister had had anorexia. I helped pay for that a couple times for her to go into rehab for that, and she kept going back to it. Plus, she was in keep going back to the same bad relationship. I says, well, if you keep doing the same thing, it's nothing I can do for you. You know, I just giving you free handouts to help you to go back to making the same mistakes. It's not helping you, and it's not helping me. Spending money that I can either save or use elsewhere in my life.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. Things that we put up with, man. Shit, they living
Uh,
good underground, my brothers.
Alexander said we lost a sister last week. She was just 54. I'm
Oh,
sorry to hear
condolences,
that.
man. My condolences, brother. That's young, man. That's not. That's not. That's your age, right? You 53.
I'm 53, and
Yeah.
this May I turn 54.
Yeah. Just too young, man.
Yeah, but with my blood clot disorder, I'll be lucky to live. I'll be very lucky to live to be in my 80s and 90s, somewhere in there. You know,
Yeah.
I, I don't worry about it. I just take life as it comes.
I always say if I make it to 80, I'm good. Who knows? That's not guaranteed. Could go tomorrow. Never know.
And that's what I tell a lot of people. how much time you have in this world isn't guaranteed. So it's best to make the best of each day while you have the time, you know.
Yeah,
And that's easy. Like I said before, a lot of times easier said than done. None of us are perfect.
absolutely easier said than done. But from the moment you born, that clock is running out. It's not. It's not getting. It's like we look at it backwards. Oh, you grow up and you got. You got time to do. No, the moment you're born, that clock is running out. The sand is running out, and you don't know
Yeah,
when it's gonna. You don't know when it's gonna be over. Shit, for some
yeah.
of us, it could be 5 years old. It could be 18, 30, 90, 100. You don't know.
Where you say the clock and sand's running out, I say we're only given so many heartbeats in life. Choose wisely
Yeah,
how to use them.
yeah. But we see over and over again, and I know I've done it. You've probably done it in your life. You waste so much time on bullshit.
Either
Bullshit.
wasting it on bullshit in your own life or on other people's drama.
Yeah. And a lot of us are too damn grown. Speaking to men, a lot of us are too damn grown to be this involved in some bullshit, and seeking out the things you're seeking out, you know. To each his own. Like you always got to say that, but still, it's crazy.
It's like I say, I can't tell anybody how to live their life. Just be happy with no regrets. That's all the best. That's the best any of us can do.
Yeah, Juice says funny because I also think Old Dog and Every Man has a story where one of the first expat Philippine vloggers I came across, it was David Campbell and Rose, which led me to Sunshine Soldiers. Yeah, yeah, man. It's an interesting journey. Even on YouTube, man. Even on YouTube, it's an interesting journey, man. You know, I
Yeah,
still remember that first trip to the Philippines, man. It's like honestly, I think TJ I said it. He was like, "Yeah, that was the first international trip, so you're always gonna have that space." That was like the first place I got that exhale, because I'm not gonna lie, I was stressed the hell out. I was stressed out, man. And I think the added part to my stress was the realization that I didn't know what the fuck I wanted to do. And, now that my life didn't revolve around taking care of my kids, because I was a single dad, you know.
being on vacation, you had a lot of free time, a lot of freedom to do what you want to do. But it's so much, you never had that much time, so you trying to figure out what you want to do. And then
Yeah,
time you
it's
figure out what you
always,
want to do, your vacation is over.
no, I mean, but with life, I mean in life, bro. You know what I mean? Maybe most people have it figured out. I'm not saying I was out aimlessly wandering. Of course, I was working, career, saving money, all that stuff. But it was like the next chapter of my life. What do I want to do with it? You know, and I didn't have a damn clue. I'm not
I
gonna lie,
just
and I never stopped to think about it because it was always, oh, got a golf trip with the fellas, um, to go here and play some golf. I know already, I'm gonna find a way to get out of it. Something's gonna come up to where I'm gonna be like, nah, my son got this, my daughter got that, or my mom, or you know what I'm saying? It's always gonna be something else. Always denying myself those things, like for the last 25 years. You know what I mean? So
like like for me currently being retired, I have a lot of free time. But some days when I'm having problems with my health, my free time gets consumed. Other some days it's I've spent days just online all day. Other times it's doing other things. just daily life or whatever I can, whatever wherever's needed, or if I don't, through hobbies or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Danica's in the building. How you doing? It's good to see you. PHS bad purpose says the last 15 years or so, not my problem was used a lot. Yep. Yep. It's not that I don't care. It's just that I know where that leads. I know where that path leads. I've done it over and over again. You know.
Talking about cancer sticks, my
Yeah,
wife has
yeah.
just informed me that I ordered some online and they came in the mail.
Oh, salute, man. Hang in there, yeah. Yeah, it's getting bad, man. I went through this phase right here, where it's just a lot of people around me passing away, young too. 54 is young. You know.
Losing losing the
Yeah.
people you love is hard on you, but I carry them in my heart. Like my parents, what they taught me and everything, I carry them in my heart every single day. They are part of me, you know. I'm half my mother and half my father. And of course, I share traits from both of them. You know, I try to remember the good times instead of, remembering the bad times. And I know when somebody first passed away, it's hard to do that. But so it does get a little, it doesn't go away, but it can feel a little bit better if you focus on the good things, the good times you had together.
Yeah. Humor distraction. Humor distraction from BIY. I saw a piece of toast at the zoo. The zoo the zookeeper said it was bred in captivity. Alright, alright. A little humor, break it up a little bit. PHS
Well,
Bad Purpose says it took me over a year to decompress from being 50-hour a week corporate worker and parent. Once my kid was off and doing well, we left. But that transition took a year to figure out what was next. Yeah, empty nester. Empty nester, man. Now I got it figured out. Now I decided I'm not putting it on hold um, anymore, you know. And I'm about to go balls to the walls to get what I want out of life, man.
so
That's it.
how old are your kids now?
22 and 24.
And are you a granddad?
Yeah,
And
6 and 2.
when do you plan to go overseas?
3 to 5 years.
You plan to go back to America and visit them at times?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't
That,
see I don't see not I unless they could come over to me. I don't think I could do that.
well, vice versa. If they come visit you, it's just as good as you go visit them. Actually, it's probably a little cheaper if they visit you because the place that you're living at is probably going to be a lower cost of living than living in America. So if you go back to America, you got to buy food, things, and stuff like that at a higher price. Where the plane flights are probably going to be the same cost if they come to wherever you decide to live. It'd be a lower cost of living, lower food, lower in see things, and it'd be like a little mini vacation while you know, with your family.
Yeah. T Marsh says, "Oh, I've always been in the teaching mode. Give those youngsters the knowledge that you have to share the lessons you've learned in your lifetime." Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's what it's all about, man. And honestly, that's why I say like I don't. My messages aren't really tailored to older men, and so I know that that's gonna turn some people off, because it's like common sense things, things a lot of us know and dealt with. It's nothing new, or just flat out disagree with. But I always say the message isn't for everybody, you know. And when you come on the panel, it's not like I have expectations or anything like that, but just be wary of who we're trying to talk to, you know, who we want to
Yes,
send a message to. I don't
it's
think I could tell you that much. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can. You can learn something from me, and I can learn something from you. But it's not going to drastically change your life, you know. But we can have a 20-year-old in the audience or watching this on replay that needs to hear some of the things that we have to say, you know, that they need to hear the things that we have to say. They want to hear it, you know. Are
yeah,
we willing to actually, you know, speak to them? Because the people who are pushing that bullshit, who are pushing negativity, ratchetness, BS, they're not afraid to speak to our youngsters. They're targeting them, you know?
yeah. Most people around 20-year-olds don't want to hear what older people have to
It
say.
don't
You
matter.
say, I'm going to live my life the way I want to, and then later on they come back. Some of them come back and they say, "Yep, you were right. Should have listened."
Yeah, yeah. But there are the ones that absolutely will listen. And you
I
don't
think
know, especially if you're speaking on YouTube. You don't know who's gonna watch this. You don't know who's gonna find this video one day. You just don't know. You know what I mean?
I think older
Yeah,
people try to give advice mainly because they don't want to see people, the younger generation, making the same mistakes that they did. But sometimes
absolutely.
people have to learn for themselves. You
Let
know,
me let me let me say this though. And there's one thing like, and I'm not trying to fuck with anybody, but because I know a lot of people be like, oh well, there's a lot of drama to go through to speak and to make videos and all this stuff. You could do it in real life, you know. But if you had, and I'm not talking about you, Adam. Just speaking in general. If you could make a 10-minute video that would change a young man's life astronomically for the better, or even not, just change it in a positive way, just by speaking, not doing nothing crazy, just by turning the camera on and talking, and you could change that young man's life. Why wouldn't you?
if
Why
you
wouldn't you?
if you created a video and you only got one view, and that person said, "That's really good advice. Thank you for helping me out." Isn't it that one view worth helping somebody create a better life for themselves? Just one person. It doesn't matter how many people watch it, long as people could find value in what you trying with your content and with the message you're trying to give.
Yeah.
You know,
PH expat purposes. Perfect, Blizz. 5 years is a realistic plan to let you clear up any debt, save up, and such. Yeah, I think so. I think, and it just fits my timeline and the way things, have to shake out for
so
me. We got Triz in the back. Triz in the back. I'm gonna let you up, brother. You ready?
so do you plan on selling your stuff or putting it in storage when you first move overseas?
Um, I don't accumulate a lot of stuff. I mean, I got stuff, but I'm not an accumulator. I can tell you that. I got out of that phase a while back. Probably give a lot of shit away, to be honest. What
How's it
up, Triz?
going?
How you doing, bro? I think you muted if you talking. Yeah, you muted.
I'm, yeah, he's muted.
Okay,
There
can
you
you hear me
go.
now?
Yep, got
Okay, yeah. Yeah, man, I'm good, man. I'm just chiming in. I was following the conversation. I was at the gym earlier. I just got back home, and yeah, I want to say that for me, I prioritize peace, um, and I think well for me also, I've never really had. I know you said that you were kind of looking after family members even when you were struggling yourself. Um, I'm gonna be honest. I've never struggled a day in my life, not one day. Um, but both of my parents were still together, even to this day. So I grew up in a two-parent household. So I never had any issues. I always got everything I needed. Um, and then I went to the military early, so financially I was straight. Um, so yeah, from 17, I went to the military at 17, and that's where I started. I went to overseas like '05, and that's kind of got my, that kind of got me interested in overseas travel. So I've done a lot of travel extensively since then. But I want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with your sentiment of not wanting to leave your grandchildren because I think if not for your legacy, um, what is it all for? Like I think that's the most important thing. And if you can't oversee the legacy that you create, then it's like pointless. Now, there are people who go overseas and they create another family, and that's an entirely different discussion. Obviously, you have an entitlement to the family that you create overseas, but I would hate to be in a position to where if I had children here, grandchildren here, then I would have to leave them permanently, um, or not ever see them except via video chat. I know you mentioned somebody who hadn't seen their grandchildren in person, only seen them via video chat, and he was okay with that. I mean that's him. I'm not criticizing him, but I mean that would never work for me, um, especially if you're concerned about your legacy. You want to have kind of a hands-on approach at some point. At some point in that development. So um, that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, man. That's yo, you got set on a good path, bro. And it ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. For real, man. Like I know a lot of time in our community, we kind of try to shame people for being set on that path, but that's the fucking goal, man. That's the goal, man. So we should be trying to set our young ones on that same path, man.
But how can you set them on that path if you're not present? You understand
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying? That's
can't.
the point I'm
You
trying to
can't.
make. Like you
Yeah.
have to. It can't just be a financial infusion or a economic infusion. There has to be some type of tutelage
Presence.
that can only be
Yeah.
given with your presence. It doesn't mean you have to be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but your presence has to be felt. Can't be just a digital footprint. You got to actually be there at some point, and you got to look them in the eye. Um, so yeah, that's just how I feel about it. Even now, I'm at the point. So um, my sister, we had a sibling rivalry growing up. She was the older sister, and she got a lot of the privileges because she was older. And then, of course, my sister never got in trouble. My sister was like, the model child. Me, on the other hand, I got into a lot of trouble. So my parents always showed her favoritism. So it kind of put us at odds when growing up, kid stuff. But as we've gotten older, obviously, actually, like the minute I kind of went to the military, we've been really good and we're really close. I talk to my sister like some type of contact pretty much daily. Um, and now I'm thinking about, I want to be, at least be able to see my sister, you know, um, You know, and that may sound, you know, soft and sentimental, but you know, family is
It is.
important for me. Especially somebody who's always had my back. My sister's always had my back. So that's something that's a big compromise that people take for granted when you decide to go overseas. Now, obviously, there's a demographic of men who are choosing to go overseas because they really don't have any connections. That's an entirely different demographic. But for those of us who do have connections here, um, it's a difficult decision to make. And even once you make that decision, it's challenging to be apart from people that you really care about and that care about you.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm
I,
gonna
I,
act like I haven't done it yet, but go ahead, Adam, because you got
I,
experience in this.
I care about my sisters back home in America. It's just I can't, I try to keep tabs on them, and it's just the main thing is I can't be around all that drama all the time because when I ran them, they always created problems.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
you know, I understand that a lot of people have. You see, like I was just saying, like
yeah,
I didn't have any real drama growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm good. Like me and my sister, we had sibling rivalry, but like nothing serious. That's like when we were kids. As adults, we've been good. We always have a cordial relationship. There's like matter of fact, when I see my sister, it's peace. Like my sister brings me peace. You understand what I'm
yeah.
saying? So you know, for me, it's a different story. I understand, like, because I know a lot of people have, you know, family
I
dynamics, family
understand.
drama. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, there was one guy I was watching on Calvin channel, and I don't really particularly care for the guy. He interviewed him, but he was saying like he got voted off the island. That's how he said it. He said I got voted off the island by his wife and his kids, and I was like, damn, that must suck. Like,
What? Sorry.
I'm thinking like, what did you do to deserve that? You know what I mean? What did you do? But I just couldn't. But so he goes overseas and he starts another family. You know, and for me, it's like, bro, do what you gotta do to make it right with your kids, man.
but
Do
how
what
you
you
get
gotta
voted off
do.
the island in your own household? Like,
That's what he said. I don't know. And he like, most of the time they don't
Where,
elaborate when they
where
tell these
was he
stories, man.
overseas?
It's in the Philippines. Calvin
And
interviewed him. If you, I think it's a member. Sunshine Shoulders. I be saying Calvin like everybody knows him like that,
we
but
know what you're talking about.
yeah,
well,
Sunshine Shoulders interviewed him,
I don't know who
and
he's talking about, but um, a lot of times Asian family members will have influence on your marriage to a certain degree. So,
that's something I'm willing
that,
to allow.
but
No, but he was in Canada. It's what the fuck was his name? Excuse me. What was his name? Captain Captain something, man. I'm pretty sure if TJ is still listening, he gonna know what I'm talking about. I know
Captain
Cisco
Captain Dudley Do Wrong,
Captain Jackass will ask me that, you know what I mean? But I just can't see that happening, bro. Because he was like, yeah, I think
Captain
it's
Nimrod.
and I'm not trying to gossip. I'm not trying to gossip or anything like that. I'm just using this scenario to explain what we're talking about. Because he was saying he got voted off the island, but his kids were like, I think, still teens. And it's like, I personally could not see doing that.
How many
Especially
relationships and marriages was he in?
just one, I think. They only discussed one relationship,
Yeah,
and it was his wife, and then he had like three kids. You know what I mean? So we're just trying to see, like, because it was like Calvin does live streams when he interviews, right? So you're interacting with the person while he's interviewing him. Sometimes he's asking the person questions from the chat, just like an interview, and he gets offended because I was in there. I'm like, how the fuck do you get voted off the island? Like Triz just said, in your own home, and you're okay with that. Now you're 8,000 miles away,
So he bought
Starting
the
in 9
house and got
feet.
kicked out of it.
Yeah, he got voted off the island. But
That could be
I
just
just bring
he.
that up
That
because
could be that he just made the wrong choice in a partner. But even making the wrong choice in a partner, he still got to take care of those kids. He's the
exactly,
one decided to bring them into this world.
exactly.
Well,
But he gets offended at us for questioning. You
yeah,
know,
and that's like, and I think I want to explain what we mean by how do you get kicked off the island. Not that even if he did something wrong, if this is your household, how do you allow somebody to say? Because like out here, like, and I know you heard people, or even if you've seen like on a TV show or on a talk show where guy will get in an argument with his wife and he grabs the pillows, he's sleeping on the couch, and it's almost like you're capitulating that you're solely the blame for the dispute. um
But
and I think that when we look at the outcomes of society, and particularly in the westernized civilization context, um I think that the lack of bilateral accountability is usually unilateral accountability. The man takes the blame and tries to avoid escalating the argument or situation, but it allows the other party involved to absolve themselves of any responsibility, so the behavior isn't corrected.
yeah,
And I think and then you create that legacy, and each successive generation gets more and more derelict. And so by you allowing yourself to quote unquote be kicked off the island, even if you've done something wrong, you allow the other party involved to say, well, uh, you know, he was wrong, and this is the narrative that they're going to push, and then when other people contact me, yeah, he left, and this, that, and the third, is you're always going to be painted as the bad guy. Um, and this kind of perpetuates the narrative about men not being ish, that type of stuff.
yeah, yeah.
And so I
so
think it's important to number one, you have an obligation to your legacy, to your children, right? So you shouldn't be leaving for that reason. And then number two is like you've contributed. Hopefully, I don't know what the situation is. Maybe she was the primary breadwinner. He was living off her. I don't know what the situation is.
it's
But
a little it's a little
I'm
bit different in the Philippines. Um,
no, no,
in
no,
the
no.
Philip
This
I
happened.
think
This
this
happened
happened in the United States, and then
in
he
the
left and
West.
went to the
Oh, it happened in the United States and he lost his son.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
now
yeah,
I agree with you. I thought it happened in the Philippines. So I was going to say in the
yeah,
Philippines, a foreigner cannot own land or a house in the Philippines. They can
yeah. Nah.
either buy a condo or lease land, build a house on, but they cannot own it.
well,
But
even
yeah,
like with
I agree
land.
with you. I agree with you now.
But I agree exactly what you're saying, Triz. Like I kind of touched on it a little bit when I was talking about keeping the peace. You know, keeping the peace doesn't mean you're at peace. You just putting up with a whole bunch of shit. You know
Facts.
that you're not gonna say. You just accepting shit that ain't yours. Keeping the peace fucks you up more. You know what I mean? But what you put on top of that, as far as like passing that down to the next generation and successive generations, like that's a good layer to put on it, man.
Well, I
Because
mean, I mean, we,
it's you
we
see
see
it
it
actually
now.
happening.
We see it now. We're the product of the decisions made by previous generations,
Absolutely.
right? If we go back 100 years, right? Barring some of some of the dynamics in American society, I'm talking about within the household, the dynamics within a given household. what was the disposition of the wife to the husband? What was the disposition of the children to the parents?
I'm gonna
And what
say
you'll find is that it was distinctly different than what the dispositions are today. This is because behavior wasn't corrected and it was allowed. And then also there's other factors involved. People, both parents are out of the household because now it requires two incomes. So you have, latchkey kids and you know, people working long hours. And then, when they are home, people are distracted. They don't eat dinner together. And the few times they do eat dinner together, the kids got out their cell phones. They're playing on their phones, scrolling. Even the parents may be scrolling on their phones. So it just the interactions are so much different. A lot of parents don't even really know their kids. A lot of kids don't even really know their parents.
yeah. Wishy's
These
back.
that
Say hi to Wishy's. Wishy's in the building. She says, "Who's the new
they
host?" That's
was
Triz. He ain't new. He been on the panel before. But let me read this one here because I think and I'm gonna try to ask Thomas a question. When I put my foot down and started wanting to be the man of the house, shit changed in my marriage. Wasn't long after that, I got voted off the island too.
Oh, hold on, hold
And,
on.
and,
Let me
and
respond to that. You can't put your foot down if you did not start like that in a relationship.
exactly what I was gonna
Trust me,
say.
I had to learn that myself.
for a relationship to
Exactly
work,
what I
you
was
must
gonna say.
maintain what brought you together.
This is
And
true. You got to
I
if
maintain
was
you
gonna
that.
didn't
ask.
if you didn't put
I
your
was
foot
gonna
in at the
ask,
beginning,
what was you putting up with before you tried to put your foot down? You know what I
Who?
mean? T Marsh.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I
yeah,
mean? Because it sounded like it was too late. You had
Well,
already been putting up with all this shit probably over years and then built up in you. You tired of it. People acting fucked up. Kids is acting out of line. You know what I mean? And when you try to put your foot down, you get voted off the island. But how long did it go on that way before you try to put your foot down? You know.
Now, I don't know what his situation is, but I will say that in today's dating dynamic, people are dating for the specific purpose of just a human interaction. There isn't any real courting involved, not initially. There isn't no real intention initially. It's just like, let's just see what happens and I want to enjoy myself in the meantime. So, because of that, you don't have standards for certain behaviors, right? And so you're not serious, you're more casual, but then as the relationship progresses, then you become serious and now you try to enforce certain things in a relationship, and that's because you didn't start off serious. Like if you start off with intent with somebody, you're going to be looking at every little thing. You're going to be looking at, well, how is she dressing, and she's going on girls trips, or going on solo trips, and going to Miami, this, that, and the third, going out to the clubs. If you're casual, that doesn't matter, but if it's somebody that you plan to be with, then you start to really consider those things, especially
Yep.
if while you're a casual, you were entertaining other people. So you're not really keeping tabs on what she's doing because you're kind of juggling yourself. But then when you kind of hone in and kind of tunnel vision focus on somebody that you really want to be with, now you start to scrutinize certain things, and the person is like, well, they don't associate that level of scrutiny with your relationship, and that's when it becomes a problem and you create strife in a relationship only because you're setting boundaries, but because you didn't start off, establishing boundaries. So it's almost like you get hired at a job and you thought that let's say you're going to be a forklift operator. Yeah, I thought I was going to be a forklift operator and I'm going to unload the trucks, and now they're saying, okay, well, we want you to load up pallets too. So we want
Stacking
you to take
boxes and shit now.
we want you to take like individual because that happened to me. I was at the Home Depot warehouse. This is years ago, many years ago, like probably like 20 years ago. I was working at the Home Depot warehouse before I got my license, my professional license. So I was driving a forklift, and then there was like, you know, once we got, they would kept pushing us productivity, right? And so we started pushing our productivity. So then it got to a point to where we would get done loading up trucks quicker. So then once we got done loading up trucks, then it's like, well, help the order pickers to unload the trucks and create pallets. And so, which was like manual labor. You got to, you actually doing physically lifting up stuff, putting it on the pallet. Then you got to take the plastic wrap it around the pallet to create a pallet. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, hold up. I didn't sign up for this. But it's because we didn't start off like that. Now we complaining. But it's like there's people that creating the pallet was their primary jobs. They didn't complain because that's what they signed up for.
That's what their job.
Yeah.
So get it.
Well,
see, Marshall, he was putting up that shit. He couldn't take it anymore. My daughter thought I was living in her house and wanted to do grown people shit under my roof. Hell no, respect my house to get out. Yeah.
Excuse me.
When did we, like Triz was saying, when did we start operating in this fashion as men? And this is why I say, as much as y'all older generation talk shit about the younger generation, we got it from y'all, man.
Well, hold up now, wait a minute, hold up.
Or we combating, we dealing with the shit, the residual effects from what y'all started. The older generation started this shit. The boomers, the one that talked the most shit about everybody. I don't want to go down this road, but it's like, yeah.
No, we need to go down the road. Go down this road.
You know what I mean?
Take a detour.
I'm a Gen X.
When did second wave feminism start?
No, who started?
When did the sexual revolution start?
Who started it? See,
happy wife, happy life.
Happy life. Because see, this situation, like, did you read this comment? Like, did you? I know you read it, but did you really read it? He said, my daughter thought I was living in her house and wanted to do grown people ish under my roof. Hell no, respect my house or get the F out. But she didn't get the F out. You didn't make her get the F out. You left. Now, if you left,
the government probably has something to do with that too.
This is what I'm saying, but this is the legacy that has been created prior to us being here. Now we have to live through it. So now you're in a situation to where, like for instance, if you get into an argument with your wife right now, and the cops get called, they're gonna come there and they're gonna say, "Listen, why don't you stay in a hotel for the night?" They're gonna say it to you as the man, because the ideal is that, well, the woman is the primary caregiver for the children, so it's best that she stays in the home. And so, as the man, you can just go, pack a little overnight bag and go stay in a motel. So it's already like kind of ingrained in us.
Yeah. I ain't going for that shit.
Pack your bags and leave your house.
Nope.
And for me, especially, listen, I bought my first house at 25. I've always lived alone, never actually lived with a woman. Had women over, but never actually lived with a woman. Right? There's no way I'm giving up what I built under any circumstances. Just not gonna do it. I don't care how many kids she got. Look, I'm not going nowhere. That's just me.
Yeah. I ain't never been the type of person that's gonna leave the house, sleep on the couch. I ain't sleeping on the couch because we had a damn argument or you're mad at me. You turn that way, I turn this way, and we both get some good damn sleep. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't trying to hear it.
Hey,
not hearing it, man. But I've always had relationships where, and I think this is the type of way I am. I could be upset with somebody and still love on them. You know what I mean? I don't know where we got this thing to where we disagree. I gotta hate you. No, I'm gonna still show you the same type of love even when I'm mad at you. You know what I mean? Unless you did some crazy foul type of shit that I can't forgive. If I know I'm gonna fucking forgive you and we gonna be all right, I'm not gonna treat you any different. And I think we lost that as a society too. Like, cause we all got a point to prove. Go sleep on the damn couch. Who the fuck sleeping on no damn couch, man? Like, I don't get it. But it's the people that were okay with that. Now, here we are, 40, 50 years later, when we got what we got. And you got the older guys saying, hey, I can't believe what's going on with this younger generation. You raised us.
Exactly.
You raised us. What are you talking about? We are your sons and your grandsons or your nephews. That's who we are. Talk to us.
Well, I mean,
Talk
if
to us.
if you think about it, right? Older generations, right? A lot of guys had, especially the older generation, had two families. Like my grandfather had two families. He had 12 kids on with one woman, 18 kids with another woman.
Jeez.
Two separate families. Now, you create a legacy like that because that becomes the norm. Fast forward to my generation, I got a cousin that got 14 kids. Think they by the same woman? Obviously not. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you can't curate a legacy when you're not present. I don't care how much, like, and my cousin, he got a lot of money. I'm just saying it like that. He got a lot of money. But there's no amount of money in the world that can replace you as a father, your presence.
Yeah.
So you can't spread yourself amongst, the Nick Cannon got all these kids, the Future got all these kids, NBA YoungBoy. He's young and still in the prime of his rap career. So he doesn't have any time. And I think he has like 12 kids right now. It's just crazy stuff. There's another YouTuber, I don't know if you know his name. He's kind of embroiled in some scandal right now. His name is Gully TV. He has 14 kids, and some of them are by young girls, not underage, but young girls, right? So you have a child by a young girl who doesn't really have any wisdom to impart herself, and add that to the fact that you're not there. So how do you think that child is going to turn out? Because there's a lot of these guys.
How old is he?
He's like probably close to 50, like 40, 48, 49, somewhere around there. And so, like, I don't think a lot of guys think about that, who, desire to be with young women, younger women. Definitely, we're talking about over the age, but like somebody between the ages of 18 and really like 25 doesn't have a lot of wisdom to impart. So if you're going to have children by somebody in that age range, you most definitely need to be there to oversee the upbringing of your children.
Yeah, how you gonna?
Because
be
if
there?
you rely
how long
solely
you
on
gonna
that
be there
young woman, your kids are doomed.
Yeah.
In general, what I try to tell people is you can't blame others for what you allowed into your life. And sometimes, everybody makes mistakes, but all we can do is learn from them.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Is it really a mistake when you
But-
know the outcome, but you intentionally do it anyway? Like, for instance, like, like a particular type of woman is not the best decision to make, especially if you're talking about risky interactions that can result in children, yet you do it anyway like a woman that lives certain lifestyle, a woman that's crazy.
Mhm.
Like there's guys that deal with just because she looks good, but you know she's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I agree. It's like some people know the law, but they decide to break it anyway.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
because
that's a choice. That's a choice. It's a choice, man. If you like you said, you know the outcome. You know it's wrong, but you choose to do it anyway. Yeah,
that's not a mistake at that point.
it's not a mistake.
Uh,
It's a choice. You're choosing that, and people
You
do
know
it
what it
with
is?
their
It's a calculated
peace.
risk. It's a calculated risk. You're like, okay, well, here's what potentially could happen, but I think the potential reward is it exceeds the risk involved, so I'm going to do it. And I think we've all been there. I mean, I've done it myself. Luckily, I don't
Absolutely,
have any. Um,
absolutely.
I don't have any, residual reminders because of some of the decisions I made. Thank God.
Might be a
But
kid, might be HIV. You know what I mean? You don't know.
this is
Might
well,
be,
and
might
I
might.
want to clear up this HIV thing because of the industry that I work in. Um, because I hear it a lot, and yes, there is risk with any interaction of contracting HIV. But let's be clear: when we talk about the risk of transmission, right? Because we're dealing with a particular bacterial phage that's quite fragile. The bacterial phage is this collection of proteins that are folded in a certain way that create this three-dimensional object that can move along cell surfaces and inject genetic material. This is the bacterial phage itself. It's very fragile. So when it's outside of the body, it doesn't last long. On surfaces, it doesn't last long. When exposed to differences in certain pHs, it's not going to last long. The proteins associated with this construction become what's called denatured. That means they unfold. They don't have a shape anymore. And proteins shape creates their function, right? If a protein is in a different shape, it doesn't function the same way, right? So with that being said, it's very difficult to transmit HIV, believe it or not, right? So people who contract HIV, number one, they're probably very unlucky. But number two, the behaviors that they were engaged in were probably very risky, right?
Promiscuous.
And so when we look at the modes of transmission, obviously we have, sexual contact, blood and bodily fluids, right? Se- Conventional sexual contact, male to female. It's very difficult for a woman to give a male HIV through normal sexual intercourse unless he has open sores, things like that on his genitalia. Very, very difficult, right? Even for a male to give it to a female under normal
Had herpes.
herpes is different though. I'm talking about HIV. Under normal
Yeah,
circumstances, the male to female normal interactions, normal intimate interactions, it's
having
difficult,
herpes
not
sore
as
was the cause you to get HIV.
but now here's the key. Intravenous drug use, like sharing needles, very extremely high risk, right? Extremely high risk behavior, right? And then because you pass the body's natural defenses that way. But then you're talking about, you know, anal, right? Which, we is extremely prevalent in a specific demographic of men. So when I hear about these transmission cases, right, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen under normal circumstances, but I'm thinking, okay, there is somebody involved in that equation that engaged in extremely risky behavior under an extenuating circumstances. That means they were engaged in unconventional interactions. Is what if you catch my drift. So a lot of guys a lot of people are feared about, contracting this and contracting that, but it's like, okay, a lot of times what's not mentioned is that in that equation, there's somebody who's living in an alternative lifestyle or somebody who's engaged in illicit drug use.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I can agree on
It's
that.
generally not just normal stuff going on.
But like For instance, other sexually transmitted diseases, a lot of that can be avoided by using a condom. Not, it's not 100%, but it's a lot more safer, especially when you're dealing with somebody that you just there to get your rocks off and move on. You know, somebody that you wouldn't normally consider in a relationship or
Whoa,
marriage.
whoa, 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 whoa.
See
Blizz,
this?
you gotta read this comment.
I was waiting.
You got. This. I think, did he mean it the
PH
other way,
expert. I
or he
don't know,
joking?
man. We gonna ask him, but he says pH expert purposes with advances in meds, I would rather have HIV versus something really nasty like herpes. Wow.
Man, I
I don't
just
know, man.
this man.
I
I'm
think
If
just
they
I
both.
had
right now.
if
I
I
think
had
they
my
both
choice, I
kind of
don't want
crazy.
none of them.
Yeah, me either. But
I mean,
I
this.
don't know because I don't know actual going through what HIV is like. I don't know what herpes is like. But damn, bro, I don't want one of them. Whew. I don't want
Herpes.
HIV. I don't want HIV. I'd rather have herpes, bro. I don't care.
Nah,
I
nah,
don't
nah,
care.
nah. Yeah.
If I
I
had
would
to
rather
choose,
have herpes because HIV itself creates creates the potential for opportunistic infections. So the HIV itself isn't what kills you. It's some of the associated diseases you get because of your weakened immune system. So if you have HIV, you can have Kaposi sarcoma. Like there's like things that, as far as skin lesions and stuff, that are way worse than herpes that you get as a result of having active AIDS, from poorly managed HIV.
All I can say is I don't want none of them, so I ain't gonna say which one I'd rather
yeah.
have. I don't
But if
want
you had
any.
to choose, come on, bro. If you had to choose, which one?
Neither.
Come on, man. Play along.
Honestly, I don't know.
One is
I'm
life threatening, one is not. I mean, come on, it's like a no brainer.
Yeah, you ain't gonna die from herpes.
well, from what my
Shit, you might not
understanding,
even find out you got herpes till 10 years down the line.
herpes is only contagious when you have a breakout.
That's not true.
That's
I
Not
don't
true.
that's
know.
what.
Not true.
So you,
Herpes is contagious at any point while you're infected. Now, you have a higher potential to pass it on when you have an active outbreak. But that's not to say that if you don't have an active lesion, some people are asymptomatic and still pass it on. This is the reason why herpes is so prevalent, because you have people who never have outbreaks, who are asymptomatic, but carry the
huh,
herpes virus and they're able to pass it on through their bodily fluids.
Yeah.
that's the same with HIV. Some people carry the virus, but don't have the effects from it. But they can transmit it to others. Who was that old basketball player that?
Magic Johnson.
Yeah, Magic Johnson. But honestly, I don't have to worry about it now. One, I'm married, unless my wife cheats on me, and two, before then, I always use protection.
Yeah. Nah, I learned early in life. I learned really early about STIs, man. The hard way.
And let me
12
tell
years
you,
old.
I'm sorry.
At 12 years old, I learned about STIs the hard way. I got burnt at 12 years old, man.
You know what's crazy, right? And see, it be the ones like, I had this lady, and my name has been slandered on the internet with this "are we dating the same guy" type stuff, whatever, right? They got these groups where women like basically get disgruntled because,
Oh shit!
like,
Really?
yeah. Like I had like a girl that I went out on a date with. I never even hugged her, never even kissed her. We just went out one time. I seen her, and she basically kind of catfished me. So like I didn't really contact her again. And so then she went on this tirade online and just made all this stuff up that I only want to set. And it's like we never even had to, like, what are you talking about? and start saying I'm giving out STDs, just like really just bizarre stuff, whatever, right? And so
Damn, bro.
I had some woman said, I saw you, on this Facebook group, blah blah blah, this, that, and a third, and I heard these rumors, and you pass around STDs, and you got like all these kids. I don't have any kids, never had any STDs, ever. And I said, well, how about this? I said, we can open up each other's. I can open up my chart. You open up your my chart. We'll switch phones, and then we'll go to the clinic together and get tested, and then we'll sit in the doctor's office and have him read out both our results with both of us present. She never contacted me again after I said that. Because see, a lot of these women, see, women will act like guys are passing around, but really it's these. Because think about it. It's so much easier for a woman to have an intimate interaction with a man, much more so than it is for a man to have. A man has to actually put forth effort. A woman could just sit down, and her phone is going to ring off the hook uncontrollably. So a lot of these women are having significantly more encounters than the average man. Consequently, they're the ones that are basically living cesspools, because it's a lot easier for a man to give it to a woman, right? So a lot of these women are infected, or they've had histories of infections, but you know what I'm saying? They'll try to act as though it's like an issue with men, but it's an issue with these women. And I think that it should be the norm for a guy to be like, listen, let's open up your my chart. Let's open up your my chart, and let me see what your history is.
I have a story I can share about something similar to that. My
Let me read some of this chat. Let me read some of this chat real quick. You're in that real quick. You're in the health field, right?
Yeah.
Trish. All right. So just in case, I knew that, but just in case, because you said it earlier. Missed all the STD stuff. Thank you. AIDS is in the condoms, my brothers. Family member here in the PA's dealing with HIV. He said the meds actually.
Well, hold up. Let's not scroll past that one, right?
I'll come back to it. I just want to catch up.
Okay.
Because where I'm at, 11:50. I'm not too bad. I'm 5 minutes behind, but just want me to start it? Yeah, I'll start it. Hold on. Yeah, I'll start these and we'll come back to them. The key. Alright, Icy's in the building. Icy, hello, gorgeous. How you doing? She said the real question is, will you still fuck if everyone besides you have a STD? Any thoughts? I'm gonna start that one too. Mega love, shout out Blizz and everyone else. I was shocked to learn the one young man got HIV, so I read up on it. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. PH Expat Prepper, salute from Icy. Juice says, I've always thought, based on what I heard years ago, that herpes is transmitted only when there is an outbreak.
Not true.
Yep, I started that one. Saying hi, Adam, Super Triz from Icy on YouTube. I'm almost there. All the hellos I'm gonna skip, guys. I know you ain't talking. I know you ain't. We in this together. You be backed up in the chat. Let's see when Blizz see this. I bet Super backed up. Juice. All right. BIY. Russ, salute, brother. It's good to see you in here, man. See, I'm glad I did scroll because I didn't even know Russ was in here. Salute, Russ. Good to see you, bro. Type mine if you got a channel and you're a content creator. Type MINE in the chat. Let Nightbot drop your channel link. Promote yourself. That's what we do here. Promote yourself. Thank you, Icy, for typing that in there. Stop the lies. It causes fear. Russ says hello to Icy. T. Marsh says, can I have a case of HIV instead of herpes? Wow, bro. I don't know what herpes looks like, what it feels like. I don't think it compares to HIV.
Man, y'all out of y'all mind, man. Out of y'all
But
mind.
I don't know, man.
but to get back to what I was trying to say
All right, go
earlier,
ahead.
and it
Go
has
ahead.
to do with STDs. My uncle found out that his wife was cheating on him when he contracted a STD from her. I tried to ask him which one, but he wouldn't tell me. That's how he found out his wife was cheating. She gave him a STD.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, so we got the
It's
star
crazy.
comment. I don't know if I starred everyone that y'all interested in, but here's the
Well,
one. Here's one.
yeah, that one. Um, this is true. With antiretroviral therapy, you keep your viral load low, especially if you begin antiretroviral therapy earlier, rather than later in a disease sequence. But the issue is the adherence to the medications because, like I said, in my particular field, we don't really deal with this particular aspect. I deal more with like organ transplants and things like that. So organ transplants is similar where you have to take you're on lifelong medications, right? These are medications that you can't miss a dose. You have to be consistent with it. Even with this, people with immediate consequences for missing a dose, people miss doses.
Hmm.
So you're talking about something like HIV medications where you can miss a couple of doses. It's not gonna really be a big issue. If you get back on the medications, you should be fine. So people do miss doses. They may go long periods of missing doses, and depending on if they're having to pay out of pocket or what percentage of the medication costs they have to pay out of pocket, there may be times when they don't have doses on hand, and because of that, they miss doses, and then their viral load goes up, and they become um, a potential vector of transmission. Um, so I wouldn't trust, like for instance, if let's just say that I met a girl and she said, "Yeah, I want to tell you that, you know, I'm, HIV positive and I take antiretroviral drugs. I get my blood drawn, every 2 weeks. My current viral load is 0. I'm not transmissible. I'm not trying to hear none of that. I'm gonna be 100 with you. Like I'm not dealing with because there's another lady that mentioned, what if everybody around you had an STI except you? Listen, I don't want to listen. If somebody has an STI, whether it's treatable or untreatable, because many of them are treatable, it doesn't matter. I'm not dealing with somebody, regardless of the amount of protection. If I had a bulletproof condom, I still wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't even be able to be aroused. Like mentally, I just couldn't engage. That's just me.
I wouldn't have relationships with somebody that I know it has STDs. Period.
Yeah,
And
like
that's
right,
just my
present,
preference.
present. Yeah, nah, nah,
But you know
nah.
what's
I
crazy?
couldn't do it. I
I
couldn't do it.
see
But I
stories
know
of
people will.
guys who say, women and be like, yeah, I caught HIV from my past boyfriend. I thought it was over for me. Then I met this guy, and I told him, and he was okay with it. We've been together for X amount of years. I'm like, yo, what is this? Like, that's
Yeah, that's
crazy.
that was. But I know people that will absolutely do it. Absolutely, with no protection or nothing. I know some nasty dudes, bro.
Yeah,
Straight up,
especially
seen it. Getting them
especially
pregnant and
if the
everything,
woman is
bro.
attractive. Like some guys will compromise everything. Remember, I
Yep.
said the
Like
guy
we,
will deal with a
like,
crazy woman if she's attractive enough. Like,
yep.
I
I
Go
have
ahead and smile.
I have a hypothetical question. What if everybody in the world has a STD besides you? Are you going to have sex and risk having an STD yourself?
That's what I
hell
usually
the
ask.
fuck no.
That's
You know,
why I see
you know what? Matter of fact, everybody got an STD.
Everybody in the world.
I'm a start a YouTube channel. I'm a streamer with my girlfriend, Palmetto.
Palmetto.
That's probably my girlfriend, Palmetto.
Drew says, I've always thought, based on what I've heard years ago, that herpes is transmitted only when there is an outbreak. That's, like I said, I don't work in the medical field. I heard that too, and I never really believed it. I never really
I,
believed that shit though.
I,
Like it doesn't
I,
make sense.
I, I checked on ChatGPT about herpes. They said herpes is the most contagious when you have a breakout, but even if you're not broken out, you still have a chance to contract herpes.
There you
Now,
go.
see, now,
That's
whoever
what he
that
said.
was in a comment that told me to stop spreading fear, you just heard it from Chat GPT since you don't believe me. Now, I've been in this field since 1999. But hey, you ain't got to take my word for it. Take Chat GPT word for it.
And then a question from Icy Super Triz. Any thoughts about creating your own channel again?
Not going to happen. Not
Yeah, I
happening.
would. I think we should do it, man. You know what? I'm gonna say that anyway, bro. But
Not
yeah,
happening. No, you know what? I don't know if I really went over it. So I got to the point where when I realized that so many people will hear what you're saying, say yeah, I get it, I agree, you're right, yo, we need to get this message out. But then it's like when I look at their actions, it doesn't reflect a congruency with their statement that they concur with what I'm saying. For instance, you had a lot of guys in the spaces years ago when the gender wars were in full effect. You think the gender wars are going on now? No, the gender wars were in full effect back in like 2014, 2015. It was crazy, right? And so my sentiment was, as men, we have to look at our own behaviors and how we perpetuate the behaviors that we complain of from the opposite sex. For instance, and I gave an example, and I pulled up my own personal Instagram and I showed it. I said, look, this is my Instagram. You can look at who I'm following and who's following me. Look at the numbers. There's more people following me than I'm following. I don't follow people who don't follow me back. I don't care who they are, celebrities, none of that stuff matters to me. As a matter of fact, this is, and I said, this is the Discover tab. If I want to see something, I can just go to the Discover tab. I don't have to follow somebody because the algorithm works in such a way that it's going to show me things that the type of stuff that I frequent anyway, right? Yeah. So why do I need to follow somebody? Because you're treating them like a celebrity. They're going to treat you like a fan. So now you got these women who have, and showing examples, you have women who have 250,000 followers and she's only following 50-some people. So you look like a dork following this woman who doesn't follow you back. You're liking every post that she makes, commenting under her posts. It just doesn't make any sense. But yet you're complaining about the women. Oh, these women, they think they have unlimited options, and no, they do have unlimited options. You're proof of it. And so it's like I got tired of saying this type of stuff over and over again, and then it'd be guys that's in my comment section saying, yeah, we gotta, these women, they think they all that. And I go look at those same guys that's commented in my comment section. I go to their social media, I look at their Instagram, I look at their Facebook, and they cupcaking. They liking, commenting, hello beautiful, good morning beautiful, the heart eye emojis under every post. It's like y'all are the problem.
Alexander says, do y'all research? I believed, as Alexander did at first, that herpes only contagious through a breakout. But I looked it up on ChatGPT, and it says that you can still get it whether they have a breakout or not. but I will later go online and I actually will look deep into it to, for my own benefit.
And what you'll find is that I am right, because not only, first of all, I actually did um, a research paper on this very subject. I don't even understand why people even argue in this. I've done the research myself. I've actually did a research paper where I cited sources from scholarly articles, scholarly journals, peer-reviewed work. We're not talking about a magazine article. We're not talking about a internet website. I'm talking about, these are professionals in the field who have done the research and who have created scholarly articles and scientific journal writings that disseminate this particular information. So I've done the extensive research. Yes, it can be transmitted. Even HIV, people who have quote unquote zero viral load, there is a possibility of transmitting the disease, because there may be a viral load that's low enough not to be detected, but that doesn't mean that there's no viral bacterial phages present in your bloodstream. And that's what people don't understand. And then also some like, for instance, herpes, the virus itself can be in bodily fluids, but it also can be within some of the epithelial tissues. So even though you may say, for instance, you may urinate into a cup, or they draw some blood, and they may not necessarily see the viruses in a sample, that the sample that you submitted, but then you engage in intimate interactions, and the friction involved, right, can dislodge some of the epithelial cells where the virus can reside. And so now you have yet another a fomite for transmission that wasn't present during normal laboratory testing, but during that intimate act, that friction involved dislodged some of those cells. This is why things can be transmitted, whether or not you're showing symptoms. Like, I don't even know, like, are you that hard pressed for intimacy that you're willing to risk it? Like, there's 8 billion people on this planet, more than half of which are women, and then take half of that of women who are of age. That still leaves a good 2 billion people.
He said, "Look at the guys hitting the bars, bar finding. It's like they just do not care."
Well,
I ain't like.
Well,
it's
I don't pretend to be an expert on STDs, HIV, and stuff like that. I just know I just don't. I know I don't want to contract it, and do what I can to protect myself, and that's all I think any of us can do. But yeah,
Like
I
she
do
said,
find it. I do find it interesting.
now somebody asked earlier.
Human behavior is very interesting, bro.
Somebody asked earlier if there's a difference between STD and STI. STD is considered, it's like almost calling somebody mentally retarded, where they basically changed the nomenclature, but the implications are still the same. So the sexually transmitted disease, versus STI, sexually transmitted infection, right? The disease, I guess, gave the connotation that somehow an infection with, whatever this ailment is somehow uncurable, which there are a lot of STIs that are very treatable. So I think they want to say sexually transmitted infection because it's more encompassing, right? Because you have a lot of STIs that people don't even think about, right? People think about the common ones. They think about, gonorrhea, chlamydia, HIV, herpes, right? And they kind of ignore hepatitis. They ignore syphilis. They ignore mycoplasma genitalium. They ignore trichomoniasis. These are because you have viruses, you have bacteria, but you also have protozoa, right? Like trichomoniasis is a protozoa, right? And what makes protozoa particularly different is that they're considered an organism in and of itself. Like bacteria is like just considered bacteria, right? But protozoa is like is how can I put this? It's more considered almost like a extremely microscopic animal, right? Even though it's like these are, you talk about unicellular type organisms, but protozoa generally they're not as easily detected because the people generally don't test for those things. They require different treatment modalities. Sometimes dual medication therapies. And so people just think about and so like even when you go get tested, right, you have to ask for certain tests. If you say, even if you go to the doctor, say, yeah, I want a full STD panel, right? They're not going to test for mycoplasma genitalium. They're not going to test for trichomoniasis. You have to ask for these things.
Yeah, I know
So
that.
a lot of people right
That's
now.
part of my regular.
That's
part of my regular checkup. No matter what, it's part of my regular checkup.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people have STIs right now and don't even know it because they get tests and they think, and it's no fault of them because they're not in the industry. So I'm not faulting them, because some people or a lot of people will have certain STIs and be asymptomatic, right? And so they don't even know. And then if they go to the doctor and get tested, and the doctor doesn't test for these things, then they think, oh, well, I got my STD test, it's negative. Well, yeah, it's negative for those things, but you didn't test for everything.
Yeah.
Right? Because a full STD panel, it's going to cost you a couple $100. It's not cheap.
Well, when it comes
that's why it's best. That's why I'm saying it's best to. I don't know how sexually active anybody here is or how many different people you sleep with. The best thing to do is to get it with your annual checkup. That's how I do it. That's how I do it.
Hold on. Yes, the annual checkup, but you should be getting tested far more frequently than that.
I don't think I need to.
I think you always, unless you're not sexually, if you're sexually active,
yeah,
right. Unless you're married, right.
I'm married.
If you're married, you know it could. There's always a possibility that your wife could cheat, right? But you're acting under the auspices that your wife is faithful, right? We're gonna pretend like your wife is faithful. If you're married, I would say annually should be fine. Which are just what your normal lab, just have them draw everything with it, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not married, but you're active, you should be tested more frequently. I would say at least once a quarter. If you're active,
4 times a year.
Yeah, if you're active, I would say one, because here's the thing, right? Number one, who wants to be somebody passing around STIs? Nobody wants to do that, right? And number two, you want to know for your own, peace of mind. Number three, some of these STIs have long-term implications if untreated, right? Particularly like gonorrhea, syphilis. These can cause scarring within the urethra. For men, our urethra also has a dual purpose. It expels urine, but it also expels semen, right? So if there's any damage to that structure, it can affect fertility in men, right? So you may not care about having kids now, but at some point you may want to have kids. But then you find that because you've had these STIs that have been untreated, and maybe they were untreated because you just didn't know you had them because maybe you were asymptomatic. Because everybody's not going to have a penile discharge. Everybody's not going to have itching or pain when they urinate, right? Some people are just asymptomatic, depending on, because there's different. You may have one disease or one infection, but you may have differing strains, right? And depending on your own individual physiology, you may not show symptoms. So that's why you have to get tested. And somebody saying this is a crazy ass topic. We're men. How's this crazy?
Yeah, that's T-Marsh.
How's this crazy?
T-Marsh.
I'm going to turn off my camera while I eat lunch.
All right.
Yeah, I do mine annually. I think I'm sexually active. It's just how I've always done it. Even when I was in a relationship, maybe I should do it more. You got me thinking now. You know
yeah, you definitely. And then like, are you testing for everything?
I test for everything.
Okay.
Yep. Because I know that they leave shit off. But but the thing I like about that is it's through my primary care provider. He's the one setting it up. He knows I want. He knows what I want. You know what I mean? I'm comfortable with him. That for me, that's the best way to do it. Instead of going to like some clinic where nobody knows me, feel like, you know what I mean? Nope. I go do my annual. Well, I was doing it twice a year when I had to go twice. Now I only have to go to the doctor once now, once a year. So I just do it then. It's just a routine. It's just a routine. It's not that I think I have anything or anything. It's just routine. Even when I was in a relationship, like this is gonna happen. You gonna do yours. You know what I mean? Like just routine. Whether I was married or not.
Now, see, I get mine at my primary care provider when I get my annual checkup.
Mm-hmm.
But then I go to the lab, the same lab,
Yeah.
and I get it throughout the year, even without seeing my doctor. And I just have them; they just put it on my chart. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because my insurance is not going to pay for it anyway. You see what I'm saying? They're only going to pay for it when I get my annual exam, which I think is crazy. I think that's the problem. You know, I think that insurance, you know, to kind of encourage people to get tested more frequently, the insurance should be covering it. Wait, can you go back to that statement? I missed that one.
I started, but no, go ahead.
Let me see. I missed it, but saying the background of Super Shred's career will probably makes a difference. Not saying it wasn't discussed already. I'm okay. Yeah. Well, it's not
Salute,
just
Michael, man.
Michael.
Mike. I want you to know we appreciate you here, bro. We may not always agree. You know what I mean? We don't got to fight about that. But we do appreciate you, bro. We appreciate you coming through. Most of the things, some of the things you say I agree with, some of the things you don't. I don't agree with. And it's nothing wrong with that. I think we had talked about that before.
Well, anything that's said in the comments or even in the live, if I'm not sure about it, even though I believe the person's telling the truth, I still take the time to look it up, research it myself for my own better understanding and learning process.
Yeah.
Listen, anything I say, y'all welcome to fact check. But I would recommend when you go on Chat GPT or Grok or Copilot, whatever, you can ask in the query. You can say, I would like sources cited from peer-reviewed literature. That's what you want. You want peer-reviewed literature. Because if it's not peer-reviewed, anybody could I could put an article that I haven't done any research on, and then it could show up in a search result, but it's not peer-reviewed. Peer-reviewed means that experts in the field have reviewed the research that you've done and given the okay.
Yeah.
That's the academic standard. And I'm saying that from from college and whatnot. We were unable to use sources that were not scholarly sources. They had to be from peer-reviewed literature, period. No exceptions.
About this question, should married couples get tested? I say yes.
But like I said, with your annual exam, right? No, first of all, now, I'm not saying that you should be living in fear that your spouse is cheating. That's not what I'm saying, right? Hopefully, we act under the auspices that our spouse is faithful, right? But you're going to get blood drawn at your annual exam anyway, so you might as well have them test for that anyway, right?
Yeah, you already there. Get everything you need done,
right? And they don't need much blood because a lot of your STI tests are done through urine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some of it is blood, some of it is urine. You pee in a little cup, and get your blood drawn, and that's that. And then they get your results a couple days.
There's some things I'm gonna do, even in a relationship. I'm going to get tested regardless, annually at least. And then, like even when my girl that I was with, my son's mother, like I'm getting a paternity test. They don't need to make that mandatory for me.
Yep.
That kid came out. My son came out looking just like me. He still look just like me to this day. I don't care. He look like me. All right, fine. Where the cotton swab at? Like for real, I don't care, bro. And if a woman gets offended, because it should be discussed. It should be discussed before anything else. You know, y'all talking about having a baby, you planning that. Look, I'm getting a test. It should be discussed before anything happens. I'm getting that test. Like, it doesn't matter. And if she gets offended, that's something for you to think about.
I'm gonna drop a bomb on you right now. This is a bomb. This is something that you're gonna want to clip. Right? How is it that a woman can be offended by you requesting a paternity test based on lack of trust or alleged lack of trust, but they'll go through your phone?
Shouldn't be doing that shit either, but
well, I'm just saying. And, you know, listen. Not only a woman will find an excuse to go through your phone. She'd be like, you know, my battery's about to die, or you know, I can't get it signal. Can I use your phone real quick? And you know damn well what they trying to do.
Yeah.
You know exactly what they're trying to do. Is like, okay, yeah, I know what you're trying to do.
Yes, Russ. Yes, Russ. Please. The answer to this is yes. There's nothing wrong with it, man. There's nothing wrong with it. What's the alternative?
When it comes to phones, in my case, my wife can use my phone. I can use her. We don't have nothing to hide from each other.
I don't know. I mean, that's your wife?
Yeah, my wife.
I don't think it's I don't think it's that big of a deal. But when you sneak in to do it, it is. You know.
Or you try to play it off like you're trying to use the phone for something else. Like, oh, I can't get a signal. Let me use your phone. And you know damn well they got a signal. They just want to make an excuse to use their phone, or they'll be like, my battery's about to die. You got any battery on your phone? Let me use your phone real quick. I'm gonna call. You know, I remember the first time a girl did this to me, man. It was a girl, but I was with her for a while too. She was like, yeah, you know, I can't get a signal. Let me use your phone. Right? And her phone was just at the angle where I could see, man, she had 4 bars. I'm like, yo, what? Like, what the hell? Like, it didn't dawn on me right away, but after the fact, I was like, man, this motherfucker played me.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Because I remember, like, she had my phone and she like had it for a while with her, right? And I remember, like, I was listening to her talking. She was like talking to her mom, and like, she was like talking about bullshit. And I think she was just dragging it to get me to walk off. Like, she was just like, you know, dragging out the conversation. So finally I walked off, and I remember I was like coming back. She wasn't talking on the phone, but she was like kind of going through my phone.
Yeah, look, the question is, why would you... Damn, I can't read. The question is, why would you be with a person like that invades your personal privacy? If that's a mutual understanding. Not every culture understand personal space privacy. Yeah. I mean, we damn sure understand it here in America, and it don't stop some people. I wouldn't want to be with nobody like that, that's snooping around, that's thinking I'm cheating on them, that's, you know, I mean, in the past I could understand it. But in more recent relationships, no. Like, if you can't trust me, what the fuck you doing with me? If you got to do all that, why are you with me?
I just say on my phone I have nothing to hide. Well,
me neither, but even if I do, it may not be from you. It's my personal fucking phone. It don't gotta be cheating. It could be something for work that you ain't supposed to. You don't know. Don't snoop. If you can't trust a person, if you feel a certain type of way, ask the question. And then live with it. You know?
Yeah, but say if, for example, my wife was snooping on my phone, It's just as easy for me to get her phone, type in a password, and see what she has on her phone. So it goes both ways with us. Now it's kind of
Paternity
bad.
test is a must. Should be automatic at birth. I agree. Expat Pepper, I agree. But I'm not waiting for the fucking government to make it a law. I'm gonna
I
do it my.
say
I'm getting the damn paternity test.
I say a
If I
paternity
gotta
test before
swab
you
you
sign
where
the
you
birth
sleep,
certificate.
if I gotta swab you while you sleep, and then go get the damn, you know,
I say
it's,
a
I don't
fraternity
care,
test
man.
before you sign a birth
What
certificate.
if
You
you
know
look like
what?
the mailman?
And that's a good point before you sign a birth certificate, because there's legal implications to paternity,
Exactly.
right? Because at some point the court is going to ask for it. If there's any type of dispute, the court is going to demand that you get a paternity test anyway. So might as well just have it on record, because this kind of sets you up for paternity fraud. Because let's just say, right? Let's just say that it is your kid, right? The woman may need some financial assistance before the child is even born. So you want to establish paternity as soon as possible, because you've likely already been giving that person, some type of support even before the child is birthed.
I think they somewhere they were trying to pass that law. They were trying to pass a law like that. I can't remember where. It was a state law though. I don't think it was federal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
They're trying to pass it.
um,
I don't know where it was at.
I don't know if it was like Michigan, Ohio, Florida,
somewhere.
one of these states. I remember, yeah,
I
that was
don't
like a
live
month
there.
ago.
I
I
know
heard them
that.
saying that.
But
But
I ain't worried about it anyway.
even if
For the
you
next
find out,
generation, they need to be worried about it.
from my understanding, even if you find out the child is not yours and you sign the birth certificate, in some states you're still legally liable to pay child support. That's from
Okay.
my understanding. Now, if it's 100% accurate, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Kile is life 29. Hello, how are you? It's good to see you here. Thank you for stopping by. She said, like them, my friend. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And for the rest of y'all in here, hit the like button for your boy, man. Please, man. We having good conversations up here. Yeah, I think it should be mandatory. It should be mandatory at birth. They like we were saying about the doctor's office, us going to the doctor, getting the shit done during the annual. They testing that baby for all type of other stuff anyway. What's one more test? It's not even invasive. It's not even an invasive test. They don't want to offend women, and I don't be up here going hard on women. I don't. But they don't. They like I don't get it. Just do one more test. I don't know. Do
And
you know how many tests they do on like just a regular healthy baby?
Yeah, they do. They
Triz?
do a gazillion.
Yeah, exactly. What's one more? A swab. Now the only thing about that is daddy gotta be there, you know, to actually get swabbed, which, majority of us we are, but it's
I
it
can
makes no sense to me, man.
I can say in my marriage, I don't have to worry about a paternity test. And the reason why is my wife cannot have children.
Yeah, he said if you ain't cheating, why you worry? Cause there might be something else in my phone that don't have nothing to do with cheating. There might be a personal conversation I'm having with a family member that got nothing to do with her that I don't want her knowing about. Maybe it's their personal business, and she's snooping all through my damn messages. Not that it ever happened to me, but I'm just saying that it's more than just cheating. Everything ain't about cheating, you know.
Or maybe you can be looking at getting a gift for somebody. You see what I'm saying? Like I had a girl, I have bought her a gift,
Hold on,
and I
I'll
put
be
it.
right back. My grandson crying. I'll be right back.
All right.
Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I had a girl that I was dealing with. I bought her a gift, but I wasn't going to give it to her yet. I'm going to give it to her when I'm ready to give it to her. I had it in a lockbox, and she was like, she had went through my drawers. I guess she had went through my drawers, and used the excuse, oh, I had folded up some clothes. I was trying to put them on your drawers. I was like, well, why are you going to the other room to put in the drawer? You could have put in the drawer that's in my room, And she saw the lockbox and she's like, I saw you had a lockbox. I know if you had a gun in there or whatever the case may be. I'm like, don't worry about what's in that lockbox. Women, some women are just nosy. Even if they don't believe you cheating, they just want to know everything.
In some ways, I can agree. But Icy did bring up a good point. Every relationship is different, and what you accept and don't accept is a personal preference based on your values and principles.
Yep. And experience too, because sometimes at a certain age, you may not know what's healthy in a relationship and what's not. You may not know what will set you off and what won't. It may not be until you've experienced certain behaviors that you realize, okay, I can't deal with a woman that exhibits these type of behaviors, until you've actually had experience with that. So I think that's where a lot of my issues have been, is that, I just didn't know, that it would be an issue until it was. Then I realized, okay, this is not something that that I can deal with long term. And it's at the point in a relationship where it's too late to it's too late to attempt to correct the behavior, because I've already set a precedent, so that's where you kind of chalk up things. And like for me, I don't want to deal with a woman with a lot of tattoos. I really don't like any tattoos on a woman at all, but this day and age, I mean, it's not like necessarily like a deal breaker per se.
And that's a personal preference.
It's a personal preference.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with a woman with a lot of tattoos. I don't want to deal with a woman with all these crazy piercings. I don't want to deal with a woman who drinks excessively. I don't drink at all, but I mean, if a woman drinks a little bit, it's okay. But I definitely don't want an alcoholic. Not just for the behavior issue, but then like later on, just like again, the field that I work in, I understand the implications, long-term implications of alcohol abuse, and how potentially it could be very problematic later on. Dealing with hospital visits and liver failure, liver disease, all that kind of crap. It's not something I want to deal with. But it's not until I dealt with those things that like, for instance, I've dealt with women with kids, but having dealt with women with kids, my experience told me that that's not something that I want to deal with. So I really don't deal with women with kids. Is it a deal breaker? I can't say that now. But it's it's highly unlikely that I would, end up with a woman who already had kids at this point in time. Maybe if I'm older, and already have kids of my own, then okay. If I got into a relationship after already having kids, but I don't really want to deal with a woman with kids right now.
Well, if you're talking about dating a baby mama, that's that's a matter of preference.
Yeah.
You have to make that decision. Well, every decision you make, there are consequences to every decision you make.
It could be a standard. It could be a standard. It could be whatever you want it to be. If it's a standard, then you don't even consider it. It's an absolute no.
Oh no, I was saying that it's not. I was saying that for me, it's not. They're not absolute deal breakers. It's just something that's highly unlikely. And so when people exhibit, like through experience, I've realized that certain things are just. I think most often more trouble than it's worth, or just altogether off-putting. So, but it's not a deal breaker because I'm looking at the comprehensive picture, right? I'm looking at the attributes versus the liabilities, right?
Yeah.
And I just calculate all of those together, and I figure, okay, is this person a net asset to my life, or they're going to be problematic, right? So I can't just
But
say there's one thing that's going to make a woman make me not deal with a woman, unless she's psycho. If she's psycho, I'm not dealing with her. But beyond
I,
that,
I understand. And, anybody that chooses to date a lady that has kids already, and y'all plan on getting married, you must not only love the woman, you must love the kids as well as your own.
this is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to replace their daddy, and you shouldn't try to replace their daddy, but you should be a major part in their lives if that's what you decide to do.
Awful vlog. Hello, welcome. How you doing? It's good to see you in here. Anib is saying hi. It's good to see you guys in here. Thank you for coming. Icy says education and communication with these type of stuff is important. Yeah, and just being able to just have these conversations that you don't hear. Like, I don't really hear them. Maybe because my algorithm is fucked up. But yeah, like I said, it's barbershop talk, open panel. We could talk about anything you guys want to talk about. I'm gonna drop the link again. You guys want to come up? I'd appreciate
I'd like to see Miss Icy
anybody
come up if she can,
that want to come up.
or AFK.
And Eliza 123, hello. Let me welcome these people in here. Kila says Blizzard Abroad. Sending support friend from my live. Thank you. Candy Caramel support. Thank you for coming. Welcome. PH Expat Prepper says, saying my wife cannot have kids. Too many miscarriages. Just the life she was dealt. We are good though. Yeah.
Well, in my wife's case, she had to have a hysterectomy at a younger age, so therefore she couldn't have children.
Yeah. Different relationships, different dynamics, but personal space should be personal space. Absolutely. And it ain't always about cheating. It's just about being able, like we were saying earlier, man, being able to have that space for yourself is important to some people. Some people it's not. Some people, their phone is their escape. I don't want you reading a personal message I sent to my mom. We don't know what the hell we talking about. It could be just as simple as that. You know what I mean?
I have to agree with what T. Marsh just said. After you get a certain age, you have to expect her to have a child already. As you get older and you date women around close to your same age, most of them won't have children.
Russ said, oh, wait. That's true, Adam. If you sign that birth certificate, you're the daddy in the eyes of the law. If you're married, you are the daddy in the eyes of the law also. That's automatic. My grandson's still in there crying, man.
Take care. Your grandson is important. Take care of him.
My son got him. I was just checking on him earlier just to make sure he was good. That's true, Adam. If you sign that birth certificate, you're the dad. Yeah, like I was saying, if you're married and your wife has a child, by law, that's your child. I don't know how to get out of it. I don't have any experience with it, but I know that, And if they don't pass this mandatory paternity test law, that's just what it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Women put Blizz phone down, damn it. I never ever had a problem with that. I never had a problem with a woman going.
What you doing with my phone, woman?
No, I don't. I never locked my phone, hid my phone, nothing like that. Only assorted vlogs. Hello, salute, welcome to Barbershop Talk. Kile is like, I muted your mic, so you can you can unmute it whenever you're ready. Tris. Timormi Jaris. Hello. It's respecting each other personal space as just being human, period, unless otherwise. Yeah. How far back am I? I don't got that many to go. All right. PH Expat Prepper says, have my wife, the first few years, I'm sure she looked at all my stuff, etc., etc., etc. Make it mandatory. The woman knows she's the mother, but you don't know if you're the father. Yep, it's been that way forever. It's been that way since the beginning of time. You don't know. I think tattoos on a woman are trashy. I'm not against tattoos. That's personal. I mean, maybe I couldn't do like a whole bunch of them. It may depend on what they were. You know what I mean? But I'm not.
Hey,
I got seven. So
I wouldn't worry about a couple tattoos. It mainly
tattoos.
depends. It depends on what type of tattoo they are, where they at, and how big they are. You
Yeah,
don't want to date a
TJ.
girl that's got a
I
tattoo
see.
right across her forehead.
Like, I want
Icicle
to say
from.
tattoos are not a deal breaker, but I'll
Yeah.
put it like this. This is what I always say to women. I used to say, um, you know, I used to ask myself, have you ever seen a Rolls Royce with bumper stickers on it? Right. But I think, people. I heard people say Lamborghini. People say, similar things. So like then I switched. I said, have you ever met a guy who said, "Dang, I really wanted to date her, but she doesn't have any tattoos, so I'm not interested." You would never hear somebody say they wouldn't date somebody because they didn't have tattoos, but you will hear somebody say, I wouldn't date that
Yeah.
one because she got too many tattoos, or now I guess the big thing now is the septum piercings. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of women are, especially here in where I'm at. I don't want to say where I'm at, but I'm in one of the major metropolitan areas of the U.S. and septum rings is like everybody has them. They got green hair, orange hair. I hate the green hair. I hate the orange, the purple hair. I can't stand it. Can't stand it.
So, so when you go
Yes.
outside, you go, I see stupid people.
I don't
Like,
Yes, where
necessarily
you
say
at?
I see. I don't think they're necessarily stupid because really, you'll have, you know, in the area I'm in, these women are getting to it. Men too. It's just everybody out here is highly ambitious. So you have people who, people here are making, like let's just say that the median house, the median home here is like 880,000. That's the median home price here. So these people here, even though they're eclectic in their physical appearance, they're full of tattoos. They got piercings all over the place. They got crazy colored hair. They wearing like these weird clothes, like just really bizarre type stuff. Um, People are highly intelligent. Just some of the social cues I think are lacking. But
Yeah. That's
that that
everywhere though.
that doesn't mean that um, I still don't. I still can't have my preferences about what I think is attractive and what I think is feminine and things like that. So, um,
well,
You don't think
well,
some of
I,
them green heads be looking good though?
and,
Or
and matter of
the
fact,
hair itself put it off?
I was at the gym today. There was an Asian woman, right? Amazing body, like stayed like just like a gym goer. Amazing body, like pretty much like on a scale of 0 to 10, her body would be like a 9.5, right? Almost perfect. Covered in tattoos, and she doesn't have that many piercings, but she has the Sinead O'Connor buzz cut. And I'm like, that's another thing I don't like. That whole Sinead O'Connor, Amber Rose look, can't stand it. I won't even.
G.I. Jane.
That's a deal breaker. I'm not dealing with a woman with a bald head. I'm not doing it.
so we talk about tattoos, piercings, and stuff like that. How about a woman that has more plastic than a Barbie doll?
Not doing that either. I dealt with a woman like that too. I dealt with a woman like that. She was a she did like bikinis, like bikini ads, um and when she was younger. And so as she got older, I guess it kind of made a complex with her because she could no longer get get jobs doing these ads anymore because she kind of aged out of it, whatever, right? And
As
so,
they age, they have to do maintenance on the plastic surgery.
yeah, but she ended up, she had, breast out to here, but the same distance. She had her butt done, she had her breast done, she had her belly, like fat taken out of her belly, and like
See, I'm not.
aesthetically it was like a novelty, but then actually dealing with her, the tactile stimulation, right? Like actually putting my hands on her, it just didn't feel right. Even though it looked crazy. Like you're talking about like the most insane proportions you've ever seen, right? And she was kind of short too, so it just looked crazy, whatever, right? But when you touched her, it was too hard. It didn't feel right, right?
Yeah.
And I should have learned my lesson because I dealt with a lady like that. Same
So
thing.
wasn't it good?
She was she did like a J.C. Penney catalog. She one of J.C. Penney catalog models, whatever, right? And so by the time I met her, she had aged out of that, and she was still super, super slim, right? Tall, slim model physique. But she had these gigantic breast implants, right? And they look good, but then once you touch them, it's like they didn't feel right, man. I just couldn't do it.
She
man.
got a bad one. She got a bad set.
Well, I remember talking to her, and she said that she had got the salines because, so you got two kinds. You got the saline and the silicone, right? Now the saline are way, way, way safer, right? If they rupture, it's just a saline solution, so it's not going to harm you. Versus the silicone, if a silicone set ruptures, it can cause some serious health problems. It can potentially kill you, right? So she opted for the saline, but the saline don't feel the same. The silicone, if they're done right, they feel lifelike. Versus the saline, they don't feel real. But they're safe.
All right, let me ask y'all something, man. I don't mean to cut you off. Let me ask you something, man. When we talk about, because I hear a lot of men say this, I won't deal with a woman with plastic surgery. Most of the time, I call it bullshit. Most of the time, and I'm not saying all the time. Are we talking about when you hear men say that? Do you think they're talking about they won't have sex with the woman with plastic surgery, or they won't be seriously committed with a woman that has had plastic surgery?
I believe they more about not being seriously committed to them. Sometimes, men, especially when they get desperate, they'll have sex with just about anyone.
That's where most of my pushback comes from, because it's some of the men you hear saying that shit. Like, man, you ain't had no ass in 2 years, and you telling me you want
She looks good. She's beautiful.
If she look good, if it's done right, I'm not talking about outrageous. I'm not talking about anything outrageous, because I've always said I don't got nothing against plastic surgery. Not crazy, but if enhancements, I really don't. You know what I mean? I'm not really going for that. I'm not really out there looking for women that have had that done. That's not gonna be the reason why. But to hear some of these guys saying that shit, some of these incels, like, you haven't had no ass, no pussy, and excuse my language, in 4 years, 5 years, get out of here, bro. I don't believe it, man.
That's why I said at the beginning when I first talked about it, I said a woman that has more plastic than a Barbie doll, that means that she's had tons and tons of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
I think
what y'all think, chat?
I think there may be times when people have plastic surgery and you may not even notice it. So you'd be surprised how prevalent rhinoplasty is. That's the nose job. Rhinoplasty is pretty prevalent, and women will do it, and sometimes they'll get it done young. But depending especially if they come from an affluent family, and then they have a history, like say for instance their mom had got plastic surgery, then they're more they're more open to their children having plastic surgery young. So you may have a girl who's had plastic surgery very young, like maybe 16, 17 years old, nose job. And so by the time you've seen her, it was when she was still developing. So it kind of, it has a very natural look. You wouldn't even know that she's had plastic surgery. And so I think it's more or less the issue of when guys think of plastic surgery, they think of the more exaggerated proportions, the more obvious plastic surgery, duck lips, which is not really plastic surgery. It's a procedure, but it's not necessarily surgery, because a lot of these like lip fillers and stuff like that, the body reabsorbs them, and so they're not permanent. They're not a permanent surgical procedure. But at any rate, I think the issue is that when it becomes to the point of where a guy can go out with a woman, it's like the same thing as a guy dating a woman who has a kid already, and they go out, it's obvious the kid isn't his. That's more of an issue than if the kid, people didn't know that the kid was his. So for a lot of guys, it's more or less the optics of the whole thing, how they're perceived by their social circle and the general public by being with a woman who doesn't bring honor or doesn't bring esteem to their presence. So a woman who's, that looks trashy for whatever reason, whether it be the plastic surgery, tattoos, excessive piercings, or just her manner of carrying herself, I think that's more of an issue than anything. But I think also, like, if you look at like the Instagram model type women who have extensive plastic surgery, exaggerated proportions, but the quality of the work is of a higher caliber because they've gone to, more prestigious, surgical outfits like Dr. Miami and the like, right?
Yeah.
So women like that, a guy doesn't even have a chance to be with a woman like that, right? Like, those women are not giving the normal guy the time of day anyway. So it's almost like saying, man, I never buy a Lamborghini. Like you never have enough money to buy a Lamborghini. What are you talking about? Whatever, right? And so, but I think that's more of a situation to where those guys that say that, it's all circumstantial, because if it's the woman that they really wanted,
absolutely,
they would definitely be with her and potentially even wife up a woman like that.
That's my point. And one, like you were saying, if it's done good and of a high quality, most of us ain't gonna fucking know anyway. You know what I mean? I'm not doing no examination. True. I'm not doing an examination. And most of these other guys ain't either. So we gotta be real, man. I want to address this. Go ahead, Adam. Then I want to address this.
You take Thai women and Filipino women, for example. They like to get, a lot of them want to get nose jobs because they dislike their button noses that they have. A lot of them want to do it, even if they don't get it done.
Yeah, so what's up, 10? What's up, 1041? Salute. Welcome to the Barbershop Talk. He says, don't ever get involved with single moms. Like, that's a choice that we all have, that choice, whether you want to or whether you don't, man. And we've been hearing a lot of horror stories about this. That's all we hear. We don't hear the good stories, the good outcomes. I'm a stepfather. I raised my daughter practically since birth. She's not my biological daughter. She's 24 years old, still heavily involved in my life. Treats me wonderful. Treats me wonderful. We have a good relationship. Not perfect, but a good relationship, man. And I think it's just a choice, man. Whether you want to do it or you don't, man. Just know everything that comes with it. Like, I was the one that said, no matter what, I'm choosing to be in this baby's life at the time, and I'm gonna make a commitment. I'm gonna make a commitment to her, and I did, and I'm still here. Me and my kid's mother, because my son and my daughter have the same mother. You know what I mean? I made a lifelong commitment, and I'm still here, and I'm still fulfilling that commitment.
I'll
even
tell people.
after even after me and my kid's mothers broke up, I still there for her, no matter what, and I ain't going nowhere. So
I'll tell people
you
to.
choose
Oh,
whatever you
sorry.
want to. Go ahead, go ahead.
I tell people to do what makes them happy in life, as long as they're not hurting anybody else, and don't worry about what other people
Yeah,
think of it. You know, it's your life. Live it the way you want to.
Well,
and I
I
never
think
had a
the issue
problem.
because
I, I'll say this real quick. Now I'll let you. I never had a problem with the kid's father, with her father. We had an agreement right off the bat, bro. This is here. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. Um, I'm here for the betterment of her life. You know, whether you're around or not. You know what I mean? And she can only benefit more from having two male figures in her life that love her. You know what I mean? And that's it. And that was a conversation we've been cool ever since. I don't got no problem with him to this day. You know?
And that's a good thing.
Go ahead, Trish.
I think that the issue becomes when you've heard the accounts from men who've been in similar situations and you didn't heed the warnings, and then later on you complain about the outcome of a decision that you made in lieu of an exorbitant amount of information. Um, that's not always the case, but in some cases that is. And so then the people around you that tried to forewarn you have little or no sympathy for you because it's like, hey, we told you so, but you just didn't listen. That's not to say that there aren't situations to where, like as I said earlier, you know, um, it's not necessarily a deal breaker for me. It's going to be an extremely high threshold of performance for somebody to have a children and expect me to deal with them on a long term basis. Um, and I think it would be significantly easier to deal with a woman who had a female child versus a male child. Um, that's just my opinion. That's number one. Number two, um, how well behaved are the children? Because if you had, I dealt with a woman. Um, she had her son was the spawn of Satan himself. Like I've never seen, even to this day, never seen a child that this child was a terror. Like it was just insane how bad this kid was. I mean, I'm sure he's headed for the penitentiary, no doubt about it in my mind. But that's like a an outlying situation. Most kids aren't like that, but even still, um, from the perspective of guys wanting to see positive outcomes for the community writ large, there has to be a demographic of men stepping up to the plate to be stepfathers, right? Because we can't complain about the outcomes of our community based on lack of father figures, but we kind of balk at the ideal of being a stepfather. And I'm saying this as somebody who balks at the idea of being a stepfather. I know it's sounding a bit
You know it's
hypocritical.
necessary. I'm not saying, hey guys, step up. I'm never gonna say that, bro.
I
Nah, hell
am.
no. You
I'm saying
better
step up because I'm
step
not
up and
going
be.
to.
I'm not, I'm not saying that, man. But I'm just saying, like, we shame a lot of we shame men. You know that step up. You know those men are getting shamed. You know, you date a single mother. Oh my God, we
Well,
see that shit happen. But it's like,
okay,
yo,
but
that's
if somebody
he vetted
dates
that woman. He chose to do it.
if somebody dates an obese woman, guys are gonna shame him for that. If a guy dates a woman that looks like that comedian, what's her name? Is it Leslie something? Leslie Jones, that
Oh
comedian that was
yeah,
on Ghostbusters movie.
yeah.
Uh, her, or uh, you know, there is certain standards of beauty or just standards of femininity or standards of uh, whatever metric of performance that you put to women And if you don't meet those standards, then your network of friends and family, even people who don't really know you, may ridicule you because they say, well, if you are a man of value, why couldn't you do better than that? And this goes to the individual
High
by the name of
value man.
Cooley from the No Fugazi
That's
podcast.
Oh my
Now,
god.
hold on.
that,
I'm not,
Oh my
that's
god.
mainly their expectations.
but see now, he has on his podcast, he has castigated single mothers, spoke extensively about the ills of dealing with single mothers, yet failed to mention the fact that he was indeed dating a single mother himself. Now
Exactly.
it was rumored that he was dealing with a single mother. Then the rumors became louder and louder, and people began to say, "Listen, I have proof. I know for a fact he's dating. He's with a single mother and whatever the case may be." But then when we saw the women he was with, then everybody was like, "Well, okay, I see why. Because she was indeed bad." I'll be the first to admit it. He's with a single mother, but it's almost like look, you can drive this you can drive this um M3 BMW, looks good, no miles, new car smell, nice performing
It still
vehicle,
goes against everything he talks about, though.
or you can get this Ferrari F8 Tributo, but it has 32,000 miles on it, but it's still a Ferrari, right? The
No,
tires are kind of
no.
worn down. You might need some new brakes, but it's a Ferrari. So some people are like, you know what? Even though I wouldn't normally do this, but because she's so bad, I'm willing to give it a chance. And then you kind of fall in love. You know what I'm saying? So
Nah, bro.
no, no,
No, because he done have some beautiful women on his show that were baby mothers, that were single mothers, that he just excoriated
oh, that's
and
you.
talked
You
down
right.
on,
You right.
man.
You right. You right about that.
You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
and
he always call. I don't even watch his show. I
I don't.
tried a
I watch
couple
the highlights.
times.
I see the highlights on other people's channels.
Yeah, and then you see the shorts.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? He always says, "I'm a high value male." He says it a lot. If you see, like, if you were such a high value male, you couldn't get that same caliber of beauty in a woman without the thing that you preach against all the time. You couldn't find a single woman with no kids that looks that beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
and
Like, and I'm just speaking from how he talks, though. That's
and
how
that
I just.
that's what I was
That's
trying to express in your last live about hypocrites, about people being hypocritical.
yeah.
Now let
But I
me
mean,
ask you another. Let me ask y'all a question. Say the woman is a single mother, not by choice. Say like she's a widow, she left a very abusive relationship, or her husband is in jail for a really long time to life, and she had to get a divorce because of that. Would you still hold that up against them?
that's irrelevant to me.
Some
Because
people
Kevin
would.
Samuels, and this is where I disagree with Kevin Samuels. Kevin
Some people
Samuels would
would.
try to make the distinction between a single mother and somebody who was widowed or something like that, and drawing a line between the two. And but my idea is not necessarily the conditions under which this woman became a single mother. It's the fact that she has kids in tow that aren't mine. So not only is there a dynamic between you and the child's father, you and the child, there's a dynamic between you and the child's father. Then there's a dynamic between you and that child's grandparents and extended family, cousins, nieces, uncles, aunts, whatever. And
So
so
it's
for me,
Yeah.
that's where the problem is that I just and I don't want to go too deep into the weeds, but I've seen these dynamics play out. and it's just not something that the various circumstances that people don't even think about. Like when if that child gets sick,
and it's a lot of fucking responsibility. It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a lot of responsibility. You're taking care of somebody else's children. And
I mean, you could be the type of person that just ignore the kid, don't give a fuck about the kid. You know what I mean? Like there's some like that. They don't talk to the kid. I know a dude like that. He's with a girl. They've been together like 5 years, bro. He don't even talk to her kid, bro. And they live together. And they've been living together for like 5 years. He don't talk to the kid, bro.
Don't talk to me. Go to your room.
It's crazy. I'm like, what? Just because the way I've been is, that's crazy to me. Like I couldn't be in the space of a child or a younger person and not want to offer them something, advice, show some fucking at least some attention to. Like that's crazy, bro.
I can say I honestly don't know what I would do if I would I do, mainly because I haven't been put in those circumstances. I always dated women that were single with no children.
Yeah. But I've always been that way. I've always loved kids. I've always wanted to, guide them. Even when I was little, I've always wanted to share knowledge with them. I always did, bro. So it's just something in me. I don't know. I found joy in coaching. I actually found joy in being a stepfather. You know what I mean? I don't suggest it for everybody because it's not. It's not for everybody. Some people don't like the guy. You don't talk to the kid at all. You know what I mean? You don't need to be a stepfather. But
see, I can't remember what your name is because I don't see your name. The guy with the hat.
My name is Adam.
Adam?
Yeah, Adam.
Yes.
Okay. Expat philosopher. Okay, yeah. So I'm a hypocrite. I'll admit I'm a hypocrite. I think that men should step up to the plate to be stepfathers. I'm just not going to step up myself. And I know it's hypocritical. But the community needs these kids running rampant, running amok, running in these stores, doing those like mass shoplifting where they run in and just ransack the store. Listen, those kids need daddies. They don't need daddies. They need pappies. They need pappies. They need a step pappy, right? It's just not going to be me.
To be honest, I think nobody that has lived on this planet since life began hasn't been hypocritical at one time or one point in their life.
Yeah, we all are.
Listen, I'm hypocritical.
Just done gave up on the chat.
I did all the time. Another thing I'm hypocritical on is, I know stuff is bad for me, like burgers and donuts, and it's like I work out like 5-6 days a week, right? Minimum. But I still like donuts.
Yeah.
I go and get donuts. I'm talking about, listen, I get the donuts with the pink frosting and the sprinkles. I know I'm a fool. But hey, it is what it is.
That's like me. I never dieted.
Everybody has a little thing. Everybody has the thing that they want.
Whatever I want. I eat whatever I want. It just happens that most of the time I want something healthy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's just. But if I want some fried chicken, I'm gonna get some fried chicken. If I want a pizza, I'm gonna get a pizza. It's just not gonna be every day. It's not, and most of the time it's a salad. Shit. Most of the time it's fucking salad. I eat too much damn salad.
The medicine.
All right, let me read this. Let me catch up on the chat. Please. It's not that much. Skipped a lot. I apologize to the chat. I love y'all. Please forgive me. But we having a good conversation. TJ says, nah, I'm not with that. Not if your whole brand is people who drive any used cars are absolute losers. No, you don't get to drive a used Ferrari. I agree, man. I agree. But his show is still going strong, man. Because some people just don't care
Well, I
about
mean,
that
look,
stuff.
you look at Fresh and Fit. Fresh
The
and Fit,
question,
freaking, they buy in box. They, you know, the same thing. They hitting it raw, getting girls pregnant, all kind of wild stuff going on over there. People still follow their show.
Yeah.
Matter of
I
fact,
can't stand
the
them
guy that
motherfuckers,
guy,
man. I can't
what's
stand.
his name? I can't remember what his name is. It's a white guy in Brazil. He exposed. He had the receipts about how Myron bought his dating coach program and was asking him questions, and then he took that information that he got from that guy and then started his channel.
It makes sense because he did the same thing to Kevin Samuels.
And then
well,
hated him after the fact.
like I said, I never
Wow.
date secondhand goods.
Oh man, I'm a Marshall
But
shop. Listen,
but
I
Wow.
get shit off the
I'm
market.
married now.
PHS by Prepper says, we fostered a boy for 4 years. The parents were 14, 15 themselves. But once they got older, they took back the boy. Yeah, man. We need that. We need that, man. Because, like I
Yeah,
said, man, one of my joys in life was coaching. I miss it. I don't know if I'll go back just because all the things I want to do in my life. But I miss it. I miss the hell out of it, man. You know. Really the high school. I miss the high school more than the youth, to be honest, because the parents, the parents on the youth level is wild. It's worse and worse. So once I started almost coming to blows with parents, it was time to step away from the youth and just do the high school. But I do miss it, and that's needed also. That is absolutely needed also, man. We need coaches, mentors in the community, in every community. You know, we need
listen, see,
stepdads.
like I already know I'm not the ideal coach or mentor because listen, I eat pink donuts, pink frosting donuts with sprinkles. I shop at Marshalls and Ross. I don't buy new cars. My car is paid off. It's old. It's a 2018. I'm never buying a new car. It's always going to be a car I can pay cash for. It's going to be a used car. Uh, and I shop at Marshalls and Ross. I mean, occasionally I'll order something nice, but yeah, listen, man. Listen. I get everything off the bargain rack, and when I say everything, that includes women. I'm a cheapskate.
A cheap
I'm not.
Charlie.
I'm
That's what
not
they'll
dating
call the
any
old head will call you.
high, uh, high maintenance baddies, Instagram models. I'm not doing it. Too cheap for that. It's not gonna do it.
Hmm. He
I'm
said
getting
donuts like you
everything
too.
off the bargain rack.
Donuts
So
like you too.
let me ask y'all another
Yeah,
question.
they like me too.
Let me ask y'all another question. What about women that wear so much makeup that the face cracks when they smile or it
Nope,
melts in the
nope,
sun?
nope, nope. If you look like you're embalmed, I am
Yeah.
not dealing with. I don't like the drag queen look. That's what it looks like when a woman has all that makeup. It's like that drag queen, RuPaul type look. I cannot stand it. I don't do the makeup stuff. Like if you
Well,
got a
you
little bit of
know,
lipstick, a little bit of eyeliner, the mascara stuff like that, that's fine. But like when you start putting on foundation where your neck, I can see the difference in your neck color versus your face. Nuh-uh, not doing it.
yeah,
I
that's bad
don't
pepper
I
said.
don't
Don't
mind
give up.
a
I gotta get through the chat, man. Give me 1 second. I got like 8 of these, and then I'll be done. Um, that's bad pepper said. I did give up on most fast food. Hassan says powdered sugar jelly would be my go-to. If I would dare eat a donut again. Boston Cream. David Bond. I don't know who that is. Who's David Bond? And then French Cruller. Krispy
Donut.
Kreme original, fresh off the line. PH Brad Pepper says, funny thing, once we moved out of the U.S. to here in the PH, my wife stopped wearing all makeup. None. And Russ says, women wear makeup for other women.
It's a fact.
You know, they fucking wear to hide flaws, man. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but they wear because they want to stunt on other women, just like they.
I guess so.
Like you see like these influencers. Like I was just watching this expose on these influencers renting cars, renting these, like, they got these little prop setups where you can like pretend like you're on a private jet, pretend like you're in a luxury hotel. Like these, like, matter of fact, they was talking about how these women will go to like a Christian Dior store and go in the dumpster behind the Dior store and get the bags, like the little merchandise bags, and walk around with merchandise bags they fished out of a dumpster to act like they really shopping up and down Rodeo Drive. Then they go home and put the bags in the background, so when they live stream it, you see like, Fendi, Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, or Menegildo, Zegna. I mean, all kind of crap bags, and they didn't buy any of this stuff.
What the hell?
And when you look at these influencers, guys are not watching their channels. It's just women watching their channels, so they're literally doing it for women.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. I know women, it is a competition amongst women. It is. I don't know about guys, but I know one thing, like, about in our community, in our culture, like, all this crazy, like you were saying, the makeup, the eyelashes, the wigs, that all did come from cross-dressers.
Yep.
And our women accepted that as fashion.
Well, I mean, most of the fashion designers are men from that community.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the reason why it's a
Hairstyles.
trickle-down effect. Because think about it.
Yes.
The cross-dressers, they were the ones who were stuffing their pants and stuffing their bra because they don't naturally have physiques like that. So in order to give the appearance, they will put things in their pants and in their tops that will give an exaggerated cartoonish look. And so then women begin to mimic that through plastic surgery. Now you have these gigantic BBLs and, Africans now, like I'm seeing a lot of African women with these gigantic breasts. Like I'm talking about gigantic breasts. The African women are doing, like the African women are getting BBLs and breast jobs. So they getting both. Because I keep my ear to the street. So I'm always on Instagram. My Instagram feed is popping, and I'm seeing all the BBLs. Like my algorithm. like a lot of guys, you look on their algorithm, they got educational stuff. They
have to use a full tank of gas to drive around to smack her in the butt.
You said what?
Hey.
Have to have a full tank of gas to drive around to smack her in the butt.
Some people like that shit. Even the mannerisms now, the talking with the hands, the neck snapping, all that is from that community, that rainbow community that had to go over the top.
Those are red flags.
To about that feminine energy. That was their interpretation of female feminine energy. Was this over the top, crazy type of shit. It's like, oh my god, bro.
Yeah, it's a caricature. Yeah, that was the whole thing about a drag show. A drag show is what its namesake implied. It's a show, so there's exaggerated caricatures of femininity present in them shows. And you know what's crazy? Again, like I told you, where I live at, women will try to say, "Hey, let's go to a drag show." I'm like, why the hell? And then it's like, all of a sudden, I'm homophobic because I don't want to go to a drag show. Like I just don't find it entertaining.
Yeah, I'll take it. If that's what it is, I ain't going to.
Like it's just crazy.
So let me ask another question. What do you think about women that handle small hot dogs in a weenie stand?
How do you ever know? How would you
Yeah,
ever know?
I don't really get into the body count conversation. I've never asked the women, hey, how many guys have you been with? What's your body count? I think that I make a judgment on their behavior. If their behavior implicates excessive promiscuity, then I'm just not going to deal with them. But as far as me having to, if I have to ask them, then obviously, their encounters haven't had an adverse effect on their psychology. But I think somebody with an excessive, and I've met women like that just give that impression like they're just highly promiscuous, and you deal with them accordingly. But as far as having to ask, I mean, personally, I'm not going to do it. I mean, if it makes you, if it gives you peace of mind as a man to ask a woman that, hey, by all means do it, because at the end of the
I'm
day,
with you on that.
you got to spend your life with that woman, and you don't want to have any regrets later on. So if you feel like you need to ask, by all means ask. I just don't feel like I need to ask myself, because
I never had to ask. I was just asking in general. Um, what about the ones that are in a relationship? Everything seems to be going fast. It says, "Oh, you different from this man, that man, this man. They know how to treat a woman. You done blah 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 blah." I say, bye bye.
yeah, I don't like a woman that. Matter of fact, I dealt
Some of
with.
them brag about it.
I had to check. I had to address someone because she was talking about like her ex guy, her ex dude, and so I said something in his defense, and she got mad at me. And I'm just being objective. I'm not trying to pick sides. I don't know the guy, but based on the information you gave me, in this particular situation, I'm looking at things from his perspective, because he's not here to defend himself. So I got to say, okay, well, wait a minute. Well, I can see where he's coming from because X, Y, and Z. Oh, why are you defending him? You don't know him. I'm like, I'm just, giving my logical interpretation.
Yep. Sticking up for the brotherhood. Hey, Cash, who is that? Cash Bandit. There's my email, man. I just dropped my email. It should come up. You got a freestyle? Send it to my email, man. Send it to my email. Yeah. PHX bad purposes. Wife saved up and bought herself a 3K Louis bag. Years later, she said it was one of the stupidest things she spent money on. Yeah, I had an ex like that had all the red bottoms, had all the fucking bags. She had the money for it, though, so I couldn't say that. She had way more money than I had. But it is what it is. It doesn't fulfill that. Because a lot of people use that to fill some hole that's missing in them. You know what I mean? When they're shopping like that and they need that validation, and it's never gonna work.
Well, I mean, in
Other
all
people are trying to
honesty,
keep up with the Joneses, but
I'm gonna be honest though. There are instances where you'll have certain brands, well, where they'll make a superior product, either uh, from a construction standpoint or an aesthetic standpoint, or a combination of both. And you're kind of compelled when you're looking for, say for instance, you're looking for a pair of shoes and you want some shoes that look good, functional, durable, well constructed, well made, and you look at your options, and then the option that your eyes keep getting drawn to, you look at it, and then it's from a premium brand, or a high fashion brand. So it's not necessarily, even though oftentimes it is due to trying to keep up with the Joneses or trying to impress somebody else, but sometimes it's just the fact that, man, this particular brand
yeah,
just makes a better looking product. Like I
I get that.
seen a Louis Vuitton outfit. I mean, this outfit, it was like one of the coldest outfits I've ever seen. I wanted it bad, but it was like, I didn't get it because I just felt it was too expensive. I didn't, I don't want to pay that kind of money for something. But I mean, if I felt like I had the discretionary income to buy that in good faith, then I probably would have got it. But I look at it like this. I look at it, okay, according to what I make, where should I be shopping? realistically speaking, right? Because if we have stores like Bergdorf Goodman, we have stores like Mr. Porter, right? Um, Saks Fifth Avenue, Neiman Marcus, right? And if we have stores like that, what category of people should be shopping there, right? Because let's say billionaires, right?
Well,
We have billionaires. Billionaires probably should be shopping at boutique stores. They should be shopping at Berluti, and they should be shopping at Pierre Balmain, right? So you got that echelon of individuals. Then you got the tier below that, which would be like the Saks Fifth, Neiman Marcus, right? That should be your millionaire class, right? And then people below that, right? We should be shopping like or they should be shopping like maybe at Nordstrom. And then below that, people like me, I should be shopping at Macy's. I shouldn't be looking at these other stores because it doesn't make sense to spend that amount of money or spend that percentage of your income on something when you look at the percentage of income that somebody, say for instance, a millionaire, billionaire spends on items like that, right? I think we're kind of all out of whack because
we are, bro. But like you were saying, like the superior product, superior quality, and all that stuff. I agree, because some of it's some good shit. Like I got a $600 wallet right here that I ain't pay for it. I would never pay for that shit, and I barely use it. When I travel or I do something, I'll use it. It's just a better quality, man. It absolutely is just high quality. But I don't need 7 of them. You know what I mean? And that's what some of these people are doing. Like that, particularly my ex. Like she probably had $60,000-$70,000 worth of red bottoms, bro. And it's like you don't need all that shit. You don't need it, whether you can afford it or not. You know.
That's what I say. Because you have money, you don't have to spend it.
Bro.
I live below my means, and the main reason I do that is because I don't need all that extra stuff.
I'm like Triz. I shop at TJ Maxx. If I want something special or particular, I'll go get it. I drive a used car. I don't need to have the newest car. I don't eat out fancy places unless I want to, or I want to go on a nice date. I don't mind spending $200, $300 for a dinner if I want that. I don't need to do that though.
It's like
I got nothing to prove. I got nothing to prove to anybody. And actually, driving that used car, buying the clothes I buy, you know what I mean, puts me in a better position than a lot of these people that's out here fronting and running their credit cards up and shit.
I have to agree with that. I have a 1996 Mitsubishi Lancer, bought and paid for. Do I want a new car? Sure. Do I need a new car? No. Why? Because I hardly ever drive it. Yeah. And when I do drive it, I just drive it to Tesco and then come back home. Don't living in a village. Where am I going to go unless I'm living in a bigger city? Then it makes more sense to have a new car. But living in a village, hardly ever driving it, it don't make no sense in buying a new car, even if I can afford it.
Nope, it don't. Life is precious. Welcome to the Barbershop Talk. Good to see you in here. She says, I hope I don't know if that's a she or not, but I want to date a non-Christian. That's what I want to date, a non-Christian man, no Christianity. That's all that. That's your only preference, because there's a lot of those out there. So you better have some more preferences and some standards.
Yeah, I mean, like most people that profess to be Christians are not even Christians. Like, it's. And I understand the sentiment, especially now. That the Drewski, I don't know if you saw the Drewski sketch. Have you seen that Drewski sketch?
I've seen it.
Yeah, so that kind of brought the whole Christianity thing to the forefront, because you have a lot of, false doctrine out there, and so I think that If you actually, because a lot of morals, ethics, and principles that we get are from the Bible. So to say that you don't want to date a Christian, when you really think about it, like not just surface level, but like if you really get deep and think about it, that statement wouldn't really make any sense, because everything that we attribute to morally and ethically comes from Christianity, especially in our context, being in the Western world, right? Maybe other places they may get their ethics from Hinduism, Buddhism, or Islam, right? And so, yeah, so that kind of serves as the foundation. Now, how people actually manifest or interpret or express Christianity, that's where the issue is. But if you actually read the Bible, which I read the Bible, I've read the Quran as well. When you actually read religious texts, then you actually are able to identify the distinction between doctrine and how people actually practice said religion, and you see that there's a very big difference. And people who claim to be something generally
indoctrinated. We've been indoctrinated. We've been forced to view as moral is from Christianity in the West.
Well, we've actually been indoctrinated to view a twisted sense of Christianity, because you can't claim to be Christian and then do some of the things that if we go back in history, I don't have to go all into detail, but we can go back in history and we can see things that are done by people who claim to be Christian. Like, and then when we go refer to the book that they claim they get their way of life from, we see that their behavior is incongruent with what is written in the text. Totally incongruent.
Who is we? The royal we.
We have even Christianity. It has variants in religion, like Baptist, Catholic, Methodist, Pentecostal, all that stuff, and they all have even though they might have similar, they do have different teachings. The question is, who is right?
Well, a lot of that is what you have is even Catholicism. You have cultural infusion into religion, because you'll find that a lot of practices that you see in specific religious sects, you don't find any substantiation in the Bible. Like, when people actually, the intercession of saints, confessing to the religious leader, the Pope, or whatever the case may be, in the Catholic faith. That's not substantiated by Scripture. You read the Bible and you see no substantiation for that particular activity. But because there's been cultural infusions and people not only reinterpret the text, it's almost like saying, this is the standard to do something, but then you say, well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to exceed the standard, and I'm going to do it a way that I think is better. But then you start deviating from what the standard is in your attempt to do something better than what was written.
I'll take it a step farther, and this is going to be a little bit controversial. Where in the Bible does Jesus ever says to create a religion after me? He never told anybody to create a religion after him.
What he did was he did give specific instructions. He said,
yes, as teachings.
Yeah, but you can, now we're getting semantics, because you can say that based on those teachings, that will be the basis. But people have added to that, and that's where the problem comes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, like, basically, like, if you look at there in the Old Testament, I'm gonna keep this brief because I don't want to get in the whole religious debate. But if you look at the Old Testament, there's 10 commandments, right? So when Jesus came, there was a new covenant, right? And so when you look at his instructions in the New Testament, you went from 10 commandments to 6. And then maybe you could say 7 when he talked to the young wise man, he added a 7 specifically for him. So basically, it's basically like about 6 commandments. Then the other commandment is give everything away, sell everything you own to the poor, and and follow me, basically. So basically, as a Christian, you really should be living a simple life. Is essentially what I'm saying. So you see like these mega pastors, hanging from the ceiling rafters with freaking props that you would see on the World Wrestling Federation, fireworks on stage and all kind of crazy stuff, smoke blowers and all this extra theatrics with Louis Vuitton, Christian Dior, Christian Louboutins, Rolls Royces, all that
private jets, like
all that stuff
crazy.
Is the complete antithesis to his teachings, where he advised the young rich man to sell all your worldly possessions to the poor. You're supposed to live a simple life, especially as a religious leader. As a religious leader, even a deacon in the church, there's specific scripture that speaks to a standard where, as the deacon, you have a higher standard. You have to be a man of one wife. So you can't even be homosexual, believe it or not. I mean, listen, I didn't write the book. It's in the Bible. You can read it yourself. Like I said, everything I say, you can cross-check and substantiate. It's in the Bible. A deacon, man of one wife. Right?
What about the books that were omitted from the King James version of the Bible?
Because those books were omitted.
Roddy Am, salute.
Yeah, those books were
omitted. Let me say this real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
According to Giving USA 2025 report, Americans donated an estimated $146.5 billion to religious organizations in 2024. $146.5 billion donated. Oh my God, but that's only what they report. That's only what these churches reported, probably. You know what I mean? Who knows?
Have y'all seen that video on YouTube where a pastor is accepting donations from his congregation? They were walking up to the thing, and it was this black lady that walked up. She walked up there and gave her donation. He goes, "Oh, something." He says something. He goes, "Hold on, I asked you for $2,000." He says, "I only have $1,000 now. I get it to you as soon as I can." He says, "That's not what I asked you. Where's my $2,000 in that kind of context?"
Yeah.
If I saw a church like that, if a church is like that, you will not see
that was
near it.
Winan. I think that was one of the famous Winans family. But it is what it is, man. I'm not religious. I'm not religious at all.
Well, then, just before that, you had Marvin Sapp, or was it whatever his name is, that told them to close the doors. Marvin. Like he didn't want to even let them out when the collection plate was being passed around. Close the door.
Crazy, man.
I can say that I believe in a creator. I'm just not exactly sure who he is, and that's mainly because I researched all the way back from Gobekli Tepe all the way up to now.
I just think your relationship with your creator should be a personal, or God or whatever, should be a personal relationship, man. Like, stop trying to force that shit on us. I don't give it. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You ain't gonna convince me. I'm not gonna convince you. We can have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
But the whole part where I get is where you're trying to convert people. You're trying to say, this is right, you're wrong, I'm right, over some shit that neither one of us know exactly how it happened, how it started. Even if it came out of that book, you don't know. Like, you really don't know. And it's all right to say you don't know.
It's like Cassie Anoiti says, how many planets are there in the universe? There are multiple universes out there. Multiple planets.
I don't know.
I'm not saying for 100% sure, but there could actually be life on other planets.
No, forcing your opinion on me. That's what I mean. Not forcing you to convert.
Forcing your opinion
on people. Like, that's just what I mean. I don't mean forcing me to be. When I say that, I'm not saying forcing somebody to convert to a religion. I just mean forcing your opinion on on other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like if I was forcing my belief, like I said, I believe in the creator, but I'm not exactly sure who he is. Me enforcing it is me adding, you should too. And there's no
Since
other way of
politics
looking
is
at
coming
it.
up next, folks. Nah, no, it's not, cause
I'm leaving.
I'm gonna
I'm leaving
protect my peace
politics.
tonight.
I leave
I'm gonna protect my
politics
peace
back in
tonight.
America
That's
where they
original,
belong.
but it's open. It's open panel, so if we talk about whatever y'all want to talk about.
Well, I mean, I think that there's a way to go about spreading your religion. You ask people, you say, "Hey, have you heard about this? Would you like to have a conversation?" No? Okay, have a nice day. That's it.
Yeah,
Like that should be the end of the conversation. Like, if they don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Now now there are certain venues, like for instance, Speaker's Corner. I think they got a Speaker's Corner in New York now. But in England, they got a Speaker's Corner where people specifically go to debate religion,
they
and
go there to
that's
debate.
like the
Yeah,
purpose of that venue. And
that's
so in
fine.
that particular case, obviously, there's going to be a lot more overt, um, I guess, profession and attempted conversion in a venue like that. But under normal circumstances, it's like, you have to kind of ask people if that's a conversation they want to have, because they may not want to have that conversation. Um, you know, I think, uh, for me, I just say, um, and this is somebody I come from a perspective of, you know, my degree is in sciences, right? And so, um, I have a different perspective, having studied. Even when I was a child, I used to read books on evolution. I used to read books on dinosaurs. I used to read books on astronomy, things like that. So I've always, kind of wondered, about things like that. But then you get to a point where you ask yourself, okay, based on what I know of the universe, um, is it possible for this to be a quote unquote happenstance, right? Without a divine interaction, divine being, right? And I've come to the
Yeah,
conclusion that no, that there has to be um, some type of grand design, and I even quantum physicists and scientists are now coming to that conclusion. There's actual research, scholarly, peer-reviewed journals. Like I said, you can do the research yourself and substantiate my claims. Um, there's actual scholarly research now that's pointing to that. You know, these are scientists that are saying this now. Now scientists are saying like that even from a mathematical perspective, there has to be a divine creator. The mathematics points to that.
And
Um,
to talk about that, a lot of scientists saying we are living on what they call the Goldilocks planet. Too many things are perfect for us to be here to assist on this world. Like the right distance from the sun,
yeah, we're
the
in plasma physics.
rotation, gravity with the moon, oxygen. We breathe out carbon dioxide. Plants breathe out oxygen. So many different things.
that doesn't
And
exist everywhere though. Why doesn't that exist everywhere then?
Oh,
Why
but
isn't
here's the
that
exactly.
on
thing.
Mars?
So
Why isn't
why
it
did
on Mars, the moon? I don't know, bro.
But
Like I
but
don't know.
but here's the thing though. Um, that was a topic of discussion some years ago, but it was proven that there are other. This is what's called an M-class planet. That means a planet that orbits its uh its uh its star, its solar system star, and it's within the habitable zone. That's what's called an M-class planet, right? And so, and this can vary based on the size of the star. It can vary based on the temperature of the star and things of that nature, right? But there's other planets, like there's many planets in the observable universe. That's just what we can see. The
Yeah,
observable universe, not the whole universe, just the observable universe. There's many planets in the observable universe that are M-class planets. So that means that they have a potential to support what we
support
know is
life.
life, right?
Yeah,
it
Now,
might
there could be other life forms that could live under more extreme conditions that we don't know about. So that even expands the possibilities even more. So that in and of
It's a
itself is not proof of a
no,
higher being. I think the mathematics
it's
goes
not.
back to
It's a
the quote unquote
it's a
creation of the universe, what
possibility.
they term the Big Bang. Based on those mathematics, they decide that
It's
there
a
has to be,
possibility, but it's a
It's a
possibility.
possibility.
yeah.
That's how
I
I
never
agree.
said it wasn't. I never said it wasn't. It's a possibility,
I
and
just,
it
um,
comes back to the fact that you don't know. We don't know, but
Yeah.
it gets passed off as absolute fact. But then wrapped up in faith. It's for me. I don't understand it. I don't follow it, and I'm fine. I'm fine that whoever wants to follow it, I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to convince anybody to believe the way I believe or practice the way I practice. And I would like it if other people were able to do that, but they can't. You know what I mean? They can't. I don't know if they just can't contain their joy. And for this particular subject, it has helped out people. It is useful for certain things. But when I say that it should be a personal relationship, it should be. It should be a personal relationship first, right? But in my
I,
opinion, it should be. And I'm not trying to, like Ray said, I'm not saying. Let me answer my nephew, man, because he says, yeah, this ain't the Crusades. Forcing ain't the right word. What's the right word? And when you insist that somebody believe what you believe, right? Over and over again, you're insisting that somebody believes what you believe.
I'm not really sure. The only thing comes to mind is indoctrinate. I can't even say it correctly. But
Because
yeah,
usually it only happens one way. It does happen the opposite way, where you have people that don't believe in higher power or whatever, you know, trying to convince other people. But for the most part, it happens one way, you know.
I can't force
And it's,
anybody to believe anything.
me, I don't want to force anybody to believe. Like,
Oh,
you typically not going to hear me arguing with people or debating with people, you know,
But
about
see,
any subject, about any topic. I say what I say. This is what I believe. We can have a conversation. I'll listen to you. I let
I,
people talk. Y'all know that by now. I let people talk,
I think the
whether
main
I
thing
agree
that
or not.
I think the main thing that helps me believe in a creator, even though I don't know who that is because I believe something doesn't come from nothing. Everything has a beginning.
Yeah, the thing with me is I never said I don't believe in a higher power.
Oh yeah, I
You know
didn't
what I
say
mean? I
that.
never said I don't. But
I
I'm
never
not gonna
said you
force that.
did.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna say everybody should believe that what I believe in.
I said I believe. I didn't say that anybody else had to
Yeah.
believe that.
No, I know. I know that. PH Expat Prepper salute. Thank you for being here, brother, man. I appreciate you, man. Salute to you.
well,
Yeah,
see,
Ray. I'm
my,
not.
my my point of contention is not necessarily believing, whatever it is that you believe in, but I think that I guess I got on the subject because I was talking about the origins of morals, ethics, and principles. And a lot of this emanates. Well, I think most of it emanates from religion because as our base forms as humans, right? Our animalistic nature, and we look at our closest our closest genetic relatives, as they say, will probably be the bonobo, chimpanzee, orangutan, and mountain and lowland gorillas, right? And out of those primates, what we find is certain behaviors um, that we wouldn't associate necessarily with being civil and humanity. But one of the hallmarks of humanity is religion. This is where you start to see distinctions in behavior, is because we have a religious context that kind of guides our behavior. Um, and so I guess the point I'm trying to make is that outside of religion, what is the contextual framework for some of the morals, ethics, and principles that underlie our laws and statutes. In particular, if we kind of track back to the Floyd situation, right? We all look at guys that deal with underage girls, or even guys that deal with girls that are really young, even if they're of age. Like if you're like like a 40-some-year-old guy dealing with an 18-year-old girl, yeah, it's legal, but we kind of wondering like, okay, why is he dealing with an 18-year-old girl? Like, I mean, he doesn't have to deal with a 44-year-old girl. I mean, but like somebody who's like at least a little bit older, like somebody that's like 18, they're basically like a high schooler almost. You know what I'm saying? But is this a natural instinct, or is this something that has developed in our culture because of religious infusions? Because we have religious contextual framework that says that, because we've already had the issue with in Somalia, where they tried to implement a law that banned marriages for girls that were like, I think it was girls under 16. But then the men of that country had a vigorous fight about that, and they reversed the law. So now the guys can go back to marrying girls. I think they can marry girls as young as 9 years old or something like that. And so this is what I'm saying. I don't know if not for religion, any religion, I don't know, what is the basis for some of the things that we take for granted as societal norms.
But on that point you just made, Somalia has a religion. They're a religious country. It's just not the same religion as us or in the West. That's the majority. But I think like the people that this is probably gonna be controversial. The people that spread the religion the most are the ones that don't fucking follow it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't follow it, man. I think good people, for the most part, are gonna be good people. You know what
Because
I
we've
mean?
been
I don't know if that
indoctrinated.
makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense,
People,
but again, you already said it. You said we've been indoctrinated. So you have
I
people
mean,
who
as a
don't follow the
culture.
religion, pushing religion, and if it have indoctrinated the masses. So we can't specifically say how we as humans would conduct ourselves in the absence of religion. I mean,
I
if,
mean,
if
I
we
don't know.
look at, just say for instance,
I personally wasn't indoctrinated with religion. I never got forced to participate in religion.
but you
What
grew
I
up in the
did, I
contextual
chose to.
framework. You grew up in the contextual framework of religion being in this country. So you have Catholicism, you have Protestantism, and so
The
all the
false image of
laws,
it,
the
though.
statutes, they all revolve around a religious foundation, right? Even if you go
I
back to the
kind of
Church
get,
of
I kind
England,
of get what, I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, because that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if there was never any religion, what would laws and stuff look like? Because let's say, for instance, let's take for instance, right? If Russia said, you know what, I'm tired of the U.S. pushing their weight around, and they just launch uh 30 hypersonic EMPs, and they detonate them above the atmosphere, above every major metropolitan city and area in the United States. So we got Detroit, Seattle, Chicago, New York, Florida, Miami area, Houston,
It's a lot
LA,
like that.
all you name it, right?
Mm.
And so now all electronic, all the power is off, your microwaves don't work, your cars won't start, everything is dead, right? In 3 days, you got chaos. After a month, it's like we're back to our primal instincts. And so now people are acting from a primal standpoint where all of the quote unquote societal norms where, you know, love thy neighbor, you know, all that stuff goes out the window. Guys, now you got guys, if they want something, they just take it. And when I say take it, that means they take anything. They taking food, they taking clothing, they're taking box. This is what I'm saying. If society unravels to the point where, you know, there's no power, no running water, no law enforcement.
That still happens.
Yeah, it happens now, but I mean, imagine if it could get even worse than this. And so you have people who are what you would consider normal people now reverting, you know, because you have people who are, you know, for whatever reason, operate outside the parameters of societal norms and laws, right? They just do what they want to do. But most people are kind of law abiding to a certain extent, right? But then you take away law and order, then you have people who would normally be upstanding citizens who are now acting primal.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think what Blizzard was trying to say is he's around religion, but as far as religion itself, it hasn't really personally affected his life in the way that he believes and stuff like that. He has his own beliefs and stuff. I think that's what he was trying to say.
I'm sorry, I had to check something real quick.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said. Religion doesn't dictate the way I live my life. I don't do good things because I fear eternal damnation. You know, I do it because I want to. And maybe that's not how a majority of the world operates, but religion exists all over the world. Like some of the countries he was talking about, especially Somalia, is a very religious. TJ said it down there, but I think I already said it. They are heavily religious. It's just not Christianity. It's Muslim. But then you also have Muslim majority countries that don't have the same problems we have. You know what I mean? They're very law abiding. So it can't be just based off Christianity.
No, but see that's the point I was trying to make.
Or like Japan is not a religious country. They act a lot better than they don't believe in Christianity or Islam. They don't believe in the same type of higher power than we believe in, but they're much more well behaved than we are as a society on a whole.
They have religious beliefs in like the afterlife, which can be like a deity of sorts or various deities based on their ancestors. So they have some semblance of religion even in Japan. But like, for instance, Somalia, the point I was trying to make with Somalia is that like I said, I've read the Quran, right? And so in the Quran, you have their primary religious figure, which is the Prophet Muhammad, right? And so the Prophet Muhammad, one of his wives that he married, you know, later in life, he married somebody named Aisha. When he married Aisha, she was 6 years old. When he consummated the marriage, she was 9 years old. This is in the religious text. I'm not just saying this. This you can really read this in the Quran and the Hadiths, and it speaks to her immaturity, to the fact that she was playing with dolls at the time that he was married to her. So based on that, the point I'm trying to make is that with the religious context, they legalized marriage at a specific age based on the example set by Prophet Muhammad. But the fact that men desired to be with girls this young of age signifies to me that if not for the laws that mandated men deal with women no younger than 9, tells me that if it weren't for the laws, they would deal with women or girls even younger than that. So what I'm saying is that at our
everyone though, that's what I'm saying is everyone, because there are laws and people still do it. People still
what
do
I'm saying is
it.
that at our base primal form, what is what is the source of our moral azimuth? We don't have it intrinsic. Not
Say
everybody.
that shit
Most
in
people don't have
English,
an
man. I
intrinsic
know a
source.
lot of words.
So, so if you take a look, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, they don't have a legal age for marriage. It's not addressed in their country. So, what age would be considered the right age to get married there? In Iraq, I believe it's 9, and I, I can't think of the other country, but it's as low as 12 years old. Some 14, 15. Every country's different. Some of them they're 21 and 25 years old to get married.
And well, what you'll find, and like I said, based on, I mean, I don't want to get to the whole religious thing. Like I said, I read this stuff, and basically one of the underlying concepts of Islam is the establishment of a religious caliphate, which is basically like an Islamic theocracy. And a lot of a lot of what you derive your laws from is the example set by that Prophet Muhammad. And one of the examples that he set was marriage. And so people kind of focus on that as the example and say, okay, well, based on Prophet Muhammad, he married somebody that was 6, consummated the marriage at 9. So this is the example. This is what we can do, as individuals, under this, religious theocracy. So that's kind of like the point I'm trying to make, that me, I would never even consider, like, I think for me, I think 25 is kind of young for me. And I'm not trying to judge anybody for what they do. Like, I think 25, if you're older than 25 and you deal with 25-year-old, that's fine. I'm saying personally, I think 25 is young, just based on my experience. I don't want to deal with, my patience is too short to deal with somebody. I need a woman that's at least somewhat mature, that I don't have to hold their hand through every little thing and deal with,
Exactly.
some of the turbulence
Exactly.
of somebody that's young, you know what I mean? That feels like they're my daughter, because I'm at the age where somebody that's, 25, it'd be a stretch, but they could technically be my daughter, it's kind of different for me. But
Salute to whoever. Let me say something real quick. Salute to whoever this is. Rise up, but nah, I don't need a mod. I have a mod, so I just want to address that. What's your background, Triz? I gotta answer some of these. We kind of like forgetting the chat down there, man, and the chat makes the channel, man. So
like,
yeah, I'm
is
gonna
he
give
talking
it
about my
back to
religious
you.
background? I guess he's
I
talking about my
think
religious
that
background.
was way earlier. No, that was way earlier. I don't even know what we were talking about at the time. This is from
Oh,
like 12 minutes ago. Probably was still on religion, but
yeah.
and all this, these are back and forths in the chat, man. These is back and forths. TJ and Ray. I just want to say, like, I don't believe it's end all be all. I really don't, man. I think I know for myself. I can only speak for myself. Um, I don't think I'll be any different with the things I do, because I just doesn't motivate me whether I'm going to hell or heaven. If I feared that, then I would live the way monks live. You know what I mean? If we truly feared heaven and hell, we all live accordingly to how whatever religious doctrine said to live. We don't. We don't. If you truly believed what you say you believed in, and I'm not talking to you specifically, you would live according to that doctrine, but you don't. You got, and that's fine with me. I don't give a damn. Just stop. And I'm not talking to anybody in particular, so don't take it personal just because somebody says something. Stop forcing your beliefs on other people, especially if you ain't gonna live up to them. That's what I'm saying. That's all I have to say. Like, don't force
Uh,
your religious beliefs if you're not gonna live up to them.
I understand. And what I say for myself, I
Do you?
consider my, do me. I consider my body the temple And my body, my spirit is housed by my body and treated accordingly. There are there good things in the Bible that you can use and apply to your life? Yes. Does it mean that I apply everything that I read in the Bible? No. And that's just
Yeah,
my
and I'm
personal
not
belief.
talking.
I just take I take advice whatever I can and apply it to my
Yeah,
life.
and I'm
Where
not talking about teaching people that
oh
want to
yeah.
be taught, people that are curious. I'm not talking about having conversations. That's not what I'm talking about. That's fine. I could have a conversation with damn near anybody, unless it's just some crazy out of the some just crazy off the wall shit. But we
No,
do see people. We do see it, man. We're gonna act like we don't. We were just talking about the mega churches and shit. Those are
yeah.
the worst ones. They're spreading the religion. They're not living up to it.
I say a
And
lot of
that's
them pass.
okay with everybody, right? That's what
I
they
hate
do.
it. I hate
And
it.
we
I, s-
accept it.
I say a lot of them are wolves and at the puppet at the
So when are the
preaching
real
God
Christians
or
gonna say, hey, nah, nah, get the hell out of here? Like, go shut that damn mega church down. That's stealing 100 and I forgot how much I said.
100 some billion.
$146.5 billion that could be going back into the communities. This is just America. This ain't even around the globe.
But you
I
know
can't
what?
imagine.
You know what, Blizz? You know why they're not. I'm gonna tell you why they're not stealing. They're not stealing because the parishioners of these mega churches have the option to
Right.
attend
I give it to
any church
you.
they
You're right.
want to. They specifically attend mega
You're right.
churches because they want the optics of attending a mega church. They want the status of telling people, I go to New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. I go to the Living Spring, church, and I go to Joel Osteen's mega church. They want the prestige associated with being able to make that claim. They want to be in proximity to some of the celebrities that attend these mega churches as well, right? And so they specifically do it. Hey, I might even be on TV because these churches, live stream their services and they restream, worldwide, and I could potentially be on there and they go there. It's like they get up 3 hours, 4 hours early. I know people that have done this because I used to live in Houston. Joel Osteen's church was in Houston. You have people that will get up 3-4 hours before church service. They want to have their hair and makeup perfect. They buying like the most expensive outfit. Like you talking about high fashion. I mean, they listen. They're going like their life depends on it, all because of optics. It has nothing to do with the religion itself. They don't care about whether or not they have a better relationship with God, if they're going to be saved. No, they trying to get seen in the best possible light. That's it. And so I blame them. And then they get
Yeah,
caught up in that
they're
whole
supporting.
donating because I've been to churches like that where they start saying, "Oh, if you got $100 to get in this line, if you got $500 to give, get in this line. You got $1,000 to give, get in this line." People, they want to be seen getting in $1,000 line. So
It's
just craziness.
I mean,
It's their
I
fault.
guess, like I said, man, like it is what it is, man. But
let you catch up on the chat.
yeah, atheists do. They do atheists, yeah. I agree with Blizzard General. Morality comes from a mutual agreement that starts a society and civilization. Any thoughts? We'll start that one. I'll come back. Let me catch up on the chat. He says, Unc, but even without God, it's hard to live up to our own standards. Does that mean you shouldn't be giving advice? Can you give advice about what to do if you haven't done it yourself? I think you can give an opinion. You give an opinion about
Well, you
something, but
say
you
for
can't
instance,
force anybody else to. You can't force it on nobody. You know?
okay, I'll give an example.
I don't force what I believe on nobody. I don't do that. I don't say that if you don't think, and that's the difference. I may disagree with you, but just because you believe in religion and I don't, I'm not up here calling you a heathen and not saying that anybody's calling me that. You know what I mean? I'm not up talking down on you. I'm just disagreeing. And there's a difference. And that's what I was saying the other day. Like, you can't disagree with nobody without them getting upset. We're just disagreeing. We're not calling each other names. It's not getting personal or anything like that. We're just disagreeing. And that part with me is all right. You know what I mean? Because my salvation doesn't depend on anything outside of me. You know what I mean? It's just, you could call me wrong. If I'm wrong for not believing this, I'll deal with it in the end. You know what I mean? And I'm okay with that. I know that I've done a lot of good in my life, more than some people who claim to be religious. So we'll just see where we land in that. And if that person could go to heaven over me, even though I've done a lot more, so be it, man. I want to be part of it anyway.
According to what you're saying, Bliss, and I'm not trying to impose that you read the Ethiopian Bible, but you'd be surprised how similar it is. It talks about life. It doesn't really talk about hell. It talks about once you pass from here, it's just introduced to the next stage, and after that point, it keeps upgrading, and you learn a lesson through that. And they feel that the energy and stuff is the world itself and all that. It's not so much as a god. It's just like the creation of life and moving up in stages and in different forms.
I agree with this. It just means that you shouldn't let a theological deity be the reason you aren't a shitty human being. And
Uh,
should,
truth
crazy,
be
man. Like,
truth be known, how we know he's a deity? He could be an
I
alien.
don't know.
He
I
could be
don't
from
know.
another
And
dimension.
like I said,
Nobody really
nobody
knows.
exactly. But why can't we admit that? Why can't we just admit that we don't know? We don't know, man.
I, I honestly,
If you
I
do
believe.
know, if you do know, you do know. I'm even gonna argue with that. I'm not even gonna
No,
argue with that.
I don't know. I just saying I believe our true purpose and meaning, whether it's
Thank you.
through a creator or by some other
Yeah,
means, if there was anything to guide us, it has been lost through time
yeah.
or
I think.
men,
Let me read.
or changed by men who written it or interpreted it to suit their own agendas.
Icy says, I think being a good person shouldn't be because you're afraid of some higher power or wanting the prize that the higher power the scriptures tell you. I think a free will to choose your own path. Free will that supposedly was given to us, supposedly, but what happens when you don't? You want to throw a pity party and be mature enough to be accountable for your own actions rather than blame it. I see. TJ says, "I hope it is because of a higher power is responsible for some of the stupid shit I've done in my life. We're throwing hands in the afterlife." BIY. Oh, he's going. Oh, I thought you were leaving. He says going vertical. But salute to you, man. Heaven and hell. Who knows? Nobody really knows. I know one for sure. We are breathing old people's skin dust. That's funny. Hence the qualified theological deity. Yeah, and the other things as well, of course. Yep. Oh no, I'm still here. That was BIY. Hello world. Russ says it's all a mystery. Some men got together and wrote a book, and some believe it. Yeah, and like I said, man, that's fine with me. That's absolutely fine with me. I'm not up here calling them dumb, stupid, idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. This or that. I'm not that type of person that's gonna do that. I'll debate. Not even debate. We'll talk back and forth, and I'll probably end up believing the same thing that I did when I came, and you probably will too. You know what I mean? If it helps somebody watching, that's fine. But this is I don't get it, man, because I don't know. Like, I've had this conversation like a lot of times on this channel. I'm not willing to say no politics and religion. I'm never gonna say that. I'm never gonna say that because I want this channel to be an open panel. I want it to be open, conversational, anything we could talk about here, and it's gonna stay that way. So I'm not saying that that I don't want to talk about this. I just don't feel like I don't I don't feel like arguing about it tonight. You know what I mean?
I
Joseph ain't
when I
here, so I think we all right. Joseph, nah. Where Joseph been at, man?
I don't want to get into this, but
Ginger tea.
what's another side to this religion is the conspiracy theories to religion. Now, you want to get deep and crazy,
I don't
read
know,
some of
man.
that stuff. It is crazy. Everything from
Like I said, one of the
aliens.
things I'm grateful, I'm actually grateful that I wasn't forced into religion. If I'd explored it, and I did explore it, and you know, when I was younger, um, I'm grateful that I wasn't forced into it, man. Because if I want to pursue it, it's my choice, and I don't feel bad for not doing it, like some people do. Like I just don't. I'm one of the most, I swear, the most grateful things that I in my life is that I wasn't forced and indoctrinated into a religion at a young age to where I didn't have a choice whether to believe in it or not. Some people don't know their life without being religious or being taught that. You know, you don't choose what language your parents speak around you when you're young that you're going to grow up speaking. It's not, but now as an adult, it's embedded in your, it's in you. That's who you are, that represents you. And maybe religion is that same way. Like people will say you learn a new language, but you always think in your native tongue. You know what I mean? I may learn Brazilian, but I'm always gonna think in English. And maybe that's what that is. And I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. You know. Salute, Pinoy. Pinoy is in the building. Pinoy Galaan. Salute, brother. How you doing, man? I see on YouTube says, I just know that our brain is such a beautiful thing. It is. Never underestimate the power of knowledge. Never limit how your brain cells can function. Ray says, y'all can't define a good person without saying there's only one way to be a good person. What is that objective definition of a good person? There are so many logical issues with the Bible. If we can all agree what universal good means, then we have morals. Any thoughts? We can't universally agree what good means. We can't. I wish we could. I wish we could. Because then there's a whole bunch of shit, bad things going on in the world that wouldn't be going on right now.
You know
I
what the
wish we
problem?
could.
Here's the thing. Even if we all agree on what universal good is, here's the problem. Somebody's going to want to make an exception.
We're not all good. We can agree
Or
on what it
they
is, but
or
we're
they
not all
think
gonna
they can
be
do
good.
better.
You know what I mean?
No,
We can
somebody's
agree
going
on. We can all say, "Hey, this is what's good. This is what's bad," and you still gonna have somebody that wants to do bad, no
but
matter
see,
what.
but see, here's the thing. If
Because
we
you still have.
have guidelines and say, okay, this is what's good, anybody who operates outside these parameters, we expel them from our community or our society, right? And so that way we can maintain a good society. But the problem is that somebody's going to want to make an exception. Say, for instance, I have a son. You know, he's bad. He's not just not good. He's objectively bad for society at large, for us as a nuclear family. But I want to make an exception for him because he's my son. And this is going to be the problem, even if we decide what's good and we actually make a concerted effort to be good people. We're going to want to make somebody's going to make an exception for somebody that's not good.
Yeah. The speed limit is 35. Nobody drives 35. That's a law. Nobody fucking drives 35.
I
You know what
do.
I'm saying?
I do. I got a ticket for
I
speeding.
do now. Shit, I
So it's
do
like
now because I done
shit.
had like 8 crashes in my life. You know what I'm saying? Almost died the last one. So yeah, I drive the speed limit now.
Well, they
But that's
they
just an
got speed
example. Like
cameras where I'm at.
we've all agreed that 25 is gonna be the inner city street. Um, I don't even know how to say it, but in the
Speed
city,
limit.
the speed limit is 25. You know, then you go on certain roads that open up and they get higher and higher. We've all agreed on that, but people speed every day, man. They're not gonna stop. People speed every day. Um, it's agreed on.
Well, with,
That's a law. People break laws
for
that we've
any
all agreed
soc-
on, that we all voted for.
yeah, for any society to exist, there got to be a certain amount of laws, and people follow them or face the consequences. And every country has their own variants and has their own differences when it comes to that.
Yeah, I don't think we would. I don't think you. I don't think it would matter. Universal. If we all agreed on what universal good is, like it wouldn't matter in my opinion. In my opinion, it wouldn't matter. You know.
Listen, we don't even have to
I,
agree on universal good. We can agree on one good thing. We can say, hey, it's good if we do blank, right?
don't commit murder.
Right? Yeah, but somebody's gonna want to commit murder. They're gonna find an exception. Wait, okay,
Exactly.
we shouldn't commit murder, but I want to kill this mf'er because he raped my daughter,
Yeah.
right?
So then they'll make a law to make that you know, they make that legal for you. Oh, if this is how I see, you know what I mean? Like they'll
And
make
there
a
goes the
law an
rabbit hole.
exception. Yeah, and then there it goes, bro. Like we're a Christian, we're supposedly a Christian nation, right? Supposedly, I don't know if we are or not. To be honest, I don't really care, but we will drop a bomb on your ass and kill 50,000 people. We
For
damn
sure.
sure will. You know,
Yeah.
if you don't go along with the economic, the way we want shit to go. Basically, I don't even gotta say big words to just say that. If you don't listen to what the hell we gotta say, we gonna starve you out with sanctions, and if that don't work, we gonna drop a bomb on your ass. Like, but we have the moral high ground somehow. I don't know. But like I said, man, I'm not against religion. I don't want nobody to think that. I'm absolutely not. You do whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna shame you for it. I'm not gonna try to argue with you and change your mind. But if you want to talk, I'll give you my opinion. I'm not a religious scholar. I'm not even close to it. I read the Bible. I read the
Pick your
Quran.
poison.
You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. I didn't study them to where I know every verse or nothing in there. Like I read it. I read it. I've been to church. I've been to the masjid. It's not for me. You know what I mean? It's just not for me. I've tried to like dibble and dabble in other things. It's not for me, man. And I'm okay with that. If somebody else is a religious zealot, I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with it too. You know, that's the power of respecting people by default. I say we all come from different backgrounds, cultures, contexts, upbringing, etc., etc. That's from IC. Respect of being all human beings. How about that as a universal good, right? MC Gunna. One thing I know is that I know nothing. Exactly. In
IC
the grand
says,
scheme of things, what
IC
IC
says,
say?
does accountability also does accountability also calls for religion. I don't say it calls for religion, but for it to be called accountable, you got to have certain moral standards and laws that it applies to. If there's no laws or anything like laws, accountability, responsibility, then it's nothing but pure chaos.
I like that. Like knowing the other person, no matter the race, no matter where they come from, you'll treat them the way you want to be treated. Can that be a universal good? It can be, yeah, we can agree on that, but it's just not gonna happen. I wish it would. I so wish that would.
I
No
agree,
matter what. And
but
I'll throw religion in there, no matter the religion, no matter the race, no matter where they come from. Whether they believe in it or they don't. Whether it's a different one, you know what I mean?
But see, I don't know
But you
if
could throw a lot of different shit in there then, you know?
I don't know if that would necessarily be good, treating them the way you want to be treated. Now, maybe treating them the way they want to be treated might be
That
better.
might not be good either. That might
But
not be good. This shit. We might be back in, you were gonna say it. Treat them the way they want to be treated. I don't know, man.
see, and then you go into the question of, okay, when do when does a person have the ability or capacity to decide what they want? Because somebody may say, I want you to do X, Y, and Z, but then are they of sound mind to make that determination for themselves, even if they're an adult? Like,
Yeah.
for instance, um, if somebody says, I'll give you an example. A woman says, I don't want to have this child, I want to have an abortion. Right? There's a certain segment of society that has absolutely no problem with that. It's her body, her choice. But then if that same woman says, I want to commit suicide, and she jumps, she gets she hangs out the balcony, of the 30 story hotel penthouse, somebody's going to break in the room and grab her before she jumps.
Mm.
They're not going to have the discussion. They're going to inhibit her ability to exercise free will, even though she had the ability to take a life when she chose to have an abortion. But because she wants to take her own life, now it's an issue of mental health. And I'm not saying either one is right or either one is wrong. I'm just asking the question: um, do we as a society have the right to impose our will on others against their own will? If they want to do something that in no way,
Absolutely.
shape, or form endangers others around them or society at large, it's only something that directly affects themselves, like, say, for instance, somebody wanting to take their own life, or even like there's a phenomenon, I forgot what it's called, where people will say, I feel like I should be a paraplegic. And they go to a doctor and they say, I want both of my legs amputated. And there's nothing physically wrong with their legs. Their legs are perfectly functional. But in their mind, they say, I want to be a double amputee. And this is something that actually happens.
Stuff Q, what up?
Should they be able to go to the doctor and have both their legs cut off? But then if they go to the doctor like that, the doctor's going to want to have them have a mental health evaluation. Might even want them committed. It's like, oh no, there's something wrong with you because you want to do X, Y, and Z to yourself.
well, I said before, my definition of insanity is thinking you're the normal one. We all messed up in this world some way or another.
Wait, where the hell am I?
It's true.
I got lost in chat. There we go. There we go. There we go. TJ said, those are laws. The things we agree are universally allowed and disallowed are things we agree on as a societal unit. Whether or not those things are followed are an entirely different matter. Yeah, they are. I agree. Those are laws. They have been agreed upon, and nobody follows you know every one of them. No, I don't think anybody can say they never did something wrong. You know, people will have
I
their
don't,
own
and
choices.
I don't
At the
agree
end of
with
the
that
day,
statement that our current
give me
system
one
of
second.
laws and statutes predate the religious pantheon that preceded us. I don't
I'll
believe that.
flag it. I gotta catch up. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll. Where's it at? Where's it at? I seen it. I seen that comment. That's from
Don't worry
TJ.
about it. Don't worry. We'll get back to it.
All right. Damn. Yeah, because I'm probably going to get off of here.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say
I'm going to go
I
five and a
got I
half.
got a I got a few things I need to get done.
Yeah, man. You've been riding. You done roll one out, Adam, bro.
It's 2:30 p.m. here in Thailand, and I haven't got nothing done for today.
Yeah, man. Well, go if you got to dip out, man. I appreciate you. You're going to
Well,
rock
you
out
say
for
you
another 25 minutes or so.
I can hang in there that long.
Yeah, that's like 3 a.m. here. Choose who you want to be, boo boo. If you see something, please try to remember it. I wish I could flag it, or if I read something and you want to respond to it, just tell me to star it and I'll star it. Just so I could get through a couple minutes of these. It ain't even that much. Choose who you want to be, boo boo. There's only universal law if we follow God. That's what I'll say, but never insist it another human being if they don't want it. Is that fair enough? Yeah, for me it is. Can we practice accountability at the end of the day? Does accountability also cause for religion? The one rule is to love one another. Then people got creative. I see on YouTube. TJ says, how can it when religion has never necessitated accountability at the highest levels? Or we should only thank God if good things happen. How about the bad things? So we think it as well. How many people suffering? Or we should be accountable for certain aspects of our life. Just pondering thoughts, nothing personal. I gave the question, share your thoughts. Pinoy Callahan says, I'm just here, man. He said, I'm just here. I mean, that's the argument. Callahan just used to hold up. If you want me to tell me to star it, which one? Tell me to star it.
Oh no, I was getting ready to say something else. I was getting ready to say.
Hold on. I'm gonna come right back. I'll come back to you guys. How do we know what Haiti wants is right for them? I'll replay, guys, and I do want to hear your thoughts, my dudes. Wow, you bouncing, Icy? How do we know what the Philippines want is right for them? Icy is the God. If the God of Christianity is true, then the only thing he ever wants for you is good because he is good. How do we know what TJ? Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying, man, and how the colonizers used it. I get that. Thank you in advance for people who participate. Icy says, Ray, if that's the case, why does kids don't usually listen to their parents when their parents just wants good for them? Not sure if my concepts get through. You can feel whatever you want, but the historical facts are that I don't even know. Humabari's cold. Hammurabi's cold. The Hittite laws, 42 laws of Ma'at, to name a few, historically predate all the major religions followed. I only believe in me, the things I could do, good or bad. Whether I got it from religion, life itself, people around me is irrelevant. All I know is I'm going to live this life I have the best way I can. And I believe that's truly all you have power over. That's all you have control over is yourself, your actions. Yeah, you can influence other people, even your kids. You can influence them to do certain things, but you don't really control their outcome in life. You have control over what you decide to do with your life. You make decisions in your life. You have to live with them. And other people have will suffer some consequences, or regain some benefits from the things you do with your life. But ultimately, you're responsible for your life and the things you choose to do with it. You could put that on somebody else or another being or not, but at the end of the day, you are responsible for you and the decisions you make in your life. You can't put that off on anybody else. You have to be accountable, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's ugly, whatever. And that's what's missing in today's world, the world we live in today. That is missing the fucking most. I'm willing to say the things I do is on me. I do them because I want to do them, and I'll take the consequences that come with doing good or bad on my own. That's it. And I don't care what anybody else thinks, feels about the way I feel about myself and my life and the way I choose to, or who I choose to believe in. It's on me. It's on me. I'm not telling nobody else how to live. I don't want to tell nobody else how to live. I could give advice. Anybody could give advice. Will people take it or not? That's the question. That's the fucking question.
I was thinking earlier if a hardcore Christian came on here and saw the chat and what we've been talking about, they would be telling us all that we're going to hell.
Oh no, nephew probably thinking that right now. He probably, nephew, I don't think he's that hardcore religion. I don't know. I know I love
I'm
him regardless. He's still
I'm
love
religious
him
to a certain
regardless. He don't
extent, and it has to add quality and value to my life. But no, as far as being hardcore, I'll never be a hardcore. That's why I can relate to everybody because I'm not a hardcore Christian. I don't even consider myself a Christian anyway. I just believe in the Creator.
says, yeah, I believed in you. Pinoy, salute, Pinoy. Oh, I need Google Translate, man.
Another question: if you had the opportunity to know all the questions, know everything there is to know, would you really actually want to know? I'm sure some of it is beyond human comprehension.
I don't know.
Some of it probably pretty daggone
I
scary
don't. I don't. I don't think so. About me?
about life, the world, life, creation, whether it's a god or not, whatever it is. You knew everything since the beginning to the end, like God, like God in the Bible. Would you really want to know all that?
I don't.
And,
Nah, I wouldn't.
and could you
To be
could
all.
the
Nah, I wouldn't want to know all that. No,
and
because it's horrible
hu-
things that happen. It's
could the
horrible,
human ha-
horrible.
could the human mind actually handle that? I don't think
I
it
don't
can.
think so. I don't think so either. But you got people out here saying they talk to God personally and all this stuff, but and people believe in them. You know,
It's
like I said, that's what you want. I just don't. That's my opinion. You know what I mean? But
I
a
talk
lot of
I
this stuff
talk
they talking about, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I can't dispute it. I don't know it. I haven't studied it. I don't want to study it at all. You know what I mean? My bad. I keep bumping this damn desk.
I want to respond to the code of Hammurabi. Um, so we can, as far back um, as history, as we have in recorded history, there's been some form of religion throughout various cultures. Some type of deity they worship. Some people just looked at the sun or the moon as some type of god, or the stars. So there's always been, it's just part of the natural ascension of consciousness, as we become self-aware, and it kind of distinguishes us from Well, we at least what we know, because even primates, they have what resembles ceremonies for their dead. Even elephants do. So we don't know, what they perceive about the world around them and the presence of a higher being. We don't know specifically. But for humans, it's kind of been a mainstay of humanity is the idea that there is a higher power of some sort. The distinction, which we consider as more modern organized religions, is that in modern religions, particularly in Judeo-Christian faith, there's the assertion that key religious figures had interactions with God or messengers of God. That's the actual distinction. We have people whose existences that have been recorded outside of the Bible, who actually claim to have had interactions with God, with Jesus, or representatives of God. And then we have kind of laws and statutes are revolved around these this particular religious contextual framework, and some of its offshoots, Catholicism versus Roman Catholicism versus Orthodoxy versus Protestantism versus Islam, and so I think that that's more or less that's kind of the debate that I'm seeing like in the chat right now. I was kind of reading the chat and seeing and you go back to that one, go back to that previous comment real quick. And how is not a fact the laws exist? All these documents have the same level of veracity as the text, the Bible, Quran, Talmud, etc. No, now, for instance, the Talmud is a little bit different, right? Talmud is kind of based, is more or less an accompanying text. It's almost like the equivalent. I wouldn't even say it's the equivalent of like the hadiths. So you have like the primary religious text, which would be the Quran, and for Jewish it would be the Torah, and then you have the Bible, the entirety of the Bible, New and Old Testament, Old and New Testament for Christianity. But the veracity of the Quran is coming to question even like today. Like there's people that are not religious, like some scientists, some scholars that are even questioning whether Muhammad actually exists because some of the data within the Quran kind of conflicts with what we have as historical evidence outside of the Quran itself. But the Quran itself, there were many different variants of the Quran. I can't remember which. There was a leader in a particular time period that wanted to consolidate the text, and so he destroyed other variations of the Quran, because there's many different variants of the Quran. Even today, there's probably about maybe 12 different variants of the Quran, and depending on where you're at in the world, you may use a different variant. We're not talking about minor language differences. We're talking about actual variants where certain scriptures are present in one variant and scriptures are not present in another. We're talking about like these are actual different versions of the Quran. So yeah, there's veracity is kind of hard to determine in that regard.
Yeah, we gonna have to do one specific stream and just let it out, man. Get it all out. We've been just 10 hours, man. 12 hours. Or 11 hours and 55 minutes. One day,
So
man. Just get it
my
all
question,
out. Right, Adam?
my question to you, Blizzard, then is how far you want to go down in the rabbit hole, because it is deep.
I'm not going down no rabbit hole. I'm good. I keep saying that.
You talk,
I'm
you
good.
you was talking about doing a live, basically letting it all out about religion. Is that what?
No, not
Oh,
me. I'll host it. I'm talking about
no.
what's going on in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought you was
Yeah,
talking about
yeah.
religion. I thought, oh man, that is a
Triz,
deep subject.
Ray, um, Triz, Ray. Oh, all right, we'll get Triz,
Well,
Ray,
see, listen,
TJ.
my debate really isn't about religion.
I
Is
know when you
about
started was like,
my debate is about our sense of morality
yeah,
based on religion, and I'm asking the question: what would it look like if there was not a religion? Whether or not you believe in God, that's irrelevant at this point. I'm just asking, if we didn't have a religious contextual framework for our laws and statutes, what would society look like? Or would there be a society where we just be in total chaos? Because I think that our primal desire is self-gratification. So even if we're not religious, being born in a society that has its laws and statutes guided by religion, then we kind of formulate our sense of morality based on society at large and our nuclear family that raises us. You see what I'm saying? And it's all based on feedback we get from our interactions with society. So if society itself didn't adhere to this sense of morality, then we wouldn't necessarily have the same moral azimuth. I think that there would be raping and pillaging, because people just say, I'm looking out for myself and my tribe. And so you have resources. I want those resources. I'm just going to take them from you. There's nothing from a moral standpoint that prohibits me from taking these things because I don't have a religious guideline for that sense of morality.
Yeah,
I'm just
what I was trying to say
off
is
the fact that I want to win.
Raping and pillaging still happens, though, and not just in the sense of physical violence, right? So the governments will figure out ways to rape and pillage without having to rape and pillage. You know what I'm saying? Like, they do it every day.
It's not just like blatant free for all. There is
it's not, but
yeah,
of course, because they still want to have the moral high ground.
Well, it's not just a moral high ground.
So
we want to have something. We want to have, because if we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we want to have something. If we don't have safety, like safety is paramount. Food, clothing, shelter. We need to have safety, right? We don't have safety. We can't get to the point to where we're building gigafactories and NVIDIA chip processing plants. We don't get to that point because we're so concerned about safety. Nobody's thinking about NVIDIA GPUs. We're not thinking about Rockstrix and these 3070H chips.
But to get that safety, we rob and pillage other countries, other people. We do. We need oil. We invent a reason to steal fucking ships out of the ocean.
It
and
becomes
just take them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We invent a reason to go to war. Like, so it doesn't look. It always fucking. I never understood.
Or sometimes
I could go to prison for fucking killing somebody that did something personal to me, but I could get sent to war to kill for the government and be a fucking hero,
or just a police officer.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like, who controls? I kind of get what you're saying. That, like, honestly, who controls what morality is? It doesn't even have to do with religion. Or are we just being fucking led down this bullshit ass rabbit hole with the wool over our eyes just so we could be controlled by a fucking government?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, okay, so if we look at, the topic within, spaces that focus primarily on male and female dating dynamics is male leadership, right? And essentially, leadership involves a caring concern about others beside yourself, right? So you don't only care about your health, safety, and well-being. You care about maybe your nuclear family or maybe your community at large, right? And so, as you rise, up the echelon, you may have a bigger and bigger sphere of influence. And so because of that, a lot of times you're faced with quote unquote moral dilemmas where you have to sacrifice something that on a grand scheme of things may be insignificant for the greater good. So that goes into question, like, say, for instance, if let's just say you were the president, right? And there was a disease outbreak in a small town in the Midwest. This particular disease had 99.9% fatality rate and is highly virulent. Has an incubation period of a month, and after that month is 99.9% incubation rate. And for the layman people, that is a disaster disease, because that means that you can walk around with it long enough to spread it to a lot of people. But then once you spread it, everybody that gets it's going to die. And so in that situation, as the president, you had the option to say, okay, we can, this entire town, we have to kill everybody in this town. This town has 1,200 people. But if we kill these 1,200 people, it will save 348 million Americans. Would you do it? And this is the only option. You can't contain it. You have to eradicate these people that are infected, or risk the entirety of the population, not only the United States, but potentially spreading to the rest of the world.
Yeah, you would have to.
But see, not everybody can make that decision. This is what I'm saying. There is no common good or general sense of moral good, because if you ask this question to, let's just say you had a sample group of 1,000 people, at least 30% of people say 30% of people would say they couldn't do it. They couldn't make that decision. Yet, out of those 30% of people, half of those people are people that will consider taking a position in leadership.
Yeah, shit.
So I mean,
you gotta do it. But the thing about it is, you don't say that some higher power made you did it. You don't blame it on nothing else. You just say it like it is. I'm not saying that you said that, but
now I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench.
That was.
I'm gonna throw you a monkey wrench. You ready for the monkey wrench? You ready for the monkey wrench?
Go ahead.
Okay. So this small town is where your wife's aunt is from. Your wife's aunt just so happened to go out there for a funeral with your kids in tow. So now, amongst those 1,200 people is your wife and her kids and some of her extended family. But more particularly, your wife and her kids. Do you still push that button? Or do you try to find a way to extract your wife and kids?
Not if it's gonna kill 348 million people.
Now,
Not if it's gonna kill 348 million people, bro.
Okay.
It's gonna kill. We all done.
Okay, but now think about this. How many people in their mind will say, you know what? I'm gonna just get my wife and kids, and I'm gonna just, quarantine them until we figure out a cure. I'm gonna figure something out. And in their mind, they think they have the situation under control. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's gonna be people that do that. Yeah,
there's all. Don't you think that
push the button?
Don't you think prior to COVID being released, there was somebody that made that decision?
Probably.
Before COVID got here,
I don't know.
There was somebody that said, hold on for a second. We about to release this virus. We can contain it if we do this. And somebody said, no, let's not do that. We'll figure out a different way. Let's just quarantine or do this and do that. Instead of just saying, we got to push that button. Everybody has to go. We got 300 people that work in this lab. We'll send the family a check, but we got to contain this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I have to agree with aggressively AFK's last comment.
Who? I'm up there. Oh, TJ? You lost?
Yeah. He says, but now we're talking about a hypothetical person in a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, but I answered it, but I kind of get.
But when I tied it to the COVID, what I'm saying is that these decisions are probably being made all the time. We're just not privy to it because we're the general populace. But people that are in leadership positions have to make decisions of this ilk all the time. It's not uncommon.
I'm not saying I disagree with that. I mean, it's a lot of things that the government does that the public doesn't know about.
Yeah, I don't trust the government. I don't trust the government. I don't really trust a lot of shit. A lot of shit that we hear that we take for granted. I don't trust it, man. Cause how do you know? Like you're saying right now, how do you know who's behind it? How do you truly know who's behind it? The things you've been, the things that we've been indoctrinated to believe. Whether that's religion, whether it's things we see on social media, whether it's stereotypes, whether any of it.
That's another long subject.
It is.
Talking
I
about
don't got time to get into it.
talking about
Somebody,
you talking about who's above the government. A lot of people think it's the Illuminati, Freemasons, the World Banks, and stuff like that.
Money.
Opens up another whole can of worms.
Money's behind
Power and
it.
greed
I don't know who.
power and greed runs the world.
Yeah. Now you talking about. Yeah. Okay, you read that one. God makes the reality that I'm still adhering to the law. Man, it's been a good one, fellas.
All
Just
right.
a little pause right here. I'm gonna take this opportunity to shut this one down. I appreciate y'all, man. Regardless, whatever, I appreciate the conversations, man. That being able to have these conversations without getting all crazy, without calling each other names and putting each other down.
So wait a
Maybe.
minute. So what you're
Right.
saying is that I can't make the assertion that an individual on this panel is invited to another individual's manhood, and then we can get into an altercation after that screaming match and then potentially fight.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
We're not doing
that.
We're not doing the Corey Holcomb and Antoine Daniels.
No sir.
I don't.
No,
I don't
sir.
play games.
We'll go viral.
See, it'll go viral. It'll go viral, but we have to do it every time after that, because you know what I mean.
No, we got to escalate.
Should've
You
get-
can't just do the same thing. You got to do something even more egregious.
You got.
So you saying you want to knuckle up?
Yeah, we gotta.
Them dudes wasn't even close to knuckling up, man. Ain't no way you getting that close to me. It ain't
I'm
happening,
8,000.
bro. I'm not saying it's scripted. I'm not saying it's scripted, but I ain't no way you getting that close to me, bro. That aggressively.
You know what the crazy part about it is that I want to say I don't know if I was at the gym. I think I was at the gym or coming back from the gym, and I just happened to open my phone, and I was scrolling through YouTube, and I just happened to see the video, and it was live, and I said, I didn't know Anton Daniels was going to be on Corey Holcomb. I wonder what this is about. And as soon as I click on it, that's when Corey Holcomb was standing up. I clicked on it at the perfect time. Caught it live.
Wow, yeah.
I was like, yo, what the heck is going on? I was like, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I saw that and they were screaming back and forth. I said, man, I don't even want to watch this. When Corey told Darlene, he's like, told her, get out the way, don't stand between, two grown men. And I just cut, like, I know people like that type of stuff, but for me, I just didn't think it was a good look for either one of them. Like, I didn't find that entertaining at all.
Old ass men. It was two old ass men. You know how much heavy breathing would have been going on even if they did fight?
Yeah, I found
How
out
long
Corey
you
Holcomb
think
is
that
almost
was gonna
60 years
last?
old. He's almost
60
60.
damn years. This what I be talking. Like, you got, all right, we can stay another half hour. But
No thanks.
this
Six,
this what I
60
be
years
talking
old
about.
trying to
though.
have a heart attack fighting.
This what I be talking about when I be like, look at some of these old men. Look at the example they giving off, and then then talking about what the younger generation doing. But I was disappointed seeing that. I was very disappointed. I don't like Anton no more. I don't really like his content no more because the way he's gone, he just seems to like focus on the black community when and package it and sell it as stereotypes. You know what I mean? To the Fox News people group.
Well, you got to realize, I'm gonna tell you why he does this.
It's
You
sells.
had now, like I was on YouTube back in like 2014. I got into it with Anthony. You know who Anthony Brian Logan is, ABL.
I heard of him.
So he's like the Anton Daniels before Anton Daniels. And so I got into it with him. He was trying to spew this rhetoric. And so for me, you can't pull that on me because, one of the mathematics class I took was applied statistics. So he tried to label off some statistics. And so then I brought into the conversation per capita statistics. And so that's when, I kind of backed him into a corner because you can't just say statistics when we have specific data where we can actually apply per capita statistics to really get to the root of the problem. But at any rate, he basically applied the principles that made Anthony Brian Logan, aka ABL, that made him successful. He had a meteoric rise because I remember when ABL only had like 15,000 subscribers, So I remember him back then, but because of the rhetoric and how it appealed to the masses, and it painted certain pictures, he was able to shoot his subscriber count up to the moon. And so then Anton Daniels, he studied and he's like, okay, this is how you do it. And so he basically followed the exact same format, but a little bit more polished. So he had, better camera work. He was doing interviews and things like that. He did other stuff and basically took the formula and made it better.
Yeah.
And so now you have a better, you have a better package with Anton Daniels. And it's just a presentation. His Anton Daniels is a better speaker than ABL. He's a much better speaker. He has he's articulate and he can kind of, I see how he can take a subject that he really doesn't know too much about, but he can kind of talk his way into it, the conversation, even though he's not, you can tell, like I can tell certain things he says he's not really well versed on it, but because he's articulate, he can sound somewhat knowledgeable about it. And so that's what makes him successful. But I don't really watch his content either. I watch, again, he has like a lot of clips and stuff that I see from other people reacting to some of his content. So I watch some of the stuff. But yeah, a lot of stuff. But either way it goes, even though I don't really care either way, it's just the principle that I don't really want to see somebody of a particular age. And I felt like Corey Holcomb allowed him to gaslight him, right? Because this is a common tactic where somebody will say something and you'll react to it, and because you're caught up in your emotions, you're no longer articulate and you're no longer logical in your arguments.
Yeah.
And so then you lose ultimately.
He wasn't making no sense.
Yeah.
To be honest, but neither one of them, to be honest.
But Anton Daniels said it better. And that's what people gonna look at. They're gonna say, okay, but I mean it sounded better coming from Anton because he was composed. You see what I'm saying?
For a minute, he was composed for a minute. He lost it, but they both did, bro. Like, man, I don't know, man. I just hate to see that, bro. I was like really, really disappointed.
Yeah, me too. I stopped watching it.
I
cut it off.
I'm going to interrupt for a minute and say that I'm going to go ahead and leave. Y'all, everybody take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thanks for having me on
Salute.
here. Salute.
Adam, appreciate you, brother.
All right. Take care.
All right, man. Take it easy. Yeah, man. That I don't even know. I never really. I can't say I never really liked Anton because I did used to watch his show. Um, more the panels than anything. But even those started going a certain way
I never
where I
watched the
was like,
shows. I
yeah,
never
I was like,
like
man,
I
I
only
can't
seen
do this shit.
clips and like little portions of his stuff. Like I'm not even subscribed to him, but for some reason his stuff is always in my feed, and so like I'll see like bits and pieces of it. I'll see parts of his panel and stuff like that, and I'll watch bits and pieces of it, and that's pretty much it. But like yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like people that are one sided because
yep,
when you look at it objectively, right? Because he'll say things and he'll talk about the effect of society at large, but then he'll tunnel vision focus on the contribution or the negative contribution that the quote unquote black community makes. So if you're going to talk about a societal problem, you have to talk about all stakeholders, everybody that contributes to that social problem,
everybody,
right?
everybody.
And you have
Yep,
to actually think about, okay, if you're talking to a sophisticated, if you claim bag chasers, right? This is supposed to be a sophisticated audience, right? And so if you're dealing with a sophisticated audience, then you should have a far more nuanced conversation. You should be looking at some of the origins of these social problems, not just surface level arguments saying,
yep.
okay, well, how did we get here? We know we're here. We know
How
what's
do we
going
fix
on.
it?
But the
How
question
do
is,
we
how did
fix
we
it?
get here? And once you start asking those questions, how we got here, then you start looking at, okay, well, wait a minute. We got to look at what they did, what they did. And based on what they did, what position did it lead us into as a collective that predisposed us to certain responses to external stimuli, right? And if we look at what makes us predisposed to certain responses to external stimuli, then we should ask, if we're a sophisticated crowd, let's apply the scientific process. We isolate variables and we say, okay, if we have this demographic of people and we have this set of variables imposed on this demographic of people, we can imagine that they would have a similar response. So it's not an intrinsic behavioral characteristics. We have to look at some of the environmental factors that compel people to respond a certain way. Because,
Yeah,
for instance, I don't have a criminal history. I don't have negative interaction with law enforcement. But I have to look at the factors growing up in a two-parent household, never having to struggle. My parents never struggled. I never struggled in adulthood. I was never faced with making certain decisions, risking my lights being turned off, or whether I'm going to have a meal, or will I have a roof over my head? Do I got to get a gym membership just so I can take a shower? I never had to make these decisions. Some people have, and unfortunately, a lot of people within our community have had to make these decisions. And so, I'm not excusing these behaviors, but I'm saying we can point to some of the factors that create and cultivate an environment where these decisions are made on a consistent basis. We understand why, but that conversation is not being had. It's only
yeah,
saying, well, you're bad because you did this.
yep. And your kind is bad. You need to fix it.
And then we look at the
Outside of
Somalians, because
everything
this is a
else,
popular topic. He's focusing on Somalians right now, but a lot of the unrest in other parts of the world, we can directly attribute to the actions of the westernized hegemony. What have we done as a collective in the United States just so we can enjoy some of the things we enjoy over here, have some of the luxuries we have over here,
shit.
enjoy the freedoms we have over here? We've had to impose our will in other countries,
Hmm.
and some of them
We've
had
had to
had
extract
long standing
resources.
effect.
Some of them same countries that we're circling the block on right now. We
Yep.
put them in that position. We put
Yep.
them in that position. Now we circling the block, for seconds. But yeah, Anton's a buffoon. He's a buffoon. He's a sellout. Straight sellout, bro. And I don't use that word lightly, man. I really don't. Anton, the twins, whatever their name is.
Oh, the Hodge twins are the worst.
The officer.
Officer
all
Tatum,
of them, bro.
all of them
All
bad.
of them, bro.
I really hate the Hodge
all
twins.
in one.
No, the Hodge twins
All in one, man.
are the worst. The
'Cause they don't
Hodge
know
twins
shit.
are literally the worst.
Cause they don't know nothing, man. Dude, like just. Anyway, bro, we could do a whole nother live stream on this right here, man. But I typically don't. It feel like react, man. Did you see Stephen A. Smith say black people don't like him? I don't know. I didn't see him say that. I don't feel like. I think. I can't say if I like him or not. I don't really care about Stephen A. Smith. Either
He's
way.
a sports guy. I don't even
Honest.
listen to sports. Like, I don't watch sports. I don't care about sports commentary. I just don't care.
No, I love football. That's about it. When it comes
I
to
like
sports,
boxing,
just love
MMA, and
football.
motorsports, but that's about
Yeah.
it.
And I don't really care what Stephen A. Smith got to say.
Me neither.
You know what I mean? Like, who cares, bro? Like, I watched the dudes that played, because he comments on everything, football, whatever. He never played football, so I don't really care what you got to say on that level. You know what I mean? On that level where he's at, give Tom Brady the mic. He ain't that good at calling games. Put him behind the desk or something. Let him talk. But yeah, the Hodge twins. I'm pretty sure there's more. There was one other guy. He ain't really blow up. He said, Antoine, Mr. Tate, salute, Mr. Tate. How you doing? He says Anton does not understand the Chicago way. We don't throw hands. We throw lead. Not at the time of the insult, but maybe months or years later. Antoine needs to keep that Republican BS to himself.
It's not the Republican, it's the conservative.
It's the conservative shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That black conservative.
Yeah.
Black conservative.
We got to distinguish it too.
Having the need to prove themselves, to prove that they're different and that they stand apart. So all they have to point at only the bad. The 2% of the population, I don't know about if that's a true statistic or not. It's just a number that I kind of like tried to equal out, the percentage of the 40 million of us that's doing bad shit, and their way of doing that is to only point out the effect, like you were saying, not the cause. It has nothing to do with the cause, and not the similarities that are shared with other communities. They do the same shit in Appalachia.
Yeah.
In the trailer park. They do the exact same shit. Matter of fact, some would say that's where we learned a lot of this shit from.
Mm-hmm.
The way we talk, the way we walk. Like, that never gets pointed out. And there's way more of them than it is us. Way more.
Well, then you have to think about, it's by design we are a designated underclass. It's by design. There's an unwritten, intentional caste system that places us as a collective at the bottom of the totem pole, barring outliers who are successful, barring outliers who transcend their social standing, despite the odds. You know, there's intentionality from a social standpoint. Now we have social economic, we divide the two. Just socially, we're supposed to be at the bottom. Now, economically, there is some sort of mobility, but even for an economically mobile black person, there's still social constraints. And this is by design. And because of that, our actions are perceived differently. We're scrutinized significantly more. And I mean, you understand at a certain age, if you know, interacted with society at large, if you've had to have a career, some people are independent, entrepreneurs, but like if you worked a job, and like I'm talking about like a serious career, you become very familiar with the social constraints and how you're judged a lot more harshly, how you're scrutinized a lot more, how you have to perform above and beyond the call of duty just to be equal. And I'm not saying this to as a woe is me, as a perpetual complainer. It is what it is. I accept it. But at the same time, I'm not going to allow people to not acknowledge that we have a distinctly different character arc than our contemporaries from other demographics. And this is a fact.
Yeah.
We have to be better as a collective just to be even respected as an equal. And we'll still never be respected as an equal from a social standpoint. They may look at us as, with our productivity or economically, but socially, the first thing that people know is, okay, this person is black, and there's just no way around it. And you have conservatives, especially black conservatives, that will try to deny that and say, oh, people don't, nobody cares about color if you're good at what you do. It's a bold-faced lie. Bold-faced lie. And I'm saying that as somebody who hasn't had as many bad experiences as the next man. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to acknowledge that it doesn't happen. I know it happens. Exactly. I've seen it happen. Listen, exactly. I'm gonna be honest.
At least you would acknowledge that shit, even though you didn't go through it. You're not one of the ones that say, "Well, I didn't have to go through that. I never." Well, I did. I got my ass whooped a couple times.
You know what I want to say? I want to say this, Blizz. And I don't hear a lot of guys saying it in this space or in these spaces. But as a black man, I will tell you that black women, depending on the circumstances, have it hard. I'm telling you this right now.
I know that.
I've seen it in my career where black women will come on the job and they get hell just for being a black woman. All these assumptions, stereotypes. No matter how hard they work, a lot of black women get run off the job because the minute they see a black woman in a job, so many people are just uncomfortable because, and they want them out of there.
Yeah, we as black men are helping to spread that shit.
Huh?
We as black men, not me, myself, but we as black men lately have been helping to spread that.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because
loudly.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. But and I just want to say that because I see videos here and there of women saying, how they're discriminated against on the job and how they're fired for no reason. Some of these women I think might be exaggerating or lying. But all these women ain't lying. I know because I've seen it myself. I've seen the discrimination against black women in particular. I've seen it. With my own eyes. And I know it happens. It's a fact.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it doesn't happen. I'm not blind. I'm 47 years of living here. you know, I don't know. Now, does it happen as much as people say? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
It
about
could
that.
happen more. Shit, it could happen more. I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know that, but I know it happens.
You know it
You
happens
know,
for sure.
I know racial profiling happens. I know racism still exists. We can't deny that shit. We can't deny it, man. And I don't. All I can say, my personal experience with it, and the personal stories that I know, is still here. You know, does it have the power that it used to have? No, because they can't do the same shit that they used to do, but they can still do some shit. You know, they can still not hire you because of your skin color. They can still treat you like shit in the office all day. They can still isolate you. They can still not give you raises like they should. That shit could still happen. They can't. They're not supposed to hang you from a fucking tree, you know. But even that still happens. It doesn't get investigated. So it's happened to men and women. Yeah, and this is why I don't talk down on women on my channel at all. Any women, black, white, purple, unless they do something specifically bad, which I haven't had to do yet. I made a show about ratchetness. Specifically to point out that it exists in every fucking community. Every culture, every community has their specific example of ratchetness. You know, so why when we hear that term, and I know it's a black term, the way it's used in the context it's used in, why is that only used to represent a certain demographic? Especially after it gets hijacked, like a lot of our stuff does, and used back and turned back on us, you know? Woke. Right? What happened with woke? Got turned around, used back on us. You know. But I don't know. That's a topic for another day. Damn, Triz, you froze, man?
No, I'm here.
Damn, you like a statue, bro.
I was letting you rock. You was cooking.
Yeah, but yeah, woke. Everything for black fatigue, that was us, man. We was trying to say that we're tired of being on the front line, tired of taking the blows first, and we're not doing it. We're taking a break because we tried to show y'all a way, and y'all didn't want to listen. Y'all wanted to find out the hard way. And let's be real, some of us wanted y'all to find out the hard way. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But yeah, they take our own words, they use it back against us. I've spoken on all this stuff on my channel before, not in depth, and I need to start like rehashing some of these topics. I keep saying that, but you know, it's not always us. We're not always the majority of the ones doing half of the shit that people think we do. I really don't like stereotypes. I really don't like stereotypes. I understand why they exist, but I don't like them. So I feel like it was one thing is growing up the way I did, where I did, is that I hung around a lot of different people. Like really hung around a lot of different people. Experienced a lot of different cultures just because where I grew up at, you know, and the people I went to school with and the people I really hung out with. Black, white, Asian, European, you name it, we all hung out together. Now the people I was super close with, they're mostly black and Hispanic or Latino, you know. But did I experience Asian culture? Yeah, not heavily, but I did. You know what I mean? Dominican, Puerto Rican, French, Italian, like Canadian. Like we grew up with all these different cultures around us because we live in a melting pot, right? So we don't, for some reason, we don't tend to view other people and other cultures the way that they view us, right? We know that this specific country did this horrible things. Let's just say Germany, right? I know people from Germany that when I hear you're from Germany, I don't automatically um, associate you with being a Nazi.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't say that about a German person looking at me. It's like we automatically get associated with bad shit. It's like, can we do something about it? I don't know. All I can do is be the best person that I could be, and then embrace good people no matter what background they come from. You know?
Well, you have specifically, as I said before, it's a permanent underclass, and it's pervasive throughout society. And we're talking about every country has their own version, and it's generally you can kind of cross correlate some of the echelons with particular skin hues.
We got something in the building. We got Brian in the building with the 149. Salute, salute, salute. Let me give you the super chat.
Yes.
Salute. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Salute, Ryan. My bad to interrupt you, man.
No, it's all good. No, salute to him for that super sticker. But yeah, I was just basically saying that every country, has their own variant of it, and you can generally attribute it to some skin hue. And it's easy because as humans, when you look at the amount of brain that's dedicated to vision, right? If you look at the brain, there's specific portions of the brain that control different aspects of our physiologic function, and so you have like a portion of the brain, particularly in the back of the brain, the occiput area, right? This is where primarily our vision center is processed, right? And it's a big portion of the brain because vision requires an enormous amount of processing power. I'll just put it like that, right? Organic processing power, right? And because of that, we're visually oriented. This is how we interact with and perceive, the world around us. And so we generally classify things based on how they look. And so it's easy to classify something based on color, in particular when you have nomenclature that kind of supports that. If you look in the dictionary definitions of white and black, you'll find that they're polar opposites when it comes to words that we know how those words are defined. White is angelic, pure, pristine, good, and then you look at black, dark, evil, and so you already establish distinctions between the two. And then when you apply those terminology to people, you have quote unquote white people, quote unquote black people, right? And so in your mind, you're already programmed to associate, even outside of media depictions of blacks and whites. You're already programmed that based on the nomenclature. And so we already have a lot of things working against us from that regards. And then with media, you kind of support people's perceptions by giving them imagery that kind of substantiates this idea that blacks are inherently bad, and it kind of gives people. And again, this is like one of the greater good. Like if as a leader, you can do something that sacrifices one group of people, a small group of people, for the greater good, for the greater good. And so if you have a permanent underclass and you have media depictions that kind of give other groups solace in saying, you know, see, those are the bad people.
Yeah, we're above them.
And it makes everybody else feel good. Like, you know, I could point to somebody, I can point to a particular group and say, they're the problem. Not us, them. And it makes everybody feel good. So when you look at it from that perspective, it really is an exercise of the principles of preserving the greater good through the sacrifice of a few. Right? You got a small group of people, you know, when you look at the greater context, right? You know, the amount of people in the United States versus, hey, we'll take, you know, 12%, 11% of the population, you know, we'll throw them under the bus for the remaining, you know, 89% of America to prosper. And or at least not necessarily prosper, but to create order. Right?
Yeah.
Just all this stuff
Give
is
them a sense of
order.
A sense of security, knowing that they're at least not at the bottom.
Exactly.
Even though they may be actually at the bottom.
Exactly. And you know what? I have a video. You know, I still got all my old YouTube videos. I made a video about this. I titled the video the spectral continuum. That's what I called it. Spectral continuum. Because in my opinion, within the quote unquote black community, there's a focus on the concept of white supremacy. But in my opinion, and I explicitly expounded upon it in the video I did.
Hold on. Your mic. I don't know what happened.
Did my mic go out?
There you go. Yeah, you're good now.
It's a video that I did about the spectral continuum, and is what I believe is the true culprit, not necessarily white supremacy. Because white supremacy, I guess, in concept, is the idea that, you know, that white is obviously superior. But in reality, because we focus so much on white supremacy as a collective, we ignore the fact that it's really other demographics that contribute to our demise. Because whites are not necessarily doing anything, or not specifically doing anything. It's other groups that are working to undermine us. And this is what, and then you even look at, you know, the quote unquote FBA movement where there's an attempt to delineate, because what we find is that there's other groups of people who are considered black that undermine us, who, you know, contribute to the propaganda and the stigma associated with being a quote unquote black American. And they work to distinguish themselves from us and say, look, that's not us that's doing it. Those are black Americans. They're the bad ones. Until there's something that's good that comes out of the black community, then all of a sudden they're black. And that's the ideal of that. And so again, you know, like I said, we look at in the workplace, you know, there's a lot of discussions right now with how, I guess there was a video that was leaked. It was, I don't know if it was some type of city council or some type of local politics, whatever. And we had one that happened like about a year ago, where the Hispanics were caught on tape saying some derogatory terms about black people. But this recent one specifically, they were caught on tape. I think it was not even tape, like a video. Like there's like they were doing like some type of conference or whatever, teleconference, and they were specifically discussing strategies to fire blacks to make space to hire Hispanics. And so Chicago, I think that's where it becomes problematic, is because we're focused on whites and saying whites are bad, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And it's like, wait a minute. There's other groups that are working to undermine us as a community. And so this often gets overlooked.
Man, it's conglomerates that's working to undermine all of us, bro. And that's the fucking crazy part, man.
Well, it's to keep us preoccupied with chaos.
Billionaire don't give a fuck if he's shitting on a white person or a black person, man. He really don't give a fuck, man. We down here fighting for the scraps. You know, they don't give a fuck about none of us, man. And I think it's becoming more and more obvious. And I think it's the slow burn. Because soon it ain't gonna be us out there in the streets riding. It ain't gonna be us. Most of us sitting at home relaxing. You know, well, not relaxing, but we doing what we gotta do. You know, and people is still getting upset. People are still getting hurt. People are still about ready to blow up and be out in the streets going crazy. You know, it ain't got nothing to do with us. You know,
But it will have
it's not
something to do with us
this time.
because there will be
Probably
other
gonna-
groups that will rise, or coalescences that will attempt to formulate and position themselves as a buffer and say, look, listen, provide us with resources and we'll keep them in check, essentially, in a nutshell. Right. And we've already seen buffer classes. We you know that there's a history, there's historical precedence for buffer classes. And we even see like what you would consider the quote unquote black conservative. A lot of the black conservatives position themselves as a buffer class and as a mouthpiece for those that wish to further the wealth gap. And they're willing to deploy resources because let's just say that you got a group of people. If you can quell the people and say, look, it's, you know, it has nothing to do with greed. It's because you're not working hard enough. If you can get somebody to spread that message and pacify the people who seek to usurp your power, then you're willing to spend a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Because it'll save you a lot more money in the long
run. What
run.
happened is, though, the people that they were pacifying by saying that, oh, we're the problem, the people that they were using as that buffer class is going to end up realizing that they don't give a fuck about them either. I hope that's the outcome. From what we see going on. You know
But
what I
the
mean?
problem is, a lot of the most loyal constituents of that buffer class are people who are literally, they're brainwashed. It's almost like the overseer, right? When you have the black overseer on a slave plantation, right? At some point, he gets his wake up call that, listen, I'm the master. There's only one master on this plantation. It's not you. You're just like them. Your job is to keep them in line, but make no mistake, you're just like them. And even when they get that wake up call, they're still loyal to master. Master gets sick. Massa, is we sick, Massa? You know, is we sick?
I get what you're saying. I know it's absolutely what you're saying, bro.
Huh?
I know absolutely what you're saying. But hopefully, though, like I said, those other ones that they start feeling some of this pain too, they either gonna run from further away or they gonna realize, like, man, we've been duped. It's more likely that, you know, the same thing that's been happening is gonna keep happening. But there's a lot of them that's gonna wake up. There's a lot of them that's gonna wake up because they gonna be getting their heads busted. They ain't got no choice. You gonna get your ass beat. You know? And I'm not gonna be the one standing in front of those blows for everybody else no more. You know?
You know what? This statement, it kind of, it makes me think about a conversation that's being had right now in fitness influencer circles. There's a young guy, his name is Julian something, I can't remember his last name. He claims to be a natural bodybuilder. There was a video that he did with Larry Wills, another fitness influencer, very popular, in which they did a tandem workout. And in the workout, it was exposed that no, he can't be natural. He doesn't even know how to work out effectively to build that muscle mass naturally. Based on his physique, based on his workout techniques, people have concluded that he is, in fact, taking some type of exogenous performance enhancing drugs, right? So let's just say that it's confirmed that he's taking performance enhancing drugs. He's like in his early 20s. I think he's like 22, something like that, right? 20 years from now, he'll be like 40 something. And let's just say he's competing in the Olympics or competing in, Mr. Olympia, natural Mr. Olympia, right? People are going to say, well, wait a minute. He was caught taking PEDs 20 some years ago, but he's going to say, listen, that was 20 years ago. I've been natural ever since then. Just move on from that topic. We're even now. I no longer have a competitive advantage because I don't take steroids anymore. Now, we all know that once you've been given a competitive advantage, it's no longer fair no matter how you cut it. You've cheated. So it's never going to be, well, it was so long ago. Don't worry about the fact that I've taken steroids and I'm now entering a natural competition. I no longer have that advantage. Negative. Nobody's buying that.
Yeah.
And especially
if pass the results
because you have a history
offspring.
of taking steroids in the past.
No.
In the back of our mind, we're thinking, wait a minute.
Pass the results down to your offspring, and they benefit off of it, and then their offspring benefits off of it, and my offspring has negligent effects, and their offspring have negligent effects. You know what I'm saying? That's how the shit goes. Like,
well, here's the
with
thing.
That analogy you use.
Even if they're, let's just say that they didn't pass on the negative effects to our offspring, they just passed on the positive effects to their offspring. So either way, there's a chasm, right? I was just having a conversation on Reddit. This guy was talking about how he has a house, blah blah blah. He got some money when he from his parents to get a down payment on a home. And then he says once, he's supposed to get an inheritance of some amount of money and he's going to use this amount of money to pay off his house or buy another house, something like that, whatever, right? And I'm like, and I said, I'm not getting an inheritance. I know for a fact my parents are not leaving me an inheritance. I won't get an inheritance. I never got any money for anything. I bought all my own cars. I bought my own houses. I've even given my parents money. So I know I'm not going to expect anything from them. It's not going to happen. And so we look at median income and we see an equivalency or somewhat near an equivalency. There's not that much difference in the median incomes of the American black man and other demographics. There's not much difference, right? Maybe a couple $1,000s annually, right? But where we see the distinction is net worth. There's a big difference in net worth. Yeah. Big difference. Yeah. And net worth makes all the difference because imagine, like, and I've had colleagues who have said, "Oh, I don't have a mortgage. My parents gave me one of their houses when I graduated from college." Like, I clearly heard that from more than one coworker. Imagine somebody giving you a house after you graduate from college. And so now so your path to home ownership has already been paved in gold for you. So you're already well on your path to generational wealth. Versus other groups, have to create the generational wealth. And I'm not saying that applies to everybody, right? Everybody from other demographics. Obviously, there's different some people from other demographics didn't get anything either. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there's been not only attempts to undermine, building generational wealth has been thwarted. And we don't have to go over the different examples of, land literally being taken from people. Like my dad told me about people in his family, because he grew up in Arkansas. My mom grew up in Mississippi, where literally somebody will go down to the county courthouse and literally just say, this particular plot of land is mine, because they know the people that own it is black. They'll say, this particular plot of land is mine. And the person at the county court will write up a deed stating that they own that land. So imagine somebody just walks on your land.
That happened recently. That shit happened recently in Louisiana. I was just watching the documentary about that shit.
This is what I'm saying. People act like oh, it's not a big deal. No, I'm gonna keep talking about it. It's not. Now, the difference is that I'm not going to say that, okay, because this happened, I have a right to not work. I have a right to take what's not mine. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm not saying that at all. I work my ass off. I work 7 days a week to get the down payment for the property I'm in now. I work my ass off to get this. Nobody gave me anything. So that's definitely not my argument. Make no mistake. But what I am saying is that we're not going to disavow the existence of certain structures that work consistently to undermine particular demographics of people.
Yeah, let's just tell it like it is. That's
it.
Let's just tell it like it is.
It's almost
tell
like
what happened and be real about it.
But see, that goes back to my example, right?
The thing about it is that didn't just happen here. It didn't just happen to us.
Yeah.
But why we had the motherfucking balls and courage to speak about it, to say what really happened, because it did happen. And if it happened to your people or your people, then you fucking speak about it. Don't expect me to speak about it.
But see, other groups, I understand, other groups don't want to have the conversation, because what it does is it disavows their accomplishments, because their argument is, well, I didn't benefit from slavery and my family.
Like somebody like this, bro. Come on, man.
Somebody, my family didn't pass down anything to me. And so because of that, they get upset when the conversation is had, because they're like, wait a minute, I don't benefit from white supremacy. And so they're upset. And those that do benefit from it, it's like you have fitness influencers right now, obviously taking performance enhancing drugs, but they will consistently get on camera and lie and say, listen, I got this way from hard work and effort. There was no cheating involved. And it's like, well, just because somebody takes steroids doesn't mean they didn't have to work hard. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that you did get a helping hand. Yes, you worked your ass off to get to where you're at physically, to make it to the Olympia stage, but you didn't get that. You didn't get there naturally.
It ain't nothing, for me, ain't nothing wrong with saying that. It ain't wrong. The problem is that it's you can say a 22-year-old could say that nowadays and just not fucking know, because it's not being taught. I don't know how much their pawpaw, you know what I mean, what they really know about their pawpaw.
Yeah.
Pawpaw was alive in the 60s, in the 50s and 40s, and he from Alabama, like my mama is. Pawpaw might have did some things back in the days that wasn't pretty nice.
Oh, Blizz, check this out. You weren't gonna believe this. I just had a conversation with my coworker last night. She works on a different floor, but sometimes she comes down. We chit chat, whatever, right? She's older. She's probably maybe 60 something, early 60s. So her mother passed last year, and she's been going through it with her sisters, fighting over inheritance because her mom left her the inheritance because her sister never visited her mom. So that's why they're at odds with her. But anyway, she's trying to be civil, going through things, dividing stuff up. And so she says she went through a box that her mom had. She opened up this box and she found all kind of Nazi memorabilia, papers from that, paper clippings, newspaper clippings. We're talking old newspaper clippings, old, right? That had Nazis on the cover and stuff like that. And she said she had no idea.
Her father?
No, her mother. Her mother had all this stuff, all this Nazi stuff. But she didn't know because her mother kept all this stuff hidden and stuff but now her mother died, and now she's going through all the belongings to kind of divide it up amongst the siblings, and now she's finding all this stuff, Nazi stuff, photographs, with the Hail Hitler, all this stuff that she had no idea even existed.
Yeah. Ray, you right, bro. It's ignorance on both sides. It's ignorance on both sides, absolutely, man. You talking, bro? I think your mic muted.
Who, me?
Oh, I thought you were talking.
No, I didn't say that.
My bad. I was like, I don't hear nothing. Yeah.
No, on that previous comment. See, and that's where I think you have to have a nuanced conversation, because even, you may say, for instance, Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk, his father had an interview. Elon Musk's dad, the one that's under investigation for messing with underage girls. But anyways, Elon Musk's dad basically said that Elon Musk grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. All Elon Musk knows is riding around a Rolls Royce. He said Elon Musk has been riding around in Rolls Royces since he was a kid, because that's all he drove, right? And so people will say, oh, well, that's how he got to where he's at. I mean, that yes, that contributed to things, but he also had to work his ass off too. I'm not denying that he didn't work his ass off. To get to a billionaire, you have to do a lot of things. Not only work hard, you probably have to do some underhanded stuff.
Miss Manny. Hello, how's Puts and Puts Jr. and Empress? I hope all y'all are doing good. It's good to see you in here. And thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that they never had to work hard. I'm not gonna say that they don't work hard. I work right next to them my whole career. So, and they all absolutely did not benefit from our struggles. Some of them are absolutely worse off right now than us. Absolutely, they won't admit it. They can't accept it, but they are. And this last government shutdown, I think, showed that we all need help. We all need help. But you put the face of one demographic on something, even if they're not the majority, and it turns other groups against that thing that you don't want the people to have, So people vote against their own interests. And I know that has nothing to do with whether they work hard or not, but I'm just saying, man, they all didn't benefit. Started out earlier, working the fields right next to us, man. They all didn't benefit, man. The people who benefit are the people who ended up with the fucking money. And they're still benefiting. Man. Joey down the street or Mark, that grew up in the projects next to me, you know, we grew up the same. Poor, poor. I'm not saying that's the exact scenario, but yeah, I know white people that grew up in the projects who didn't have a pot to piss in. And on top of that, most of the time they was getting their ass whooped by us and the Puerto Ricans on top of that. So I understand. As long as you don't turn around and try to get brand new when you get out of that situation. They all didn't benefit. Just take a ride through, like I said before, take a ride through West Virginia, Kentucky, Mississippi. Take a ride through some of them states, man, and see what it really looks like. It's rough. And that's the real America. And that's the majority of America. Not New York and LA and Houston and Miami. The majority of America. There's some places you go in America, it look like you in the damn Philippines. And I ain't trying to shit on the Philippines, but some places in America look like that.
Man, hell nah.
Yeah, yes it do.
Man, not that bad.
Yup.
Well, name one place. Name one place. Just one.
I seen this one documentary. I wish I could remember it, man. It was about healthcare. It was about an organization that gives free healthcare to rural areas. If I could find it, I'll find it. You know.
Oh, you know what? I
Was
did a research paper on that too. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
I
It
did a
look
research
bad,
paper on
bro.
that.
It look bad, man.
Well, you know,
Now they ain't got babies sleeping on it ain't the poverty aren't crazy. It's crazy, but the circumstances, man. It's some bad circumstances here that you never gonna see. They're not gonna show it. You know, you'll get a documentary here and there. You know,
but see, you know, here's the thing, right? So you have places, for instance, where my dad is from, Arkansas, right?
Lady Logan.
Arkansas is like where my dad is from, Dumas, which is like you know, outside of Pine Bluff, which is outside of Little Rock, right? And so areas like that, they're experiencing year over year population loss. So as the elderly die and the youth move out, there's nobody to replace them, right? So what you have is you end up with abandoned houses, that even, you know, you have houses in some of these areas that are literally selling. You could buy a house for $5,000 and $10,000. Move-in ready house for $20,000. Literally, there's no exaggeration. I did the research. I actually went down there and looked at some of these houses.
Oh,
Like physically with a real estate agent. I looked at, because I said, let me see these houses for my own. I actually went in some of these houses with a real estate agent, and I looked at some of these properties, and I saw a move-in ready house that was on like maybe a 6,000 square foot lot, which is really big for where I live at. That's a big lot considered where I live at. Where I live at, people have 3,000 and 2,500 square foot lots. A 6,000 square foot lot, the house was about
Lady
800
Logan's in the
square foot,
building.
and or 900 square foot, and the house was $20,000, and it was moving ready. And this is because these areas are so economically depressed from net migration, net population loss. And so what happens is you have abandoned houses that people don't buy despite them being pennies on a dollar, dirt cheap houses. And it just leads to the place just looking like a war zone because these houses just basically fall apart. Nobody's maintaining them. And then it creates urban blight, and then people move out even more because they want to get away from the blight.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here. She said, "I can't believe you still here. What is your pin? This is Trez. This is Super Trez." That's
Oh, don't blame. I don't blame it on me, Rickard. That was my fault.
No, I'm not saying. She asked what your name was.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I'm.
Yeah, she asked what your name was. Nah, I ain't blaming on nobody. I'm still here. I'm accountable. Ray says, "Now, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but you say, why are we so invested in other people's lives? So why are we focused on who benefited from what when we want to give the same benefit?" What I'm saying is that tell the truth about it. And I also said that it did all white people did not benefit from. That's what I said. I said all white people did not benefit from our struggles. That's exactly what I said, word for word. And I said, I just want the truth to be told.
I think we need to articulate specifically why we're talking about this. We're specifically talking about this as it pertains to a black content creator, Anton Daniels. This is the reason why we're talking
that's
about
what
this.
started it. Yeah.
White people are not even the focus of this conversation. Yeah. We're talking about it because we're at odds with the content creator Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com and Anton Daniels Morning Show.
That's what
in
started.
The conflict that he had with Corey Holcomb.
We don't went way down the rabbit hole, though. I ain't gonna lie. But it's relevant. It's relevant, man. All you gotta do is go on Twitter. Man, and scroll around for a little while. You don't gotta be really searching for nothing crazy, and you'll see a lot of the things that we're talking about and pushing back against. And like I said, somebody said victim mentality. I don't see no victims. Not on this panel. I don't see
winning
no
over here
at all, man. You know what I mean?
We winning over
crying
here
and complaining. So, and doing better than probably the person that typed that. But I'm not trying to compare. Yeah. I don't know. But the PH does. He said the U.S. has some very poor areas. Yeah, but the PH does have a different level. Yeah, they do. That was shock value. That was a shock value comment that I made. That some.
Well, see, the direction that I was going is that these areas have experienced net migration, net population loss, and the solution is a lot of these places are near areas that have economic opportunity. So that's the reason why I contextualized it. I said Dumas, Arkansas, which is outside of Pine Bluff, which is outside of Little Rock. So if you live in Dumas or Pine Bluff and you're experiencing a lack of opportunities, it's different from the Philippines because you can just move to Little Rock, which is not that far away, right? It may be an hour drive. You can be in an area where at least you have some type of economic opportunity. In certain impoverished areas, there is no economic opportunity no matter how close you are to the city center, because they just don't have the amount of jobs necessary to give a job to everybody. You have to be able to create opportunities yourself, which is why you see sex work so prevalent.
Yeah, they act like that don't exist in America, but it does. I know somebody. Oh, I'll just comment to this that travels 3 hours, like 3.5 hours to get to work one way.
2 hours one way is crazy work.
3.5 hours to get to work. That's damn near. You could be in Philly from where I live at.
You live in Philly?
Nah, so you could be. I live in Connecticut. It only take 3.5 hours.
So you in the tri-state area?
Yeah.
New York, New Jersey. My cousin live in New Jersey.
Yep, tri-state. Constance Lee. I don't know.
Oh, hey. So wait a minute. Ain't that where Mr. C from?
Who, Mr. C?
That radio, like he's like a DJ that got caught with the transgender.
I ain't claiming him. I don't know. I don't know who it is, but I ain't claiming him.
He's very popular. He was like associated with Funkmaster Flex. He was Biggie Smalls used to mention him all the time in his raps.
Mm-mm. I don't know.
Yeah.
He says, I mean, I like a lot of conservative talking points, but I don't know the guy y'all talking about. I seen his video though. Yeah, Anton Daniels. I don't know how he started. I really don't. I started
I know
watching
how he
him
started.
a
You
couple
want to know how he
years
started?
ago. Hold up. Let me just say it. He went on the Corey Holcomb show. And Ray, you probably know it because you watch YouTube. He went on the Corey Holcomb show. And Corey Holcomb confronted him about being a black YouTuber, but only deciding to point out problems in one community. This is a growing trend among black content creators. They pick and choose bad behavior from within the black community, right? And then they put it on display and act like this is what the whole of the black community is doing. So they're getting called out lately all over the place. So from what I gather is that Antoine Daniel says, all right, I will collaborate with these content creators, but now I'm only doing it in person. You know what I'm saying? So even the fact I kind of took that the wrong way. Like, why all of a sudden now you only doing shit in person, and you going everywhere with your security guards, you know? But he called him out. Corey Holcomb called him out. Like, look, you won't say nothing about this, and that. Major stories happening. But let something bad happen over here in the black community. And you are the first ones to always have something bad to say, you know, about the black community. Right? You won't say anything about white men. This is Corey Holcomb's words, you know. You kiss white men's ass, basically. This is Corey Holcomb's words. Anton Daniels come back and says, you S the D of black people. You know, and if you know anything, man, and supposedly Anton Daniels is from Detroit.
Yeah.
Right? Corey Holcomb is from Chicago.
Yeah.
Two inner city dudes. Whatever. I don't know how much inner city either one of them is from, you know. But there's certain things you do not say.
SMD.
And sucking and dick
SMD.
is in there. SMD.
But you know,
there are instances you could lose your life for uttering those words in the same sentence.
It's happened.
It happened.
Yep.
It happens. And it will happen again. I'll guarantee you. You cannot say that.
But here's the thing. That generation is kind of phasing out. Because it's from a specific generation.
Some of us are still here.
Yeah, we still here. But I'm saying, like, I would say
younger generation.
People 30 and under don't care about that. People 30 and under don't care about that.
You're right. He said, I tell everybody SMD. You better not ever tell your uncle that, man.
Yeah, you bet.
He know better
like
too.
Certain areas,
he know better too, man.
In certain areas, you say that in certain areas,
it's instant.
Especially if somebody been drinking, like you said at the club or something like that. They've been drinking, you get killed.
Yeah, it's instant, bro. It's an instant fight or worse. If you say that to the wrong person.
Listen,
there ain't no posturing. There's no posturing. There's no nothing. So just be careful saying that, because I don't want you to say it to the wrong person, man. I'm telling you, bro.
I seen a female say it to a guy and get the shit beat out of her. A female.
Yeah, I ain't condoning it. That.
Yeah. Hardwood
Damn.
twins.
Yeah, that's what we was talking about them earlier, man.
Yeah.
Hodgkin. What that? Damn,
Hodge
I
twins.
got me messing it up.
Just Hodge twins.
The Hoodwink twins. Them dudes is, but that's become the thing. You know what I mean? I think Candace Owens is probably one that they want to model themselves after. But it was her thing. Honestly, I never felt bad about the way Candace Owens did it because it didn't seem like she was trying to ride a wave. It honestly felt like this is just who she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But these other people, you can tell, like they're fake, bro.
Yeah.
They're fake. They ain't start out that way. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, you were making comedy videos. Now all of a sudden you a political commentator, but your only focus is on when this specific group of people does something bad.
No, you know what Anton Dames was doing? You know how he got started? He was making videos where he was going to a band because Detroit has significant urban blight. So he was going to blighted like old stadiums, like old freaking industrial warehouses,
Right.
and like with his camera and just
Right.
doing like a vlog, him walking through these freaking abandoned stadiums and abandoned buildings and stuff like that. That's how he got started.
You're right. Yeah.
And then he progressed to just doing goofy shit where he would go on the street. I think he went on the street. He had a hot dog outfit on. I don't know what the hell he was doing. He had this hot dog outfit on, and he was walking around with a hot dog. I mean, it was the most ridiculous thing. And then he had a I don't know if it was a sign or something like that. And he was basically saying, I guess he was saying like he wanted to pay people $1 for a hug. I have no idea what that was about, but I remember seeing a video of him going around asking people to give him a hug for $1 with like a sign, like a sandwich board sign or something like that. Something crazy, but just like
Don't
goofy
seem like
stuff.
the same person. Yeah,
Huh?
don't seem like the same person you see now.
Well, I mean, I guess he was just trying to figure out what would stick, just trying to get clout any kind of way. Then once he figured out what would stick, then he kind of rode that wave,
Yeah. But anyway, bro, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. It's 4:15. I don't know where you at, but it's 4:15 over here.
I'm on the West Coast. West Coast.
Man. So, it's early. It's like 1:15 then.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, man.
Salute, bro. Salute, man. You rolled this one out, man. You rolled this one out, brother. You rolled this one out, man.
Hey,
You might as well do your
did I
own
write it
stream.
out. Check this out. I was watching you the whole time I was in the gym.
Okay,
I had you on
that's
my
what's
phone
up,
when I was in
man.
the gym.
Yeah, I gotta stop because when I break my record, I'm a break it. I'm gonna be like out.
Listen,
somewhere crazy. Yeah.
Listen. Back in 2014, I did a 10-hour stream.
Shit.
I did a 10-hour stream.
I could probably do it, but I don't want to.
Back in 2014.
I don't want to. I ain't even want to go to 6:45, but once the topic changed, I was like, okay, I kind of like this topic.
It wasn't
I'm
2014. It was like it must have been like 2017.
Yeah.
I'll take that back. It was like 2017. Like 2017, I did like a 10-hour stream.
Yeah, you need to just start streaming, bro. Cause you here, bro. You did like how long was you on the panel? Almost the whole time. At least probably 5 hours.
Yeah. Y'all was like an hour and a half into it, and I came on.
Yeah, man. So salute, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for holding me down, man. For real.
Nah, you held it down,
Thank you
man.
for
I'm just riding away,
everybody. Oh, he said I did almost this whole shift with him. Salute. Because that's what I used to love when I was working overnights, man. To throw that damn earbud in my ear. And that's why I be super chatting the way I do. Because, like, y'all got me through my shift, man. Because I was in that building all by myself. Man. Nobody else in there. YouTube live streams got me through them shifts, man. Calvin, Icy, Wishy. And that's why I still fuck with them same people now. You know?
Yeah, I fuck with Sunshine Shoulders for sure.
Yep, absolutely. That's my dude, man.
I remember
bro.
when he was just starting. I was watching him. I subscribed to him when he first got started.
He said
I don't even know
trying to
how
do
I
it. I
found his
ain't trying
channel.
to do no 10. Old dog, and then somebody else, and then him. It's like, yo. But once I heard him talk, and the way he was talking, it's like, yeah, this my, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That
because he was
sound
keeping it
familiar.
real. He was keeping it real
Sound
off
familiar,
the jump.
yeah.
He was keeping it
I
real.
know, yeah, yeah. Shit, because I was on his channel when I was still using my personal YouTube shit. I had to switch that one up though, but all right, man. We gonna be back not next week. The only thing I'll do next week, I'll post some videos. I'll probably post 2 videos, and then I will, if I can, I'll pop up. But I'm on call, so probably not. It's like I never had anxiety, but lately, between thinking about streaming and being on call, gives me a little bit of anxiety, bro. 'Cause I be worried. And then the one time I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna stream. The phone rang in the middle of the stream, so I had to bounce. But it is what it is, man. Hit that like button and subscribe. And that's from Mr. Tate. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Mr. Tate, man. He said I watched a lot of Calvin. I'm glad, man. Like Lady Logan is a very, very good. I don't know if you subscribe to her, man. Very, very positive, man. That energy that you can feel. You know what I mean? I like that. I love soaking that up. It ain't fake. It ain't soft. It's just is what it is, man. All right, but bro, thank you again, man. I can't say that enough, bro. You ever decide to start streaming and you need handle up, you need some. You had the YouTube channel already, so you already know you had a successful channel. So, but if you ever need anything, man, let me know, bro. I'll be there.
You know? For sure, I'm gonna hit you up for sure.
All right, bro.
But it ain't gonna happen. I'm not doing YouTube. I gotta do it.
Never say never, man.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Thanks again. Yep.
All right, peace.
Yeah. Again, thank you. I know we get away from the topic. We absolutely do get away from the topic a lot here, because once we open up the panel, I always say we could go anywhere. Like we go the conversation could go anywhere, and I'm ready for it, and I'm not shying from it. I'm not running from it. I like to have conversations. That's the space I want to have. That's the conversations I want to have. Real conversations, not scripted or cookie cutter. Everything everybody else is already talking about. Even though we could still go there too. This is our space. We'll define it. We'll talk about what we want to talk about. As long as we do it in a good way, and we conduct ourselves appropriately, we're fine. We're good over here. And I trust y'all, and I trust my community, and I trust the people that I allow on the panel to be able to do that, to be able to have grown conversations. Today's topic was peace isn't passive, and that's why most men don't have it. So if you missed it, we did talk about that for about the first hour and a half, before we switched it up. And that's just how it's gonna go. I don't think I could sit here and talk about peace isn't passive for almost 7 hours. It's gonna switch up. So thank you for understanding that. Thank you for showing up for me. I appreciate y'all. If anything, we'll be back up here, not next week, but the week after, because we do this every other week. So the 17th, we'll be back. I'll post it. I got to get better at posting it. And with that being said, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Thank you to everybody that came in here. Adam, thanks for coming up tonight, man. I appreciate you, brother. Y'all have a good night. Y'all be safe. Show up to Ice Fit, because we're gonna be in there celebrating Lynch One's birthday karaoke stream. Show up for that, brother, and I'll see y'all on Icy. That being said, I'm Blizzard Abroad. Take care.
No confusing message for the man that was sent with it. Some lessons meant to heal, others to build. I ain't repenting shit. Now my scars are my armor, and I'm equipped with it. Pain taught me discipline, now I move different with it. They used to call me two guns, now I'm mentor to a sons. Taught them how to crawl, how to walk, and how to run. And I still sit and deliver, I ain't done. Legacy in motion, newest chapter just begun.